Review, how do you feel right now?
I'm pretty good and confident for upcoming event.
I feel good right now. It's a beautiful day, and we're shooting some content outside. It just feels great to be getting some fresh air.
So what's the most enjoyable thing here in Shanghai so far?
We tried some KFC. It's actually the best KFC I've ever had. But I think the food overall is very nice. There's some of everything. It's very good food in China. I was thinking about going tomorrow to like an old town here and see some like old Chinese buildings and some old fashion style. Could be interesting. But we'll see tomorrow how good it's going to be.
Well, during the break, I'm probably going to explore China a bit more. We want to head down to downtown, the Bundi, I think it's called, and just explore that area and go see the city at night when the lights are on.
O que eu mais gostei aqui em Xangai é que eu achei uma cidade bastante iluminada, tipo, muita cor.
You know, we went downtown and saw the Pearl Tower and like went around that area and hung out and saw the skyline. But yeah, a lot of review, a lot of focus on the games, a lot of make sure we're ready for PGS4. I feel disappointed in how we played. Obviously, it's not to our standard. And but right now, it's like a rebuilding effort. You know, it's a feeling of like getting our redemption and putting the work in to make sure we show up in PGS4.
그 베이징 덕이 제일 맛있었어요.
I like Shanghai.
I think so far I've enjoyed my time here in China. Obviously in the last PGS3 we didn't perform too well, but I'm still excited for PGS4 and we're going to bring our best.
I think now I feel much better. Already had some rest, so preparing for PGS4.
Not too pleased with our performance in PGS3, but we're trying to work through our issues and do our best in PGS4.
Untuk PGS4 kita bakal lebih maksimal lagi, lebih.
A gente vai começar a jogar bastante mais agressivo, bastante junto e melhorar nossa comunicação.
2주 동안 이제 PGS3 그랜드 파이널을 가지 못해가지고 좀 포에 집중하려고 연습 많이 한 것 같습니다.
ตอนนี้รู้สึกพร้อมครับแล้วก็อยากทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็อยากทำให้ดีกว่าเดิมใน PGS4
准备肯定是改变首先战斗的打法嘛，因为我感觉我们的打法还像去年一样，就没有很新的打法。后面肯定是改进打法，就是去融合新游戏版本。
因为我们 PGS3 打完了之后吸收了很多不足的地方嘛，然后我们希望 PGS 能越打越好。可能有些地方对自己的一些路线准备不足吧，然后我们会加强这方面。
Cảm xúc em thấy vui tại vì được gánh.
Cảm xúc của mình thì cảm thấy rất vui vì đây là giải đấu lớn đầu tiên của bọn mình.
Cũng giống với câu trả lời của Hải Saki thôi ạ. Tại vì bọn em bắn cũng khá là nhiều nên là không có áp lực tâm lý gì nặng nề quá.
Thì của tụi em là top 15. Mục tiêu của em là top 16.
Còn em thì trong top 8 ạ.
Còn em thì trong top 20 ạ.
What else we have to do? Like, of course we're going to take a revenge.
I am Lu from Twisted Minds.
I'm Perfectix from Twisted Minds.
I'm Bazulus from Twisted Minds.
I'm Example from Twisted Minds.
So we decided to keep this position because it gives us high ground. It also makes our another compound much stronger because we have more space. And also, as you can see in this game, we killed full edge and we had a very good position for next circles.
I disagree. We keep this 2-2 split just because we are strong.
All right, this should be free food here for Twisted Minds, but they want to be careful. They don't want to take the...
It depends not of us. They just fighting each other, not because of our position, but we are use this opportunity to clear the edge and win this game.
Nicely done from Twisted. They have a pretty good read on what the situation is around.
If this VLTH gonna have 4 players, they would win it. But like, I think definitely it's not GNL, not New Happy. Something between us and Navi. Because no one really shooting at Navi. Not too much. At least, especially in this next circle, they're gonna be like alone. So I think it's Navi. And like in the end, they were like 4 people alive. So it means that their position was much easier to play from.
I think also much easier from us. Like Navi have easier position because we need to fight New Happy, we need to kill GNL, but they don't need this. They just need wait and kill us after everything.
Abatulin's got the BMX out here. He's just set.
We were just trying to think what we're gonna do next circle, trying to give the smokes like a road for us to go. And then I found this bike in the car, and just next second I just took it and go because I like bikes. I was practicing a lot like driving on the bikes, and I know they're like super powerful and no one could kill you, so I just took it and go. I mean, of course it's not too hard, but when I'm going through the smokes, it's much faster than like just running, so of course it's easier to get to the position faster. I don't know. Maybe someone, maybe me, maybe someone else, but I don't remember. None of us remember if we put bike inside. I don't know. Like, I mean, maybe it's randomly spawned in our car, like airdrop, you know.
Stella gonna go down. Example, taking the sprint towards Hammer. Hammer, the last one alive. He had all the kills. He had everything in his bag.
So first of all, we just tried to pick off New Happy. Then something not that good. We didn't get enough knocks. And also we had GNL above us, and we just split to two fight with two teams. But that wasn't that hard.
As far as I remember, it was like 2-2. I was playing with Perfectix against New Happy, and we were talking more about like how we're gonna kill New Happy and help each other. And other players were killing GNL, like behind this car. But we also helped them because from our position we could see GNL, and yeah, just this. And it was very fast, like literally like 5-10 seconds to kill both teams. And then in 5 seconds we already started to kill Navi. So everything was like in these 30 seconds we win this game. With New Happy we were just staying in our positions, like holding this angle. We knew that New Happy is laying down like very close, but they couldn't really pick us. So we just throw them some nades, some flash grenades. And with GNL it was a bit more like confrontation because we were like shooting at each other, but they were in like worse position because they were behind this one car. We were just shooting, they were laying down, knock, stand up, shoot again, knock down again, and that's all. They not really were affecting us at all. New Happy was like more dangerous in this situation. Ну и плюс единственный нок дали только по перфекту, по идее, New Happy. То есть, значит, они, наверное, единственные были, кто нам реально мешал. Ну и плюс они меня тоже могли нокнуть, если бы мне повезло.
Как у нас там коммуникация там проходила, что у нас вообще?
Какая?
Файт. Как мы чувствовали друг друга?
Я не помню.
Скажи просто, что ж ставили
Я
по два
просто говорил,
хедшота и
что ГНЛ бегают там в опене, стреляйте, стреляйте.
Я слышал просто один нок, второй нок, третий нок, четвертый нок, пятый нок.
First of all, you usually win games because of the circle luck. And then you try to make this circle luck probability like higher than other teams. So you like rotate faster, you get like better splits positions, yeah? And so you just make the game more easy for you to get the circles. So I guess we're just a smart team. When we killed the high ground position, we knew that our space is very powerful, yeah, but to win this game we need to play very good individually, and TeamSpeak should be very fast. We should never get any knocks or make any mistakes, and then we're gonna win. But of course we knew that this side is very powerful.
I made the first knock to Navi, and then Lou did second. Then I did some damage to second one guy that picked me, and I just shouted in microphone that Batulin help me, help me, help me, because I was proning and just stay alive.
Yeah, so I mean, I think everything started from the first knock, for example, and also kind of it was very close to kill Ferris too. Then I helped him, and Lou was better than Diffix. And then it was easy win in the end. Yeah, it's like we just like to talk to each other before the games and get in the same mood, you know, like So we just talk just a little for 30 seconds and just shout, twist the minds, just to get this energy for the first game, because usually the first game is very slow for many teams and we want to start fast. So basically that's for it. Yeah.
I think we need to little bit up our
mental state. What else we have to do? Like, of course we're gonna take revenge. It's only one day after, so we are kind of just chilling right now, having like a lot of this shooting. But yeah, of course we will take revenge. Yeah, I would add that this PGS4 is not gonna be a revenge for like Sonics or Cerberus who like stole our win. It's more likely a revenge against ourselves, against our mentality on the last final day. We're just gonna have to work on it and show that we are stronger than we think.
Why are you in my head?
We're on stream, we're on stream.
Hello, they can hear our comms, brother.
He's muted. They muted him. Thank God.
I don't know if they can hear our comms.
They didn't mute it.
You're good. Hello, we can hear you.
岳龙，你知道叶楠？你知道岳龙刚刚跟我说什么吗？他说他老了他中年的一定很性感，他的络腮胡。
鹏哥，鹏哥，
高腿一转，奥顿不小。
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Hai thằng, một thằng chỗ tao, một thằng đang hiu nè. Hai thằng ở dưới luôn, dưới ngay sát tao luôn á. Nghe cái xe.
Hai cái đó luôn đặt, một cái đó nữa.
Flash đạt, có flash đạt.
Themselves. GNL is just kind of the punching bag of the lobby right now. Is Stella going to go down? Example. Taking the spring.
Кто у него? Вы проходите на нас.
Спасибо, ГНЛ. Смотри его, Тём, взрывается тачка.
Хорош.
ГНЛ.
Нокнул близко. Еще на тачке, на тачке. В упоре. Батут. Батут нокнул. Тачка. Батач батут. Хилюсь, жить.
Хилюсь.
Батут, релодай грозу.
Нет.
А, понял.
Где он за тачкой?
Был за тачкой.
Да. Я могу ему молик кинуть. Вот там же. Я молик ему кидаю. Подождите, он выжмется сейчас. Он горит.
They have no smoke, no utility. They have a vehicle, so do they just...
เหมือนจะเข้าบ้านแล้วคำตัวหนึ่ง
ชั้นหนึ่งตัวซ้ายน็อก
เดี๋ยวตัวในบ้านปะ
เดี๋ยวตัวในบ้าน
Vậy tôi đi trái tôi chơi chết mẹ nó.
ในบ้านพี่เลยพี่โฟ
Mày đụng má chim bả.
Trái phải. Một thằng thôi bên trái hai thằng.
Nhát cái lùng má mày nhớ hoài vậy.
Ai ngoài nhà xanh, trái nhà xanh.
Leo mấy nhà này rồi. Chấm á.
ตรงนั้นแหละ
พี่ฝันได้ตายเก่งมากเว้ยเยี่ยมว่ะ
Casualties in going there, so I would imagine they don't even think it worthwhile.
The second time, yes, they pretty much got wiped. The first time, I think they got away with just having a knock and then recovering that.
Yeah.
One outside, one on bottom, hugging the house. He's outside wall, Gustav running right, running west. One guy pull.
Not blue.
He's close hugging the wall, I think.
Yeah.
House, orange mark.
He's inside somewhere.
你去帮忙，我这儿锁了一个。
在哪？
围墙2个。
围墙一个，然后楼后影。
别打那边上。
North of you. Coming
I
down.
help. I hit him.
No,
I have a flash. Wait.
Connected. Last guy south. Somewhere orange mark. Could be flanking around. Comms. He was full running west, Gustav, when I saw him like 2 minutes ago. He's full running around. He can be anywhere. Yeah. He's probably already like yellow. Get the flushes, guys. You're safe to take all the flushes.
屋里还有个人。
好绝。
进来，有人吗？
楼下跳下一个，
对面人受伤，
对面没注意看。
楼下跳下去一个，
他这里跳去了，我真补了。
然后
这里，南边有一个。
拿位置。
哎，我操，他一。
Thôi nè, mày đôn đi quả. Tao mấy nâng.
천천히 해봐. 내쪽 끝방 스페이스야 얘들아.
나 오른쪽으로 같이 해줄게.
이제 빙가도 계속 올라와. 낙하 조심 민기라. 내려 올라가.
갈게.
민기라 바로 앞에. 야 바깥만 제발 북쪽 바깥.
바깥. Lucky, I suppose legacy is.
One standing. Different team. How dead? Let's go, brother. You can go to zone.
Can play right ahead of them, but that's going to put them stuck and sat in between 3 separate teams, and so.
Chấm hai thằng rồi nha. Chấm hai thằng. Ơi, đón vô cho anh em.别是眼啥也看不到。别乱躲，别乱跑，啥也看不到。我等圈到了我再丢。左边。
哪里啊？左边图片趴着。
人呢？
给个标。
我操！开始死一个。Có đi đi cái phải. Nấu 530 tao. Dùng nó được em. Này. Chạy qua cứu. Một cái xe. Đi rồi. Xem nhìn thằng này cho. Lát phải nè. Có một nè. Còn một nữa tay. Còn một đứa với thằng kia trong xe. Phải lát tiếp rồi. Chứ bằng em này nè. Đến này tay. Không à. Rồi còn chạy cuối.
Phải không?
Tao nó 17 nha. 4,3. Tao nó 17 rồi. Tao cái chạy rồi. Chấm từ từ. Từ anh em ơi, chậm quá. Không, chậm đầu kia rồi, tao lấy đá. Bên khai vô. Cái gì bên nhà nhiều.
đây.
Hay gần dưới bên hay. Dưới bên nó đi xe. Không ai. Trong mốt cuối. Tiêu. 5 kìa. 2 đem. Tuổi.
I'm champion.
Now the push comes through from the other side and salute.
I will be the champion, not salute.
Take this fight. They're both eyeing the Howl player now.
I'm champion. Let's get it.
The rest of the people. Oh, bleed. It looks like they're in a little bit of a weird spot here.
Anything Muslim? You know? Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Beep.
Oh, salute.
Let's go, Slips. Destiny.
Let's go.
I'm coming.
Where are you?
I'm coming.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Let's go. Oh no! Nice range. Nice. He's pushing me. Help! Help! No! No! Help! Help! Ah! No! To your right! To your right! Oh my God! Ah! Alpha! He's pushing! Ah! Go! 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 Nice! Woo!
The main thing, I think, it was to get fast as you can to the spot.
일단 저의 전략은 일단 뽑기에서 시림지와 저와 한 팀이 되는 게 일단 목표였어요. 일단 거기서 끝. 그거 된 순간 끝이에요. 그 이후로는 이제 알아서 다 잡고 다 죽이자. 그 작전이었던 것 같습니다.
I think we all figured out the best strategy. It was to get all the loot you needed and then drive in between the two locations so that you could be, equal distance to both and have good timings for both.
Kế hoạch thì bọn mình không có, thì bọn mình chỉ cứ vô cầm súng rồi bắn thôi.
Yeah, Shrimzy is dead. He surprised me by the bot. Unforgettable.
쉬린지 혼자서도 잘해요.
Obviously, I know how impressive all these guys are, but I was most surprised by Salute's energy. I think that outside of the game, he was very energetic and, very loving and caring, and he was just fun to be around. So it makes doing stuff like this with other players very fun, and having a guy like that is very important.
Còn điều ấn tượng đó là Srimji vì anh ta vừa mới vô anh chết.
Yulian is pretty good spot for me. I like it pretty much.
방금 같이 이제 했던 컨텐츠 중에 이제 마켓 컨텐츠가 좀 신선했고, 그 다음에 새로 나온 장비들 스턴건이나 긴급 엄폐 신호탄 그런 것들이 좀 재밌는 요소가 될 것 같습니다.
I really enjoy Miramar, the city. I think it's very fun to fight in. I think they did a great job making the city. All the crosses are very short, and you can get onto some small roofs, but if there's no super overpowered angle, I think that it's a very fun city to fight in.
Có lẽ là factory ở giữa map ạ. Mình nghĩ các bạn nên trải nghiệm map về đồ họa thì còn cái bàn cũng như map rộng thì có nhiều khu để nhảy, nên là mình nghĩ các bạn nên thử.
Just take JS9, do your best, and get fun.
원래 좀 새로운 맵이 나오면 저 같은 경우에는 좀 거부감이 드는데, 이번 새로운 맵은 거부감이 저에게 들지 않을 정도로 재밌는 맵이니까 많이 해보시길 추천드립니다.
I would say just enjoy it. I think it's a very good map. I really enjoy all the terrain. I think they did a fantastic job making it.
Mình nghĩ các bạn nên thử cảm giác trải nghiệm một lần ở map này, vì có những tính năng hay và có thêm một cái súng mới đó là CS9.
좀 나온다면 재밌을 것 같긴 해요.
I've never played it for esports yet, so I don't know particularly well, but I think that it's a very good map and I enjoy it, so I think that it's going to be pretty good.
Theo mình nghĩ là có, vì map rộng với cả mình thấy hợp lý.
Let's go!
Your PGS1 champion will be 17 Gaming! I am a soul man, I am a soul believer, and congratulations to him for that MVP.
The heartbreak coming in off of this is just so close.
Make some noise for your PUBG Global Series 2 champions, Sonics! 19 kills after 21 minutes of this match. We say goodbye to Day Trade. Super Esports!
morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome to PGS4 Grand Finals, brought to you by, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO. We'd also like to thank Ondaseat, the official gaming chair partner, for their amazing support of PGS4. And Zowie's 2546X gaming monitor, the choice of PUBG professionals when seeing every detail matters. And it is going to matter, Matt. My name is Tavi, this is Matt, in case you didn't know, in this event, because you have to start strong. If there's a lesson we've learned in the years that we've done this, it's you don't leave it to the last day.
We've got a lot of very momentum-focused teams. I would say TSM being a very notable in that.
Right.
Whenever we see TSM and that squad get an early lead, they just know how to exploit it and push really fast. I'm curious, who's going to get that early lead? Are we going to see Cerberus come out? Himas just swinging? I don't know, but I'm excited to find out.
We got some big questions. TSM, like you said, so great in group stages. They struggled. They struggled in the finals last time around, but did they fix it? Can they step up and perform here? Does the group stage curse really matter? Another one that I'm curious about is Twisted Minds. They were in that top 3. They looked great in the first event. They have been almost feeling how do I say gassed out? They look gassed out right now.
Okay, so amazing group stage for PGS3. PGS3 Grand Finals didn't go the way that they wanted, and were much more quiet. Still performed well.
Yeah, Twisted Minds.
But Twisted Minds just weren't extremely all over the place like we're used to seeing them in a group stage.
It is, and when you watch the interviews and the content, they talk about being such a cerebral team. And I think we saw one even earlier today where Batulin said, you win when you get the circles, and the goal is to reduce that sort of randomness. Make sure that you have the highest chance of pulling those circles. So my question is, maybe in group stages, they were just getting unlucky. Let's see if it turns around. Now, a team that got very lucky in the group stages, I think we all can say, the Falcons.
Maybe just a
I've
little
heard
bit.
of catching 9, and I think it was you that said, well, I've never heard of catching 27 in my life.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen that. But hey, you're supposed to win the games that you're given.
Amen.
And it took them a few times to win that game that they were given. But if anything, they've got some momentum to work with, and let's see how they manage to exploit it.
Other teams that have taken the field, 4 a.m., they missed the finals last time. They're here. Virtus Pro, same story, dominating, looking very good coming into this one in third. Cerberus, always a monstrosity for everyone to deal with. E-Arena, the consistency of that team has been incredible to watch. And Wally Tai, both of those teams, I think, have really, I don't want to say shocked, but put a lot of people on notice that we are more than you think we are.
Yeah, you mentioned E-Arena. They kept drawing my attention. I'm very impressed specifically with their mid-game. We haven't seen them be explosive in an in-game really too much. They did have one high-kill game, but I would like to see them string that together a bit more efficiently in the later stages.
I talked to Tigger earlier, and he said, I was like, what player on your team do you like watching? Who do you sort of like when you're dead, you like to sit back and watch how he plays? He said, I love watching Jacob because that guy can just kill everything around him. And so far, it's proven to be very, very true. Now, but what are we playing for, Matchroom?
We got that prize pool that you can see looking at right here. $100,000 for first, $40,000 for second, $20,000 for third, and of course you know how our point system works. It's going to be 10 points for first, diminishing all the way down to 8th place where you get 1, 9th through 16 get 0 unless you pick up a couple of kills, in which case it's worth 1 point per kill.
If you're going out before that, you better get some kills to go along with it. But we're not just playing for cash, we're playing for PGS points. 300 up for grabs at this event, and that is, again, anything that gets you to PGC and increases your chances of getting to the World that championship. That is a big deal. In a lot of ways, that's what the players are looking for.
And so much of the year is focused around that. Even right now, you can see a lot of teams are already starting to scope and plan for what's going to be coming down the road with EWC, with PGC down the line. There's so many trickle-over effects that we see go through international to international, leading to the end of the year.
Now, these are participating teams in this event, not necessarily in the Grand Finals. You'll notice most noticeably on that left side, your GPT global partner teams. Some of them not playing. Sonics will not be taking the field today. They did not make it through. We had some struggles with Daytrade and 17, which I think opens up an interesting point for me. Our defending champions, 2 of the defending PGS champions, are not in this final. These are the teams, though, that we think you should keep an eye on. The young guns of Na'Vi, the smash mouth play of Virtus Pro's turnaround, and FaZe under the leadership of James. It seems very, very strong right now.
Yeah, I was actually really, really impressed with VP and specifically some of their later stage firefights that we saw them in. They are a very controlled team, but there's a method to the madness once they start to unlock. It seems like they can be a bit more chaotic, but there's always a flow that they're looking to execute off of. I know there's the jokes about as well with FaZe and James dying early, but we know that is a ridiculously strong squad.
Here's the thing. James is calling for them right now. I talked to Fex earlier, and I said, what is it like working under James? And he said, it can be tough. James is a very he's very strong-willed. He tells you what he wants, but he's put together a roster here that reacts well and responds to that. In the same way, Ibiza has put together a strong roster. In fact, Nixie has told me he's had offers. He had to choose which roster to play for. He chose this roster with Ibiza because of the way that he runs the team and the camaraderie within it.
I can easily see that. That's a squad that definitely seems very, very gelled right now. They feel like everybody's kind of on the same page and how they're wanting to play the game. Now that on the, I guess on the other side of that one, whenever we're looking at Na'Vi, this is a bit more of a, I guess, an innovator squad that I'm really enjoying to watch.
I'm going to put myself out there and say this might be the future of PUBG. This reminds me of when Cerberus was on the climb, these sort of young guns. Everybody's like, well, these guys are monsters. Na'Vi brought this roster that was relatively unknown outside of the region, put it together, and has shown up on the back of Hakatori, who is playing out of his freaking mind.
Well,
land jitters, no thank you.
Hakatori and gliders.
True.
I'm enjoying
well,
the
they're changing the game.
Yeah,
I love that.
I really, really enjoy what they're bringing out. Now, of course, we've got to remind you guys that we've got fantasy that is going on right now. Make sure you build up your squad. Pretty easy with a $100,000 budget. Well, I would say easy normally. This one's really, really hard.
No. Fantasy's taken on a new word. Basically, winning is now a fantasy for me based on how this has gone so far. But if you think that you are better, if you are like, our producer, Steven, who seems to be one of the top 5 in the world, how that happened, I'll never know. You can have G coins. You can win your own share. So make sure you're on there registering. And guess what? We're going to do it all year long. So if you're a little too late for PGS4, tune in next time because we're going to have even more chances for you to win. But let's take a look at those fantasy stats. Right now, the talent picks, I think a lot of us going to trust that Himas is going the distance, but it seems like some of our cohorts not believe in that.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. I mean, I'm not going to fault Cam. Ming Ming is ridiculously strong, and there's no world in which you can get Ming Ming and Himas both.
Yeah. Man, there is no world. I wish that I honestly tried to sit there and figure out a world where I could have them and like a sub, but it just did not work out price-wise. Let's see. Overall, the picks, this is what I think is crazy. Himas at 11.7% tells me not only have we noticed, but everyone has noticed just how powerful this player is.
I mean, yeah, he's the easiest, most logical choice to pick up. If you need to make sure that you're just keeping ground with your opponents, or if they're not going to pick him, he's a great pick to make sure that you're usurping it, picking up those points, because I swear he's like worth 120 points just in and of himself every single time you grab him.
Absolutely, and it's because that cost max is always 35,000. He averages so many more points than his nearest competitors. Another person that's fun to see up here, number 3 is Purdy Curdy. Yep. This is a IGL. Can I re-stress that? This is an IGL who is out here leading the numbers in such an amazing way.
It's going to be harder to pick him now that he's got some, I guess, big value back behind him. He was a very good budget pick last time around. A bit more complicated looking through this, but really all of the TSM players had different standout points. It's been a very strong, consistent squad through the group stage. We'll have to see if they can replicate this at the later stages. And yeah, okay, I'll go ahead and take it on the teeth. I'll just oof it a bit.
And yeah, it happens. It happens. Elfish Guy and Cameron taking a lead at 24-23. Saga right behind him at 22. And then a lovely little drop-off to the analyst desk over here. Unfortunate. But I think we got 3 days. Yeah. The comeback is on the way. Elfish is over there.
And we have him on.
Elfish is pointing at the sky saying, look at me, look at me. I got to remind you, your opponents are only a point and 2 points behind. But enjoy it while you can. I think Saga's got something to say about that. We start the day, Matt, in the Dusty Dunes.
Yeah, I actually bumped into Ebi while we were walking over, and he was like, I'm so excited we're starting off on
so
Miramar.
Easy to spot.
Yeah, I mean, very true. And I had to stop for a second. I was like, okay, so I know I talked to a lot of the American players, but is it kind of true with the over in the EU? And it was like, yeah, I just really like starting on Miramar. It feels like it's so much more dynamic. It's the way to start the day because it just sets the pace for the rest of it.
Listen, you brought up Ebi. Let's talk a little Virtus Pro for a second. Yeah. They missed PGS3's Grand Finals. They looked really good, and I caught up with them. I talked with Scoom. Scoom's the coach. Like a lot of you guys might not realize, Scoom, the legend himself, is here helping with that team. And he said that they used some of Ebi's connections to link up with Tai Lu to stay with them in their team house during the off week and train in Chinese scrims. And that was a huge difference maker in them getting warmer, really understanding the meta here a little bit better. And I think you can see the difference when you watch them play right now.
Yeah, I mean, they were managing to jump and play a ton of ranked to just make sure that they can just stay consistently, I guess, sated is a good way to say it. So, and it is paying off.
It absolutely is. And there is something to be said for getting into the chance to compete in a different region and try some stuff out. We're going to see what works and what doesn't because it is time for game number 1 in just a few moments of PGS4's Grand Finals. Check this out and don't go anywhere.
Hey, we outside. We outside. Don't need your money, just give me respect. Told you before this, you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah, in other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. I'm putting on the show, the world is about to
After 3 days of a grueling group stage, we now have our 16 finalists. There were plenty of surprises, and I'm sure the final stage will be no different. We have some familiar faces alongside some new ones, and once again, we will see them battle over 3 days to find who will be our PGS4 champions. There will be no more second chances, and with 300,000 on the line, our teams will need to be ready to fight for every point. Will Cerberus Esports get their back-to-back title? Will Twist the Mind overcome their final stage wounds? Let's find out right now and get this final stage started.
Bọn mình cần cải thiện tâm lý cũng như phong độ ạ. Vì ngày 2 vừa rồi bọn mình đã có một phong độ không được tốt nên là bọn mình đã hơi thụt lùi.
We had bad communication, bad rotations and bad team fights. And we've basically gone through some serious changes just to try and make sure that doesn't happen in the grand final.
We're here to redeem ourselves for our performance in PGS3, and ideally a top 8 would be fantastic, top 5, and then winning, of course.
That mini 14, so he's going to make good use of them. A lot of headshots coming through there, as well as now the grenades onto Twisted Minds are perfect.
Final stage is a different beast for us, but I think we can be there at the top.
경기가 명성 있는 팀이기도 하고 이제 부담감도 좀 크긴 한데 그래도 잘 적응해 나가고 있고 앞으로 남은 세계대회랑 PGS4 다 열심히 해가지고 좋은 성적 내겠습니다.
I think we are confident right now coming to the finals because it's a completely different game, and with how we played the group stage of the PGS4, I feel like we're pretty confident and we're gonna be pretty confident in the final. I think we can grab our wins and the top placements as well in the leaderboard.
HSM is pushing his way forward and he's gone a little bit too far as well. Longskra looks for the double down, he can't quite get it, but there is a cleanup for New Happy in the mix.
我觉得 PGS 对我们最有威胁的队伍应该还是 CES 吧，他们现在打得很自信吧，然后打得也很勇。
回到队伍的改变是，我感觉大家来到正面打架会更多一点，所以我们正面火力会足一点。
The Chinese screamed to grow up the momentum, and that's how we came to the PGS4, like fully prepared.
We definitely see our trophy in our future. For the PGS4 trophy is not unrealistic.
To bounce back after a rough final stage, it takes a lot of experience and mental skills to reset fully, and we have it. We're ready to fight.
打完决赛之后，打出我们想要的东西，幸运会眷顾勇敢的人，我们会放肆一搏。
Briefing dengan tim, mempersiapkan untuk Grand Final, ya untuk strategi dan yang lainnya, tunggu untuk hari Grand Final.
And now we know what we have to do to be better. Maybe be different, but like always fine.
只要我们能够减少我们的小失误，我们就准备好向冠军发起挑战。
The West trying to find all of these angles, and there it is. Easy does it. Him as a Taikon.
Bọn mình đã chuẩn bị một tâm lý cũng như phong độ ổn định để chuẩn bị bảo vệ ngôi vương.
The positives were closing out games. When we were in spots we should have won, we did pretty well in closing those out. So we seem to keep on top of that, and hopefully our strengths can shine through. At this stage where legends are born, it's our turn.
Welcome back on into PGS4 after our day off. It's time for the finals stage. We're kicking it off with our final remaining 16 teams. Saga here with me, and we've heard from the analyst there, Saga, of maybe some of the teams to watch. They were touching on FaZe, VP, and Na'Vi. I'll throw you the same question. Who are you keeping your eye on today?
I have to say, from the day one, really, of PGS3, I've been very impressed by a couple of the APAC teams. This one in particular, I mean, there's no way we can't bring them up as previous champions of PGS3, but even beyond that, Wally Tai, E-Arena, no one expected them to come out and look so consistent. Qualifying to Grand Finals, 2 events back-to-back, is a very, very solid sign for the region as a whole. Yeah. And Bleed Esports with the final day push as well.
Warms my heart a little bit as someone who's been casting the APAC region and kind of only the APAC region for quite a long time. But, you know, the question I guess will be whether or not maybe Cerberus can go back-to-back. I I'm not sure about that. I don't know necessarily that that's an easy prediction to make. I think this is an incredibly strong final lobby. There is that big omission of Sonic's not being here. That'll be, I think, a talking point throughout the course of today. Probably not going to be much of a factor as we go further forward, as we start to focus on some of the other storylines as those games play out. But you know, Sonics, they did very well at PGS3. It's a good opportunity now for a bunch of other teams to kind of look and say, well, we can move into that slot that they have evicted.
That's huge. That is a massive point. There's always been conversations. There's always been competition between Sonics, 17 Gamings. Those central loot spots are always under the control of one of those two teams. Neither of them are here. They're all up for the taking, and it's been a bit of a fiesta, a bit of a scrap to try and get your hands on those powerful positions. And Cerberus will be taking Picardo for our Miramar starting off the day, and that is not a team that needs any more help.
No, certainly not, but let's find out how we're going to go. It's time for Game 1 of the PGS4 Finals, and indeed, we are kicking things off on Miramar. I'm very excited. I always love the start of a new set of games, whatever that may be, whether it is the group stages, whether it is the finals, because it does feel like you really have the world at your feet. You can go anywhere, any team can go well today, and all of a sudden the conversation shifts. You know, right now, we're talking about Twisted Minds, we're talking about FaZe, we're talking about Na'Vi, we're talking about Virtus Pro, these teams that have done really well during the group stages. TSM, I think, worth a mention as well after topping the group stage of PGS4. But who's to say that maybe at the end of today we're not talking about a Bleed who had a 60, 70-point day, or a Legacy, or an E-Arena, or one of these teams that have maybe just snuck their way into the final 16.
Yes.
They could surprise us in the same way that Cerberus did at PGS3.
Quite easily. The final day of the group stages was a massive performance indicator for some of the teams that maybe they've faltered a little bit throughout the first couple of days, but it's all about mental resilience. On a stage like this, you take that extra day that you have in between the group stage and the grand finals to reset. You come out here looking fresh, looking ready and prepared, and you have to take the fight right from the very get-go.
Yeah, a couple of days ago there was the conversation around obviously Falcons taking Minas and having a hot drop a little bit to secure that position. As you can see here, they are headed in that direction once again. A little bit of a spread out from a few of those members, and we're following Luke 12 out of the plane here from TSM. I mean, I briefly mentioned him in that intro segment. And obviously, TSM in general, you know, I definitely have high hopes for this roster. I think they've had quite the renaissance. And analysts are talking quite positively about Purdy and how well he's been doing. You can see that translating into the fantasy numbers. But just in general, like, the team has really found their footing here in PGS4. I just hope that they didn't peak too soon, you know, because that is definitely something that can happen. You have your couple of really good days during the group stages and come into the finals and it just doesn't come together. That obviously is, you know, not really how you'd want things to be playing out. But TSM, they're looking solid as a roster. And also, you can listen in to their comms today if you're interested. So head over to those team broadcasts, PUBGesports.com. I think TSM would be a fantastic team to be watching.
Definitely looking solid. Let's find out if they're sounding solid as well. Hearing those team comms has been such a vital source of information when it comes to understanding the decisions that these teams make. I did like that we highlighted Lucarux at the start of the game. Had a potential opportunity to do a little bit of trolling when he stole the vehicle away from Bleed Esports. Had a player tracked inside the shack, but he couldn't commit too long because they are sharing Los Leones with New Happy, although with the Phase 1 circle that we have. And make sure you check over on the map feed with that as well. Maybe that's not all too bad of a thing. There is a very solid potential. A zone like this could go for the urban ending, and what a start to the grand finals that would be.
Yeah, Solid Steady wins the race, though. You definitely don't want to be getting involved in those finals too early, right? You don't want to be the first player knocked out here in game number 1. And we would expect, given that it is Miramar, that it might take a little while to get to that point. It tends to be one of the slower starting maps. Sometimes you can go 10, 15 minutes without a player getting finished off. And in the case of Twisted Minds, I don't know, where are you sitting with Twisted Minds? Because I thought their group stage performance was decent enough, but that's about as far as you can really place it at the moment.
By their standards, it was abysmal. It was an abysmal group stage. They were.
I'm clearly a nicer guy than you.
Yeah, no, I mean, they would admit it themselves.
Sure.
Coming close to 16th place for a team of that caliber, of that expectation, is far below their expectations, and no doubt they will have taken the time at the start of today and yesterday, taken that time off, taken that break to look for a reset. Bleed Esports, unfortunately, just can't seem to go anywhere without getting pranked, as Tigger this time makes a very early move. E-Arena potentially not been their MO throughout the entire event so far. They have been a team that favors the late moves, but this time they're looking for the high ground on the southern edge.
Yeah, this Na'Vi roster as well is a pretty interesting one to keep a bit of an eye on. I don't know that they, necessarily have been the most consistent of teams, although they've had some pretty good performances. I've kind of liked the flamboyance with which they've played. They've had some really, really big games, some really, really exciting games. So if everything comes together today for Na'Vi, no doubt in my mind this is going to be a team to watch, and I would echo the analysts' thoughts on that.
Sure. Na'Vi has by far been one of the most interesting and thought-provoking teams that I've just had the chance to sit down and chat with. The way that they approach building this new roster out of relatively unknown, unproven players and getting them prepared over the span of 3 to 4 months to come to an event like this where they don't feel the pressure and just make big performances. Very solid games, and so far they've done quite well. A top 4 at PGS3 and looking to replicate that. However, when you give a man like Nixie a P90, the game gets significantly harder for everyone else.
Yeah, VP had a great final day of the group stages. They were the team that got the most points on that day when we were basically talking about Falcons non-stop. And there was definitely a storyline to be said for Falcons. I think they got like 55 points that day, 2 second places and a win.
Yeah.
But kind of flying under the radar a little bit was VP, who got themselves something like 60+ points on that day and didn't quite get as many accolades because they didn't really need to have such a big day. But they did very well for themselves. So I think VP is kind of like a little bit of a, not a dark horse necessarily, that's probably not the right word, but a team to quietly keep an eye on.
Well, this is something that has changed since the group stages, with Cerberus now taking control of Picardo, vacated by the failure of Sonics and 17 to take the position in the Grand Finals. They're getting up close a little bit too early, and there goes 11% of Fantasy Choice's captains. Lou committing to get the spray down to secure the flush, but he's a little bit on edge. He's a little bit aware. He knows there's likely a teammate around here somewhere, but he will secure the flush. Himas, the first player down, and almost gets the shot on towards Tycon as well, but Howl from distance will force him down.
What a storyline. What a storyline to start off the PGS4 final stage. It is Himas. He's the guy. He is him here at PGS4, and he's the first player that's going to get knocked out of the finals stage. I got a feel for Cerberus. Got a feel for all the Cerberus pickers.
Well, suppose that's what happens. You come in with a brand new strategy, going back to the spot that they loot in the Vietnamese series, but you're up against totally different competition, and Twisted Minds, they know all the strats from Power Grid. They've been there for years, and they will get the first blood of the Grand Finals.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to be able to get away.
Oh!
Ooh, Tycon's trying to take his teammate out. You're definitely not going to be able to get away with as much when you are playing at a level such as this one in comparison to your domestic competition. Those were some great shots by Fearis, by the way, from Na'Vi, already connecting quite a couple. 87 damage just from those few taps. Nearly gets a quick knock onto one of the legacy players, but as you can see on the scoreboard there, Twisted Minds, the ones to draw first blood, got that point on the board. How much moving and shaking will that scoreboard be doing? And is that a bit of an indication as to maybe how things are going to look? Twisted Minds 1, TSM 2. I wonder. At the end of 3 days of competition, it wouldn't be impossible.
It certainly couldn't. Nothing is impossible at this point apart from Twisted Minds ending with a goose egg. That's the only thing that we can realistically rule out.
Sure.
Anything else could happen. Genji, fortunately, sniffing out a little bit of danger, getting away from Petrichor Road as they set up just to the eastern side of the church by Chumacera. No one really wants to commit too hard towards the center in this zone because, I mean, the threat of a Los Leones ending is still lurking, is still looming. A team like Howl that moves early have gone for a 2-2 split so they can react quickly, but teams who are committed into potential engagements, just dancing around compounds like Rex is currently doing with Ike's left and Summer nearby, they might have to move just a little bit later, might catch them out if the zone shifts unfavorably.
Yeah, the issue with this is if you make one wrong move, if you overstep at the wrong time or peek around the corner, such as this, something like that from Ike's left, he, I would imagine, might have spotted Rex there. Summer's seen Tosi. They're aware that Genji are floating around.
They definitely saw the vehicle disappear, but I don't think they've identified that there is still a target within their compound. But As long as they don't go down onto the low ground, they should be fine for now. FaZe now making their entrance late around the eastern tip of Cantera Ridge, with James way up on the high ground to the northern side of Minas Generalis, just scouting forwards, making sure that no threats are lurking on the underside of the ridge. Falcons taking up the position just over towards the west, but Cantera itself is entirely free. They'll find their way into the Phase 1 circle, but now they're just hoping for a couple of northeastern shifts to give themselves longevity in game number 1.
Yeah, Legacy also need to be a little bit careful, kind of close by Na'Vi, who've already done a little bit of damage to them. As we sort of expected, though, a bit of a slower start to Miramar. Yeah, a few exchanges, and obviously Himas going down, that's big news, but by and large, 10 minutes into the game, roughly speaking, 63 players.
The stakes are too high to take
big
no
risks
at this point. Everyone wants to play a little bit favorably, safe, maybe hoping that they can just have a bit of a Falcons-esque day and this circle just pops directly on top of them a couple of times and gives themselves a nice big boost to their points early on, but we'll have to wait a couple of seconds to find out who's going to benefit.
Here we go. This could be a very important zone shift, and it's going to go just out to the west of Los Leones. Still got Los Leones inside for the moment. Gen G will be pretty pleased, so will Pero, as we've been highlighted by the observing team. Have a look at this rotation as well from FaZe. Hard up toward the north. I just wanted to highlight that because very often we've talked about them being that team that will come in quite late, and they've been doing a pretty good job of it. They were...
Ketpa.
Yeah.
Too close to the sun. They already had a pretty strong 2-2 split, but Howl is a team that really does enjoy playing from the center of any position that they can get their hands on. He was trying to scout forward. They committed only one.
They're still going?
But now they're committing even more to this position. This might just be 3 points for New Happy if they find the wrong angle of approach.
Yeah, it's starting to kick off now. Xiaopian as well has been knocked by Perfectix. Twisted Minds getting into the mix pretty early on. They got that initial kill onto Himas, and now they're looking to cause some problems as well for 4AM. Nades are going back and forth as well, but it's not really an overcommitment of a fight. Bobo in for the res.
James is actually looking for a third party, trying to get that kill steal from some considerable distance away, still over on the western side of Minas Generalis. They've spotted the knock. The rest of FaZe are making an approach from the northern side of this fight. They have to commit the smoke to grab the revive onto Xiaopian, as the rest of 4AM just scout their way forwards. They know that Twisted Minds is still lurking up on the hilltop, but FaZe making a move in behind.
Well, that res, as far as FaZe is concerned, must have definitely occurred now, so they'll be a little bit more wary on their push forward. We with the eye in the sky are very aware of that fact. Gustav spotting out Bobo, a couple of little tags in on that. He's going to allow Fex to keep pushing his way forward. He's also seen Xiaopian. So 4AM's position's being covered off well by FaZe at the moment, and they are sort of between a rock and a hard place with Twisted Minds on the other side. Yep. This could get very sticky quite early on for the Chinese squad.
Yeah, but 4AM, they know that Twisted Minds is holding the position to their south. They've committed to the north to grab the revive, and they think, okay, we might just as well take this fight up against FaZe coming in from the north.
Big
Bobo,
push.
He's looking as Corexi and Fex have started to creep their way up just short distance to the east. Within grenade range, the first are tossed out.
Oh, it just went a little too short. Bobo and Xiaopian are hitting the legs. They do not want a bar of that. Just going to try and back off a little bit closer to their teammates, further away from Fex and Corexi, who are still looking for angles with the grenades. There's a couple more being thrown back in the other direction now. No one's even getting close just yet. But some shots coming through to assist, and Fex on 1 HP. He'll duck down to safety.
Oh, Bobo lands another one. Even with the third-party angles from far behind, it's difficult to get the information, but as soon as HSMM can get an accurate marker down, Fex will feel the pressure.
Yeah, 4AM are now the ones on the offensive. They're pushing their way forward. FaZe are wondering if they've bitten off a little bit more than they can chew to start things off. Third party coming through, potentially from Legacy as well. It's really starting to cause problems for FaZe. Corexi down, and Xiaopian, he knows it's an angle, he knows it's an opportunity. James is there to cover off. It seems no one is winning in this north side fight.
No, Twisted Minds are committing in towards pushing and poking and prodding and seeing what kind of third party opportunities they can find. Lou will land one from range with the Dragunov onto HSM, and that's the anchoring position for both teams gone down now.
Bad news indeed. Perhaps shouldn't have got involved. That'll be what both teams are saying. I don't know that 4AM really had the option. FaZe, though, definitely did. Gustav going to eat a nade for 31 HP. GodV gets headshot by Lu. And he's finished off. Quick smart by the nade of Gustav. So at the very worst case, FaZe will take some points away from what has become quite a shambolic fight, but I have to imagine that they're not going to be getting away with this one. I don't even know if maybe they'll be the 16th team in this round. They'll be the first one eliminated.
Yeah, FaZe and 4AM both looking like their first game is coming to an abrupt end at the hands of Legacy and Twisted Minds, and even potentially one another. A bit of a fate that was difficult to avoid with 4AM. They were looking for a wide wrap rotation, but they were caught off by Twisted Minds. FaZe tried to jump on the opportunity,
they look good.
But a long-range grenade from Gizera, a perfect bounce, takes down both Jeems and Vex, and surely that rings the bell for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, 2 for the price of 1. Gustav to try to save the day and maybe even just to try to get one more point out of it. Could he find that flush, that finish onto RBN? I don't think so. Gizera is pushing his way forward, and that should be the end of Gustav with a headshot comes through, and that is that. FaZe indeed are eliminated.
Wow.
As the first team out of the final stage at PGS4. They will, I think, get a consolation point. RBN will go down. So there's that second for FaZe, but that's really not the first game that you'd be wanting.
We got a demonstration of just how difficult it is to land grenades on terrain like that on the first exchange between 4AM and FaZe, but Gizera cares not. A dunk from range, a double knock, and that signals the push. RBN will lose his life, but that's the IGL. He will be okay with that for Legacy in exchange for 4 points early on. Meanwhile, Bleed Esports taking position to the south, trying to creep their way forwards as the zone centers around the field, with Pero looking in the compound to the north.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what I was saying at the start of this map. Like, you can't necessarily lock anyone in at this point in time, and Legacy would definitely not have been a name on the tongues of many people as far as predictions for, you know, a top placing are concerned. But a good start for them. Could turn into something even more impressive. We'll keep an eye on them as they go through the rest of this game. Rotation out. Gonna go past Na'Vi. This could be dangerous, but the terrain is not actually going to help out all that much. Fairest gets that knock, and Gizera, well, he'll get the information and send it off the cliff. No shots connecting here. This is just started to get a little bit awkward for Legacy on this rotate.
Na'Vi, they very much favored the edge-heavy play. They've fallen once or twice, lost a couple of players to teams late rotating in out of the blue zone. They're not falling for the same trick again. This zone, though, has gone way further to the northeast than teams were anticipating. Gen.G popping the emergency parachute gives them a lifeline, but the options are so severely limited, especially for teams like Bleed and Walitai down to the south, as now TSM, coming late out of the blue zone into Picardo, get the drop on 4AM once again.
Yeah, Luke 12 going to start things off nicely for TSM, and you've got to remember 4AM, if they've been counting the kill feed, only down to the one member left alive. Surely TSM aware of that this early in the game. Rex is going to drop to Ming from Pero, and Walitai are on their way forward as well. This is going to get really messy very quickly for Gen.G. They need to hit some shots on this rotation. Walitai are in the thick of things, and Latte has got that knock onto Ada. There's some nades that are going to get tossed back in their direction, but the first one thrown by VLTH, it doesn't matter. Gen.G demolished them out of nowhere.
Oh, Walitai almost took them back in response. Barpo, single-digit hit points to survive the grenade. Somehow in all of this, Gen.G emergency parachuting onto a shack turns out to not be a terrible play, but Bleed getting full sent into by New Happy.
Yeah, this is crazy. They've got the knocks onto Seymour and Happy. They're ready to go. It seems like Bleed down on numbers, and New Happy are hunting like sharks in the water for some food, and they are finding it. Longsko wins the duel against Orcarin, and that might just be it for Bleed. Trick's going to toss a grenade out. It might just catch him. It will, but surely it's not enough. Nan still alive and kicking.
It's 1v1. They'll both get the chance to heal, fall back into the compound. But there is third parties creeping their way forwards. Meanwhile, in Picardo, 4AM and TSM still committing to the fight. Xiao Pian is just destroying them, but Alo from beyond the grave will take down the man himself and 2 of his teammates with a blue zone grenade.
Oh, dear.
A sacrifice he had to make to get out of there in one piece, but he won't be able to get very far before Twisted Minds in the arena take him out.
Tell you what, this game started slow, but it has gone absolutely bananas from that point onwards. New Happy and Bleed both managed to get 1 res, it has to be said. So, chance for another one, potentially trick for Orkaran. Longscore's going to push his way forward. He knows surely where the last player is. There's another shot from across the lane. Happy trying to keep it alive. Molotov through, pushes him back, but it won't matter. Longscore wins the duel. And New Happy survive. Bleed out of the picture in 13th.
The reposition from Longscore. He has absolutely no right. That Molotov should have forced him off the angle from behind the box. It should have spelled his demise, but the reposition, and he just destroys Happy.
It might still be demise, though, to be fair, for New Happy. LFP from Legacy is pushing his way forward. He's being careful about it. Smokes in. By the looks of things, enough to keep New Happy safe.
For now. But the blue zone will not do them any favors. None has been revived, so at the best it's a points deny. Unless LFP can find him creeping and crawling around in the smoke, he's just 1 room over. Longscore now exchanging some of those rainbow nades up over the top. 1 will land, but not close enough.
Surely they've heard each other at this point in time. LFP has been heard by Longscore, there's no doubt about that. Look at that angle, he's too clean at the moment. Single-handedly keeping New Happy at the top of the scoreboard.
This is his position. Do not attempt to take it away from Longscore. He is popping off in this concrete.
Well, Guizera might have a bit of a look. Knows that his teammate's gone down. He knows that Longscore's kind of stuck in that position. He's holding the line to try and catch him on the cross. At least get 1 extra point on the way through. A 5-point game to start off the day wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. E-Arena haven't really touched on them too much, but you know they've been kicking around. We saw Tigger a little bit earlier as well, pushing forward on his own. And now in a bit of a pitched battle with Twisted Minds, who are being quite mobile. Look at this push from Perfectix. He might actually get caught in the back by Alo, a player that he will not be expecting to still be in the blue.
He knows about him. He definitely heard all the gunfighting between TSM and 4AM down below, but he just simply does not care. He's pushing forwards, the MG3 behind. He turns around and spots Alo regardless. Perfectix. Man, this guy just knows.
Yeah, what a shot as well. Headshot straight away. Alo had no chance. E-Arena have sent it into a dip about as close to center as you can get. Jacob with a little bit of a mishap there onto Larix. It might not cost E-Arena at this point. That kill feed is really popping off. There's another grenade in there from Akeleft. Will finish off Tycon. And Cerberus are looking worse for wear. That is for sure. I don't see a world where Solols is going to be able to get out of this one.
Yeah, it hasn't really been the best of times for Cerberus. They lost Himas earlier on, the statistical captain of that team in that regard, but just haven't really been able to get out of this position once the zone has dictated that's the case. And Twisted Minds, they know the competition is weakened. This is the team that they said stole first place from them, and they're here to take it back.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are definitely a team on a mission at the moment. You can see they're playing with confidence and they're looking to push their way forward anytime they sense an opportunity. Thing is, though, have they put themselves into a bit more of an awkward spot now that they're on the other side, on the receiving end of the Pero onslaught? Akeleft already with that initial knock onto Perfectix, and the push is in. Pero are out for blood. They smell it in the water. Lou pops his head up and gets it chopped off as well. Although there was that trade back, a couple of them from Twisted Minds. Perfectix is low. He's probably going to go down here, but still Twisted Minds could get through the fight.
This angle from Batulins could be absolutely massive. A beautifully placed grenade, and he takes down Summer as well. The revive must be called off. The push pushes through, and Chewy over the top will take down Lou. Perfectis will bleed out, but Twisted Minds up to 9.
Yeah, they're keeping themselves in the mix, and look at the entire side of the map that they've now been able to clear out. Everything else is kicking off on the east, and we haven't really spoken too much about Falcons. I was going to mention them when that circle pushed in. They were in a pretty good spot. So, again, another opportunity for a team that's been under the weather a little bit, let's say, to maybe start the day well and continue the roll on with that momentum. You do have to get past VP, who's another team that's been absolutely dominating. It's a battle of the smokes at the moment between the two teams, and everyone's just tossing nades back and forth, hoping for the best.
150 kills for Perfectix. But first of all, Mime out into the blue zone. Cannot defeat Quizzy. Nixie with the P90. He picked that up 20 minutes ago. And Jacob just pokes his head over, wants to try and find an opportunity to third party. Gets sat back down immediately.
Yeah, I'm not going to want to relive that spray. Could have been a different story if he would have picked up the initial knock onto VP. Could still be Rello, though. Also, a bit of a whiff onto Quizzy. There's going to be a couple more shots through, though. Flood trying to save the day. Snakers very, very low on HP, is going to have to back off, and that will probably mean Flood will have to as well. Unfortunately for Falcons, they've lost too much positioning. Quizzy, he's going to survive.
He's got to hold it. If he gets off this revive for even a millisecond, his teammate's gone down. He has to, though, because the push from E-Arena, they found their way around the ridge, out of line of sight from Twisted Minds. It forces Nixie over the top, and Snakers will clean him up.
Hang on a minute.
Jacob answers back immediately, and now there's a fight down towards the south as Hakatori goes down to Tigger.
At this point, who on earth is going to walk away with this game right now? Na'Vi are in a seriously wounded state. Gen.G 3, Twisted Minds 3, Na'Vi out. Is it E-Arena who are holding on to a fantastic position? They've got a very clear side of the zone and 4 alive.
The teams that like to favor playing the edge did so for about as long as possible, but eventually that just became impossible to do so anymore, and Na'Vi tried to commit the send forwards. E-Arena had already done so successfully, one of very few teams to avoid losing players as they made their push towards the center of this circle. Gen.G finally starting to emerge from the shack where their teammates almost met a demise if it were not for 9 hit points earlier on Tosi, being the difference between the trade between themselves and Wally Tai. But it gives them a top 3 and an opportunity. It's a difficult one, with Twisted Minds on the high ground up above. They've got a little bowl to work with and not much else, but it's an opportunity all the same.
Look, if nothing else, this has been a phenomenal game from Twisted Minds on those 11 kills already. They've, if not won the game, they've definitely done enough to get you excited about what they're going to continue to do today. They look in fine form.
Here it is. This is when Gen.G found themselves in that position. They cleared up the only threat that could potentially have dislodged them, and since then, all they've had to do is wait. Their opportunity will come to them, and maybe it has with this Phase 7 shift, centering down towards their shack on the south. E-Arena getting squeezed tighter and tighter, forced closer and closer together as their ridges are now unsafe in the blue zone.
Yeah, but in saying that, Zizi's already been able to push his way in, so if the rotation has to come through from E-Arena, they're going to be able to work in that direction with some degree of safety. The issue is once the next zone shift comes through, then it's kind of no man's land in between E-Arena and Twisted Minds and Gen.G, who are on the other side of what essentially, I guess, has now become a valley.
Yes. The only possible option for E-Arena is if they can make some sort of vehicle send onto the ridge on the western side of the dirt road, and Batulins is 100% aware of that, so he's setting up in a position. He has tons of utility, 5 grenades. If E-Arena do try to make this ridge play work, then Batulins will be there to gatekeep them.
Yeah, just going to keep his head down for the moment, which is a pretty wise choice. Wouldn't want to be getting knocked in a position like that. It would be difficult to res for Twisted Minds. It's not even actually just going to be Batulins now. The entirety of Twisted Minds rotating into that position is going to give E-Arena a bit more of a headache.
Well, the flip side of the coin is Twisted Minds can't push up to E-Arena's ridge while Gen.G are alive behind them, so they are really the most squeezed team of this. There's really not much else for them to play whatsoever, so they just have to commit to this position and make it work quickly. But Gen.G is well aware. They've heard the vehicles. They now have an opportunity to finally leave that shack and activate, and Twisted Minds must be aware.
Yeah, this could really be the saving grace, actually, for E-Arena, because it was the combined force of Twisted Minds and Gen.G that was stopping them from moving. If it's only one, and especially now if Gen.G collapse upon Twisted Minds, that's really going to open the door up for E-Arena. Another headshot onto Lu after they've just lost Batulins, and Rex now coming over the top of the ridge. Twisted Minds are done for, surely, at this point, and it's exactly as I've said. E-Arena, now's their time. Now they can move, and Gen.G have allowed that. E-Arena and Gen.G, the last 2 alive in Game 1 of the final stage of PGS4. It's 4-on-3.
As soon as the weakness is shown from Twisted Minds, E-Arena makes the play, hop in the vehicles, send it forwards, and now they have the center of the zone, the positioning, and the numbers in a 4 versus 3 against Gen.G.
Yeah, 5 kills for E-Arena so far, 5 for Gen.G. Still a bunch of points on offer for both to start things off. It's always fantastic to start off on the right foot. The Arena, I don't know if you could argue, maybe have a bit more of a difficult time here with that low ground position. Obviously, Zizzy's able to provide Overwatch, but for only so long. How far does his impact stretch? There's all nice knock from Lyrix onto Rex. That's one of the worst players to drop as well for Gen G. He's out on the outskirt, quite close to E-Arena. I'm not sure that there's a res angle in here.
The good thing for E-Arena is they don't need to get over-aggressive to push this, but the good news is for us that it's an APAC team, so of course they're going to do it anyway. Lyrix secures the flush with a grenade over the top. Jacob tries to peek around the side, has to dodge the grenade, but a re-peek anyway, and Toasty gets demolished. Barpo now 1 versus 4 for Gen G, and there's nothing at all that he can do. Tigger over the top will secure game number 1 for the team out of Thailand that no one expected to perform this well.
Yeah, certainly not. Maybe some people wouldn't have even expected them to be here in the final 16, but is that a bit of an insight as to where we are going? We had Cerberus winning PGS3. That's an APAC team. Why not another APAC team to win PGS4? I wouldn't be mad, personally.
No, we've really given us the APAC bias to start things off, and the perfect chance for us to express that as much as we want, because we can talk all day about Twisted Minds. We've done so for years and years about their performances on the global stage. But E-Arena, new kids on the block, and they've got a point to prove.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, a lot more still to look forward to, though. 5 games to go. Don't be going anywhere.
E-Arena comes out with the first win, and they do it in style. The aggression, the passion, and that's just how you climb the ladder on the back of Jacob.
Let's go, E-Arena. I was talking about moving into this, I wanted to see them better in the late game, be more aggressive, and they just straight up pushed up. I love pushing into aggressive nades at the tail end of a fight. Makes me happy.
So you didn't like the way that they were kind of doing the late games coming into the Grand Finals?
Correct.
Okay. And I talked to them before this today and asked them sort of, how did you prep? How did you get ready? It's been kind of middling for you guys, consistently middling. Yeah. What do you change? And they said, we didn't focus on us. We spent all of our prep time focusing on other teams. We know we're good at what we do. We know that we know how to play. We would spend all of our time studying the teams around us so that we could make the right choice at the right time. And I kind of wonder if that didn't just showcase itself in this game.
Think about it. We often hear a lot of like the English-based teams talking about the fact that, well, we just play our own game and those types of stuff. Yeah, they do research in, but that's a very interesting take. That's kind of counter to what we often hear.
Absolutely. I love that. I love that they talked about each other and hyped themselves up. We saw a great game, though. E-Arena here at the end, very aggressive from top to bottom. Twisted Minds woke up and showed up as they do get into the late game and got a big stack of kills to go along with it. They're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, and we actually have to admit the fact that there is I guess a resounding silence for a lot of fantasy teams out there, with Hymas being the very first person to get taken out. So he must, it'll be fine.
It will. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's Cerberus. We're not going to say anything negative about that just yet. I will say E-Arena, though, starting here as a team that I think has struggled to get past that 6, 7, 5 position. This is a really good set the pace for them. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Tavis. This is Matchroom. Game number 1 is done, and if we had to say anything about that, that game was full of team kills, which I found fascinating. At least 3 separate teams knocked their own players, and then just bridled aggression. The fact that Gen G came over the top and completely wrecks Twisted Minds, and then all of a sudden E-Arena just pouring over the hill. That nade dodge peak, Jacob literally was like, you know what, I'm just going to soak this grenade and hold the repeat.
Well, I mean, you could even say it was happening before that with all of like the smaller skirmishes. We saw New Happy taking on a squad right as soon as they finish it out, and they're trying to get the reses back in. Legacy comes in, is immediately trying to third party inside of a compound. That's the type of game you want to come out swinging right off the gate.
And you got to have, and also for E-Arena, this is a big one for me, is they are playing well. They have been consistent. Jacob, though, has been the standout superstar. And if you want to keep a superstar on your roster, you have to get the entire roster sort of step up and perform. You want to keep this guy here. You want to win. so that this is the team going forward for the rest of the year. And they look like that. E-Arena has been absolutely phenomenal. 530 damage. Jacob, incredible.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what they're going to do with this early lead. This is going to be one of those things that whenever you're a newer team, sometimes you don't necessarily know how you're going to navigate that situation. Yep. Do they continue just very hard press? Are they going to potentially fall into the problem of, oh, well, you know, let's be careful or whatever else?
Right.
I'm hoping that they just keep the momentum pushing.
All right, let's take a look at the match leaderboard, which is your overall leaderboard. In case you're just joining us, the first game is done and dusted. EA comes out with 18. Twisted Mind's looking really good with that start of 16. Gen G pulls 11 out of nowhere. Great fighting. They've been kind of quiet in the group stages, just sort of like quietly plodding along, and here they come out with guns blazing. Na'Vi, the young guns, I tell you what, no matter what they're doing, they're consistently showing up and putting in work.
I mean, Falcons and Legacy as well, coming in very good positioning, already sitting at 6 points apiece, tied up with New Happy. That's a statement in and of itself, and based off of some pretty aggressive play from Legacy and a little bit more of a passive earlier play with Falcons.
I just need to know... At some point, Falcons will stop getting circles.
Bro, I know! How did they get so many circles?
It's impressive. Good for them. Good for them. But at some point, that's going to stop, and are they prepared to capitalize and still make it work? That game, though, those points are going to set them up for a decent run.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it. We were talking about this in the group stage. 5 points per game, decent. Anything above that means the fact that you're performing above expectations. Whenever you're not walking away with a victory. So all of these squads, whenever we're looking at, already sitting in those top 6 spots. I would say feeling pretty confident coming up from that one. You can see a lot of what they were trying to execute. The only one on that one I would say it's a bit, I was probably sad about their performance would be New Happy, who got into that entangled firefight in the midsection for quite a while and lost a couple of their players that they were really hoping to win.
Taking a look at some of the players as they get ready for game number 2. Na'Vi here, a group of young guns, relatively unknown, have come out and made a name for themselves, led by Hakatori. And of course, Cerberus, a team that we all know at this point, considered probably the best fragger and possibly the best team in the world right now, and they get 0 on game 1.
Is it just a rule we can only have one APAC team just showing dominance at any given time? Cerberus gets 0, so now E-Arena can usurp them?
I don't think Cerberus gets usurped. Another team that I think has been phenomenal, is going to be phenomenal. Virtus Pro looks so good. The Bears, and if E-Arena is truly the Rabbits, they're fast-paced, they're aggressive, they're agile. VP has been brutal. Will they take that brutality into map number 2? Let's find out as we head back to the Dusty Dunes with Elfish and Saga.
Time indeed to jump on into map 2, and Miramar again. A couple of the players maybe a little bit late to the stage, running their way on. Wouldn't want to miss it. But I tell you what, Saga, obviously, a bit of a slower start to that game, let's be real. It took about 10-15 minutes for it all to start popping off. But once it kicked off, it felt like it really didn't stop.
Yeah, can't have one without the other. If you have a slow early game, it's going to speed up at some point. And if you have a lot of hot drops towards the early phases, it's probably going to be slower in the mid to late game. That was a prime example of the former of those, where we only lost one player, really, until about 13 minutes, where FaZe and 4AM got third-partied by Legacy and Twisted Minds, respectively. And from then on out, the action simply did not stop. Game number 2 of the final stage of PGS4. Hopefully, we see quite similar scenes.
Yeah, it was a fun game. Actually, probably the game that I've enjoyed the most so far out of PGS4. Quite a nice playing path for pretty much everybody involved. Only team really being maybe Bleed. He's going to have to ult drop.
What's happening in Partona right now? Is this a one-man hard job down here between Happy and Lyrics? Maybe Tigger's down there as well.
There's 2 E-Arena players there.
Well.
Soset has just been killed as well. So...
Oh dear.
That's something. We'll hopefully have to get a replay of that one and see what happened. But already not a great start to the day for Na'Vi, who were so good throughout the group stage. Lyrics looking to chase Happy down. Tigger is there as well. E-Arena will take an easy kill onto one of the Bleed players.
Interesting start. That's 2 of our teams who like to play heavy towards the edge, getting caught up in early engagements. You can see all the action, though, from the 6 teams on your screen right this second. If you head over to PUBGesports.com, you can hear the TSM team reaction to this zone that we've just had. Popping to the northern side of San Martin, up as far as La Cabrera, and TSM right in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's going to be a head-scratcher for a couple of these South teams. Talk about E-Arena and how far down they are. They've definitely got a long, long way to go. And Na'Vi are having to do it with 3, as we've just seen highlighted there once again. Luke's been a standout player for TSM. Be good to hear from him and see what he has to say about PGS4.
I think we worked on a few things from PGS3 that we took away, and we're feeling pretty confident with the changes we made coming into the group stage. And I think if we stick with what we've got, we'll have a good chance to show a strong performance in PGS4. After looking at the finals of PGS3, we thought our communication and getting info was a bit lackluster, so we worked on that, and it seemed to go pretty well on the group stage, so we're looking to do the same in the finals. I think in the PGS4 finals, Cerberus is still going to look super strong, especially coming off the back of the PGS3 win. But we know the teams pretty well, and we're confident against this lobby.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't exactly the most outstanding start to the day for TSM.
Yeah.
But plenty more opportunities in the back pocket.
And certainly not for Cerberus either. So there's confirmation that Luke has not read the script for this event.
Yep.
It really was not the best of starts for Cerberus, perhaps due to no fault of their own. That's how it happened. With a mutant? Are you kidding?
It was a headshot. We'll take it.
Wow.
Yeah. Bit of bad luck for Na'Vi.
Huh.
I mean, they're on 7 points. I guess they're
now
ticking along.
May I tell you a story
of
an illustrious man known as Kamidi?
Yep, heard of him. Seen him
Once
before.
hit a bolt-action headshot on a player in a parachute.
I feel like I've heard this story before.
Yeah, I feel like we're probably going to hear it again, especially in reference to what we just saw. He would say, that was a really cool headshot, with but it was with a non-bolt action, and it was far closer. So that one's for you, Cammy. I'll let everyone know. But still, regardless, impressive to do so with a mutant at that range. So said, unfortunate, won't be playing the game, and Unique giving it an attempt himself. This time, Jeems on the bicycle will make it to safety before that M249. I can only presume that being in the hands of Megvalos. He's really enjoyed using the LMGs. But Jeems makes it more or less in one piece, still within grenade range, confirming there is players making some presence up towards the top of the hill. FaZe going to take that information, have to formulate some sort of plan.
Jeems in a bit of a spot of bother here, potentially, but don't know how keen FaZe will be to take another early fight, because that really was their undoing in the previous match. They were doing really quite solidly on that northern side, and then they just tried to third party and got stuck in an awkward fight and could never get out of it. So they might be a little bit less likely maybe to make that play again.
Yeah.
See whether or not that adaptation will come through. Falcons didn't have a terrible start to the day. It wasn't really anything special either.
I think this time around, though, they've gone with the classic maneuver. It's really sort of become popularized quite recently, using the emergency parachute just to send a single player up to scout for information while the rest of your team drives forwards, keeps the mobility of having vehicles alive, but also gives you the information that you get from having that aerial view. It's very good adaptation that a lot of teams have started to adopt. Latte now, though, will be forced away from this position as FaZe commit the vast majority of their strength onto a push into the compound. They will have successfully saved their captain Jeems for the time being, although Vec's going to have to go down just in case that position needs reinforcing.
Pero also on the move. Probably a bit disappointed to only pick up the 3 points out of the last game. They were in some pretty substantial fights for quite a while, but none of them really amounted in any points-giving opportunities in the end. And that's a team that's obviously been around the block. Some big names on that team. So they'll be wanting better than 9th finish, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely so. They had pretty strong position in game number 1, should the zone have been slightly more favorable to them, but it was not to be this time. They were nowhere really close to the Phase 1 pop. A lot of teams weren't, but they will at least have a pretty uncontested rotation around the western side. Bleed going to take a more direct approach, but still having lost Happy in the very early phases of this game makes it that little bit more difficult. And coming in on vehicles from the south, going through Picado, you're having to go uphill blind. VP is doing exactly that right now. Cerberus on the plateau. Na'Vi taking an alternative approach, going all the way to the very edge of the map, making the widest wrap they possibly could. But they really don't want to fall victim to a team that's trying to capitalize on their early loss.
Yeah. Well, doesn't look very likely that that will be the case, because they are going to have hundreds of meters of free space at the moment.
Thousands even.
Yeah. be a while before they see anybody. Maybe even before they hear anybody at this point in time. Bit of a spread from Gen G, trying to occupy 3 or 4 compounds.
Yeah,
just 3.
A little bit of presence up towards the northern side of Crater Fields, overwatching as Tosi gets somewhere close to range between Valley Tai and FaZe Clan. Bit of presence up the side of the hilltop as well. E-Arena now setting off on a very similar rotation to what we're seeing from Na'Vi, but just on the far western side of the map, about 7 kilometers of space between the two teams. Pero, though, are going to start making their way in on the western side of Crater Fields, pushing forwards. Barpo, he hears those vehicles. He does not want to stick around to find out who it is.
Yep. Good thing, too. There's a few Pero members here. Starting to feel a little bit like the previous game, isn't it? You know, a couple of kills early, but then largely not a whole lot of fighting going on.
I think that's what we want in a final stage of a tournament like this. We don't want anyone running it down. We want everyone to come and perform at the best that they possibly can. And hopefully that's what we're going to see. A couple of teams holding pretty wide splits towards the center of the zone. TSM in a 2-2, Twisted in a 2-1-1, and guess who's on top of a mountain on the eastern side of Crater Fields? That's right, it's Batulins. Who else? New Happy, though, all the way to the southeast around Hacienda, still with 4 AM ahead of them to try and push in towards, and Bleed now making their way out of the Picado East Road. May potentially catch them in the back if the timing is a little off for New Happy.
Yeah, the trio of Bleed, unfortunately, after having lost Happy earlier on.
Not very happy about that.
No. They might not be very happy if they keep running along this road, because they are going to run into New Happy, who are holding just south of Hassi.
Well, they lost their old Happy. They can get a new one.
They can get a new one.
Wow, that's convenient.
Might not be the same kind of Happy that they're really looking for, but I can see them on the map just veering off a little, so I think they'll be okay for the moment. E-Arena still making this big old rotation as well. That's really all there is to see at the moment. Just rotations happening.
If we do get a hard western shift, E-Arena will have like 4 square kilometers to play with, entirely free to work with. Pero, though, from getting up top, not just satisfied with forcing Barpo to push down. They're going to try and put even more pressure on towards Gen G. Only 10 seconds until the next phase will pop. With grenades being exchanged, it seems as though they're ready to commit into this fight, but should the zone shift, they might just have to back away. But it might be too little too late. They're already within angles, they're already getting shots in towards each other. Damage has been dealt to Barpo, and Brex over the top, trying to punish their over-aggression just before the zone shift.
Yeah, have a look at who else is lurking around. It's FaZe again, who might be incentivized to try and get in there and cause a bit of a ruckus. Oh, dearie me, that is awkward. Oh! Another one. Pero have just popped off in a big way. Ada, he does bounce back with the one. I thought it looked like for a moment both teams were just trying to exit, but not the case. And in the end, Gen G will be on the receiving end.
Strange timing on this aggressive push from Pero just before the zone shifts. It's going to cost them. Chewy, for all of his heroics at the start of this fight, has now gone down. Tosi, unlikely to be revived. Twisted Minds still has Batulins up on top of the mountain, putting third-partying shots. That's contributing to some of those you're hearing hitting the walls, and even will secure the flush onto Tosi from miles away as well. He can see just about everything, and Gen G will be forced to hop in their vehicle as a 2-man and just try to make a move in towards the zone.
Yeah, it's not looking very fun for Gen G at this point in time. Just saw Cerberus popping up in the kill feed again for all the wrong reasons. The only team at the moment still sitting on 0 points. They say the bigger they are, the harder they fall. And Cerberus have gone from the best in the biz to last place, but it is only game 2.
Yeah, and to be fair, it was a loss on an emergency parachute, and it was only a knock. It's not been fully confirmed yet, but it did get them a very solid position. If this does go to the compound just to the southwest of water treatment right now on your screens, that bridge alongside it, having 4 men up in this compound, they've secured the revive onto Haisaki. They'll be more than happy with taking that. Even if he got flushed, I think they would be more than happy to hold on to this position as a 3-man.
You can see TSM in the near vicinity as well have got a 2-2 split, so they're kind of hedging north and south a little bit. It's going to give them a couple more options in about a minute and a half once that zone pushes its way in. Halo was knocked, but has been revived. Good spread as well from Falcons. One thing you notice about Falcons is that they do love to split quite a bit. And take a lot of territory. And sometimes, sometimes that doesn't work out for them. But when it does, all the options in the world are really nice to have later on in the game.
Sometimes you just don't really get the opportunity to do so. I mean, the way that they got into San Martin, they kept a couple of vehicles alongside them, but position on the northern side doesn't give you that many chances to flex out without opening potential threat targets to the high ground to the south where VP and E-Arena were still lurking. And sometimes it's just really, really rough. Like for Gen.G, they survived, got a top 2 in game number 1 by sitting in a shack. This time around, they don't even have that. They've got a vehicle that's going to last seconds more at most and a smoke grenade. That is all they have to play. And it's looking extremely rough for Gen.G.
Yeah, I think the analogy for that is that they're up the creek without a paddle.
And now their car's running away from them as well.
Trying to hide behind, the corpse of the vehicle, and it's just not fun at all. Ada's gone back into the smoke, but it's going to start to fade. Zone shift time. This is where things get really interesting. It's been a slow game so far, apart from if you're Gen.G, and that's maybe not the shift that we were banking on. There's where the 2-2 split comes into play from TSM, as we've been talking about Purdy and Luke. It's going to be a position for the other couple of members to rotate into.
Walitai going for that same strategy with the emergency parachute, sending Unique as the IGL up ahead to do some scouting forwards. He spotted out that Legacy regrouped their split and went towards the gas station, and the map stream just lit up as he tried to make his descent, but job done. He scouted the free position. The rest of Walitai will claim that for themselves. Virtus.pro didn't really have that opportunity. They're still pushing forwards from the south. Unstable terrain. Latte needs to get himself inside the hard cover though, because FaZe still in water treatment to the north, putting the pressure on, and they don't really have the angles to try and suppressing fire down on the team above.
They've managed to make it okay. Now it's a case of holding the position down. Other teams making their way in. Twisted Minds out in the blue. You can see that represented on the scoreboard as well if you're wondering why are they highlighted in blue. Pero still yet to come in from the north, and Na'Vi, spoke about them a while ago, have just about managed to make their way into the zone. Everybody else more or less set up.
The rough one for Howl. They have to go south. They're going to try and wrap their way around, and the timing was almost terrible as Twisted Minds but had very similar ideas. Perfectix lands a headshot as they retreat. They have to start wiggling their way along the road to dodge the MK12 bullets. They will successfully do so, make their way not even really to safety. They're still not in a position within the zone.
They trying to cut them off?
The Arena is just ahead of them. Ketpo is thinking about it. He went up to the side of the hill.
Might need to go back and help his teammates here, because I think there's bigger fish to fry than Twisted Minds at this point in time. E-Arena still at the top of the lobby at the moment, are trying to hold Howl off. Jacob tossing his nade in there. Lyric's alongside him. Have Zizzy rotating in as well. Ruin has been spotted out by Batulan, so it's going to get a little bit difficult for Howl to push forward now, especially with Twisted Minds at their back. Ketpa stuck around and has been punished for it.
Well, he might have just taken down Example alongside him. He won't get the point for it, but the damage was done. Accidentally ran himself over as he tried to disappear, but not enough damage on the blue zone to deny the revive just yet. Grenade didn't quite roll far enough for the Mad to go down, but Perfectix angle is going to be a big one alongside the shack where we saw so much action previously in this exact spot. And Twisted Minds are going to be using this to try and take down the Mad the best they can. E-Arena committing to the push, but once again, Batulins is on a mountain, third partying. He's having the time of his life.
Ruin is certainly not cowering away inside of that smoke. Code Marco stuck inside the blue zone nades. He'll be knocked. And it is not going well for Howl at all. Down to just one member. Northern shift from water treatment. And FaZe will be really happy to see that. Had a bit of a poorer start to game one. But here is their opportunity to make amends for that and finish strong.
TSM holding that 2-2 split to the north of San Martin and not getting a position in the Phase 4 zone. That is unfortunate, buddies. It's so often that gets hard-fed, but not this time. E-Arena still committing to push forwards, as elsewhere, Jacob's teammate Tigger is just making a push in towards Hacienda. He catches Quizzy unawares and takes him out. Was not expecting this, seeing E-Arena in the kill feed, hearing the shots further south, getting caught off guard.
E-Arena going to have to think about moving now as well. They don't want to get stuck dealing with this last member of Howl. Nixie Able to get revenge onto Tigger. That is going to be an unresable knock for E-Arena, who are going to leave him for dead. In the meanwhile, Twisted Minds have been able to overtake them on the scoreboard. It's just a jostle for first and second at the moment between those two teams, and then a big old gap. Pero eliminated in 15th. Their woes will continue.
An interesting way for Pero to have gone out. Again, though, strange timing on their aggression. Just 10 seconds before Phase 2. They tried to push Gen G, and in the end, it's cost them completely. They've had to deny points to the blue zone at Phase 4, which is just absurd. TSM now making their push out from the western side. They've got hails of utility to toss over towards FaZe Clan, but none of it is landing. Corexi took a little bit of damage, but he's fallen back to the safety of the buildings. And with no one yet to third party, TSM have to try and make this push just work.
It's an awkward one, definitely. All the cards are in the hand of FaZe. Virtus Pro and Twisted Mind's going to go head-to-head. Ibiza gets the nade out, but that might be to his detriment. Example was knocked straight away by Nixie, who's looking to double down in Perfectix. He is a dead man surely behind that wall. It was actually Mime that got the knock, but Nixie will be more than happy to take the kill away from him. Lou, feet spotted underneath the truck. Lucarix can't quite land the shots, but Simoy can.
Wow.
There is third parties all over the place right now, and even now Falcons hunting, Bleed, hunting. They're both looking to pick up some crucial points to start off their day in the PGS4 final stage.
Wow. Well, if he's not on top of a mountain, he's up close and personal with an M249. We've got to say, every single one of these players has seen this exact situation so many times. 5 teams scrapping in and around Hacienda, and it's very unlikely any of them are going to make it out. Corexi, in the meantime, gets 3 down from TSM. A bit of help from Jeems to clean them up, taking control of the northern side. Lukaruk still battling his way out, looking for Batulins, knowing the blue zone is doing damage.
He's going to have to slow things down. Pop the meds. Bleed also getting harassed by that blue zone. Sort of seems like a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't type position on the map. You either have to take the fight, stay in the blue, or try to rotate off, in which case you're going to get shot in the back, you're going to get shot in the side, so I guess you stick around and try and do a little bit of damage before you inevitably do get forced to push. Maybe Falcons can conjure something, it depends on how many smokes they've still got here.
Right.
Faris has been knocked by Hakatori with a vehicle, so that's less than ideal. Mine finished off. Lead get at least that point, and they go up to 7th in the standings.
Yeah, Simoy is doing such a great job of just delaying this push from Falcons up over the top, trying to get his teammates in a position to contribute, but Snakers gets the drop on Trick from distance. No real cover for him to try and work with, and Orcarin is stuck behind those hay bales, nowhere for him to go. There is still the solo of E-Arena in Lyrics between Simoy and the rest of Falcons. They have no idea. They're fully committed onto the idea that Simoy is a free kill, but Lyrics behind the rock pops up. They were not ready whatsoever. Snakers will clean him up, but Simoy should surely be there to finish him off. No, he gets behind the tree. Snakers still has a chance.
Oh, Snowball's chance, you'd have to think. He's looking to try to med, and he's been finished off. That is Falcons out of the picture in 11th. It was a doomed position to begin with. Here, though, comes Cerberus. The charge on into 4 AM, and they know they need to make amends for how they started the day. They were on 0 points longer than any other team. But Cerberus are not a team that's going to be denied for long.
That grenade through the roof could have been huge. Did some good damage, but not quite enough to secure any knocks. Now 4 AM know that the pressure is coming. Hiding behind whatever hard cover they can find, and with the south side seemingly clear, Bleed is starting to put some pressure towards this as well. Blue zone grenades to clear some space with Molotovs will force HSM outside, but the push can't be committed to just yet. Cerberus need to take this up close and personal with the ARs.
Emas close by indeed. We've seen the damage this guy can do, and he's gone again for another one onto God V. In the meanwhile, Xiaopian was found out by Sololzi, and that's the end of 4 AM. Quick, clean, and easy for Cerberus. Exactly what we've become used to.
You really got to ask the question, why did they bother throwing all that explosive utility? All those blue zone grenades, Molotov's grenades didn't get the job done. They just walk in with ARs and wipe the floor with them. They could have just done that straight away and saved them, but hey, I mean, I guess it's all about just numbers game at this point. Bleed was trying to find some third parties, but they could not get it done. Batulins did eventually go down in the blue zone, but not before he secures Twisted Minds in first place for now. 9 kills. They've had a very aggressive start to the final stage.
Rest in peace, Na'Vi. New Happy with a couple more points on the board. Zone shift is going to come through and does favor New Happy. Most definitely. Draw your attention to the scoreboard as well on the left of your screen there. You can see the teams that are still alive here in Game 2 were the ones that, quite frankly, didn't really perform in Game 1. So we are going to see a bit more of an equilibrium restored on that scoreboard. It's not going to be quite the same with a couple of teams running away with all of the points. Going to even out a little bit more. Phaser making their push into Walitai. And they're doing okay. Tycon's been knocked, which is going to relieve some of that pressure on FaZe. Rexy does need to be very careful peeking around that corner, though, with Kiss on the other side of it.
That's huge. Ooh. That's so smart from Megvalos. Off the pole. Bounces perfectly onto Gustav. The deployable cover does nothing. 101 damage. Wow.
That man's got an arm on him, that's for sure. And Cerberus will be the real benefactors of that with the kill onto Gustav going their way. But in saying that, it's definitely opened the door up for Walitai, who are actually wiping the floor with FaZe now.
Oh my. Orcarin has gone down to a mortar. Not sure exactly where that was. Somewhere in the open field, but Sololzi had him dialed in. But Megvalos had him dialed in as well. Gustav completely destroyed, and now FaZe Clan will have to turn their attention to behind them as Cerberus are on the move. But what is this send? Corexi will take them both down. RBN steals 1.
Hello?
They ran out of space, they ran out of time, and Megvalos is there to receive as Haisaki meets the same fate.
I don't know about that one from Cerberus, but I guess you reap what you sow, and what they've sown is Sololzi, center of the zone, dead as well. It's the end of Cerberus, who just disappear in the blink of an eye.
Oh, James finds 2. He's lost all of his teammates. Corexi still possibly resable.
Nope.
But it was... Never mind. But it was down to just James in a 1v3, but 2 quick peeks around the side will get the opening knocks he so desperately needed.
Res came through actually very quickly there. Latte just sat the res. Megvalos straight down, but Latte able to find the angle, and so Walitai do manage to hold FaZe off, who do get finished off in 4th place. Could still be 3 alive for VLTH after this one. 4-on-4 though between Legacy and New Happy. And Legacy are having to move. They know that their position isn't quite as tenable as New Happy's. This is now where you start to get in that situation where New Happy can kind of flex their muscles. They were a bit quiet in Game 1. We've seen what they can do in this event so far though, and they are definitely making a strong run in to finish things off well for Game 2.
The Legacy coming in from the south side, open fields ahead of them. They know it's going to be tough for them. That's why they've came packed with 18 smoke grenades to try and just delay for as long as possible. But we're only just about to hit Phase 7. There's still 7 more minutes until this game runs out of space to work with altogether. They're going to have to delay for such a long time. And New Happy just cop the biggest feed they could have possibly asked for on this shift.
Well, if you don't win this one, New Happy, then I don't know what to say. Because there is just no way in for VLTH or for Legacy. Look at all of this open ground that they have to cover. It's just, there is nowhere that you can reliably go and be safe. I mean, there's hay bales here and there, but really, what does that do for you? The position that New Happy are able to hold on to is just so nice.
Yeah, and the problem for Walitai is they committed their vehicles to make it into this spot, and that means all the tires are going to be gone. There's very little left for them to work with in terms of getting out. One of those spots where, yeah, you just go here, and that's pretty much the end of your game. Once this zone has shifted away from them, there's very little chance. They do have a couple of vehicles. They may have just about kept the tires in good enough condition to try and make a move, but the smokes are dissipating quickly. RBN is still watching. They know that both of these other teams are going to be trained on this position if they want to try and make a move. It's going to have to take a big deal of fortune going in their way if they want to make it out alive.
Well, they're going to try and throw a couple of smokes here and there, but you've got to go at a certain point. Megvalos down already, and New Happy, they know exactly where VLTH are coming from. The smokes are telegraphing that much. They have managed to make the cross to the rock, but that's not even inside of the next zone. At this point, VLTH, they just want to play for second. They want to try to get some side angles in onto Legacy. but it's not going to happen. Legacy are already inside of the zone, and VLTH have still got a ways to move. I think it's VLTH looking pretty cooked right now.
Big time. They're really not having fun. They've also run out of utility entirely. They've used everything they have just for about 100 meters of room, and it's still not enough to get them into the zone. A folded shield might just buy them a couple extra seconds, but at best it's a deny to the blue zone, but Ming Ming will deny them even that. Nothing more to be found for Wally Tai, and now a 4 versus 4 with New Happy to defend the compound against the field swarming with members of Legacy.
I wonder if there's maybe still a world here where Legacy can make something happen. All it really takes is a good couple of shots or two. To be fair, I do have to say it's a much more difficult position to play from for Legacy, but stop the guns from shooting back. New Happy can't really afford to drop a player or two in quick succession, because that's what would open the door up here for Legacy.
Not at all.
Issue is there's not really any damage even going back at all from Legacy at the moment, so no real pressure on New Happy at all. And they continue to spread out throughout the zone to try to find angles in onto Legacy.
Just got this whole ridge to work with. The entire field is just so impossible to make any move forward. Legacy had 18 smoke grenades, and they've all been used already. Ming Ming with a quick left click will take down RBN. One tap from the Dragunov, all it takes at this range, and Gizera might be next on the block. One tap from the Mini. At least force him off the angle, but it's not enough to get the knock that they so desperately require.
Yeah, stuck between a rock and a hard place here, Legacy. Doesn't really seem like there's a good option. Just got to fight as much as you can, but I think we can all see which way this is going. Matter of time before New Happy pops up on the screen as the victors of this round. It's like a death by 1,000 cuts, really, isn't it?
Unless, of course, somebody can do something miraculous, but it would have to be exactly that. Ooh, and that grenade almost denied the opportunity. Nan trying to line up as a second. Gizera tagged down low. That grenade won't reach. They're running out of time. The blue zone is making a move. If it's going to happen for Legacy, they need knocks right now. They can't even get into grenade range. They have to throw the frag grenades to give them some... This is very short-term smoke, but Nan will finally sit down Gizera, and it looks like the inevitable is coming.
They're going to give the points up to the zone. Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. New Happy will walk away as the winners of match number 2. And they, you know, they're like, well, that was just a standard day at the office for us, really, wasn't it, boys? To be fair, though, as Legacy, I don't think you're too mad about taking the second there, right?
No.
It was a rough position to play from. You recognize the circumstances. But end of the day, Legacy still getting some pretty big points on the board.
Not bad at all. I mean, they held out as long as they possibly could. They tried to find those knocks, but New Happy just had the numbers, they had the positioning, they had the utility, and they had all the cards. Nothing at all left over for Legacy but to give up the point. And it makes sense because they were right next to one another in the leaderboards. They don't want to give points to that direct competition. But first of all, New Happy climbing up potential contenders against Twisted Minds, who have got off to such a fantastic start.
New Happy is real happy as they come away with a chicken dinner, a heck of a shift, and able to just play defense. It's time for the highlights.
Man, this was a crazy set of circles, as usually whenever we get this area around water treatment, it's a bit more to the west, right, with God Compound, stuff like that on the road. And with this shift over into this wide open area, it just made Circle 5 explosive. Teams were just like, okay, there's nothing else to do. It's just time to send it and get some kill.
Yeah, you brought that up when we were watching. You're like, man, it's only phase 6 and the thing is coming to an end. That was crazy.
Yeah, and also, I know that, okay, there's some back and forth that people can have about dying to blue and whatnot. I want to say that Legacy pushing into this, there were several different points where they were having to essentially limp forward a couple of meters, limp forward a couple of meters. They spent roughly 2 circles just trying to find some vulnerability to pass into this. I love the heart and not just immediately being like, okay, there's no way to do this. They burned every bit of utility.
They did. And there's something to be said. I don't know. I'm sure there's a saying out there about something's the better part of it. I don't know what it is, but the idea that, sometimes you have to take the W in the L. You know what I mean? And that's what they did. They climbed forward, they went ahead and they locked it. They got as many smokes used as they could, and they got what they could out of it. Now, Cerberus did a little more in this game. We saw him go down in a rough way at the end. And the other one for me is Wally Tide. These guys, again, showing up in the top 5, have been performing really, really well.
Aiming for good consistency all around. We also had some decent kills coming out from E-Arena as well. It's Twisted Minds to start off this round. Didn't make it into the later stages of it, but at least giving themselves some more momentum moving into round number 3.
Hey, welcome back to the desk. My name's Toffees. This is Match'em, and this is PGS4. It has been a wild start already. I mean, one of those, let's go back to PGS3 for just a second.
Okay.
Sonics, Twisted Minds, Cerberus. Those were the dominant 3. When they asked me at the start of this, what's going to happen, I was like, those 3 teams will be right back into the mix. Twisted Minds looking good. Sonics isn't even here. Cerberus getting a bit of a slow start, to be completely honest. And on the other side, we've got teams like E-Arena who have just been playing so well. Wally Tai showing up again. New Happy, Ming Ming. Jeez Louise, this guy's on fire.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what has been the change up between day 1 of PGS4 moving into day 2 of the group stage now in the final stage. But Ming Ming is just really coming into his own more and more.
Absolutely. Legacy also putting up a good late game. They get 4 kills, a lot of damage, but that was one of those things, obviously I think they'll be happy with it. They will be happy with this. I mean, there was not much available. You guys are right. They did the best they could with the little that they had. Now, these guys, they had a lot. That high ground, being able to just sort of watch everyone else fight it out. I mean, you could see Ming Ming over there with the Dragunov was like, angry that he couldn't peek harder, I guess.
That moment, he just I think one of the Legacy members hopped into a vehicle and was just trying to see if maybe he could creep forward just a bit more and just kind of glances with the Dragunov and is instantly dropped. I was like, boy, that's Dragunov right there.
Like an old-timey king just sort of waving his hand.
Be gone. You're not allowed, plebeian.
Be gone, bug. All right, 3 kills goes the way of Ming Ming. Though I did like that, you saw those overall numbers. Ming Ming gets the man of the match with those 3 kills and damage, but that really felt like they played that really well as a team. The spread, they were covering all of the angles, and there was no superstar in that match.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty open area, too, of the map, so it's pretty easy to control, as most of the fighting did end up happening more to the west and to the southwest areas. So while it wasn't necessarily the highest kill count game in the world, that's just because all the fighting happened in Circle 5 where they couldn't see it.
And they had to hold off other teams. We saw that fight. We saw Longster make a nice little play there, and they worked hard to protect each other. 7 kills means they had a pretty good game, especially when you saw there weren't that many available there at the end game. 17 total points for them. Legacy gets 10. FaZe with 10. 6 kills, looking good. And Twisted Minds, despite no placement points, puts up 9 kills. I don't know where you guys were in group stages, but they have woken up.
I was a bit concerned looking at the group stage of Twisted Minds. I'm never really afraid for them, but we just didn't see a dominant performance coming up from them. It felt a little bit hesitant here and there. Not anymore. Now they're just back. I don't know if they were just saving. They were like, okay, last time we won group stage, let's not curse ourselves. Let's just come in and then just win the final stage.
They walked into the stadium today. I thought they were kind of washed. Like, they had their hoodies on. They looked exhausted. I mean, but they've been here for almost 27 days. That can be tough on some of the players. I was like, man, maybe fatigue has finally got these guys. That is not the case. They came in today to play, and that shows in the total leaderboard with 25 points. So New Happy, not far behind.
Right back behind them is going to be EA, as well as Legacy, who's put up 2 consistent games. I mean, Legacy, I would say, is kind of an underdog inside of this, but if they keep playing as they've been playing these first 2 games, they could cement themselves a very solid position.
I mean, I said a whole list of underdogs who are topping this thing. E-Arena, chief among them. When I interviewed, we talked earlier about how they said we studied everyone else. We know that our game is good. I love seeing that sort of confidence, and you're seeing it in these games. They're taking the fights. You saw, you like that aggression in the end game from them? Or you said you liked what they were doing previously, right?
No, I like what they're doing now. I felt that they were a bit too passive in the group stage.
Right, and I think they were doing some good fights in the mid, but now it's like the whole thing. Like, these guys are the total package.
And we're even seeing Bleed doing a good job, I think, sitting in 9th right now, really learning from the group stage and navigating this. I wouldn't say hyper efficiently yet, but for a brand new squad at this point, great.
Awesome. Well, guys, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're done with Miramar. We're moving on to the fun map, so don't go anywhere. Just a few minutes. This is PGS4.
really never ends well when you see so many players in the same vehicle, and that is exactly why. It is so clean, the shots that came through. Has to make something of it. There's no way Ferris was expecting him from behind. He needs to do more, and Flood doubling down, finishing both off as well.
Weibo a little bit close to them, but they backed away. Ooh. And now the push has come through. Zipian activates the off angle, and it's
trying to use the shotgun. Heaven finds one. It's now to a 1 versus 1. Heaven has no HP, no ammo. Had to roll out the VSS.
That mini 14, so he's going to make good use of them. A lot of headshots coming through there, as well as now the grenades onto Twisted Minds are perfect. The artillery that's getting thrown in, Molotovs, nades, everything you can possibly ask for. And Purdy, of course, will be the one to push his way forward and finish it off.
Dead. Unfortunately, he had to run back in on a single hit point. Wasn't enough. Rex with a FAMAS. We'll get one, we'll get two. Don't. Falcons, please do not do it again. Rex, what is happening?
A brand new win streak challenge, the zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Air & Go Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Air & Go Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
허거? 셴차이 로스맨? 그게 되게 맛있더라고요.
루로판이라는 덮밥, 대만식 덮밥이 제일 맛있었습니다.
디섬을 넘버원을 꼽고 싶어요. 제일 맛있던 것 같아요. 특히 고기가 제일 맛있긴 했는데 그 입안에서 터질 때 육즙 나오거든요. 그게 제일 맛있었어요.
베이징가오요. 저는 양꼬치가 제일 맛있었어요.
Dışarıda arkadaşlarımla takılmayı, beraber olmayı seviyorum.
Winner, 10 kills.
Don't need your money, just give me respect. Told you before this, you know I'm a threat. I I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah. In other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. Putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. Yeah, we outside. Yeah, we out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the bed, don't stop. Get into the bed, don't stop. Better catch up, cause we outside.
Choice of Minds atop the scoreboard at the moment, but not by a huge margin. New Happy right hot on their heels. The Arena sticking around as well after that first game win, but we changed up our scenario a little bit now that Miramar has been completed. And look, it is still early days, right? We're 2 games deep out of the 18 that we're going to play over the course of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So at this point, you know, I mean, I don't think it's going to be worth necessarily getting into the nitty-gritty of things just yet. We just got to be along for the ride and see how the first day goes.
Yeah, I really do enjoy the fact of Mr. Toffee's coming over here saying, oh, you know, it's good to see things shaking up. Yeah, we're shaking things up here. Twisted Minds at first place. That's different, isn't it? We don't see that very often. New Happy up there performing pretty well as well. That's new, but there is definitely some things that we would not have expected coming into today. Cerberus being down as low as 11th. Legacy up as far as 4th after the struggles that they've had. Just goes to show that anyone can do it when it comes to the final stage in an event like this.
Yeah, I mean, is there anyone else that you're kind of keeping an eye on at the moment going into Game 3 here? VP, I feel, were consistent during the group stage and have gone a little bit missing today.
I actually think Gen G have surprised me a little bit. The way that they've done it, though, doesn't feel like the most sustainable. Getting into those positions where they can survive, very, very difficult on a map like Tago. Compound heavy is often the play, and if you're forced to play a shack, you better hope there is one, because not every field has playable positions. But hopefully that's not going to be the case for a lot of our teams. We're going to get into game number 3 of the finals stage at PGS4. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed for all involved. It's going to be a southern plane path, east to west. Crazy of note. Perry versus FaZe, is that real? Is that true? Is that going to happen? Doesn't look like it. I'm not seeing any FaZe jumpers.
FaZe still in the plane. It looks as though they're taking this seriously. It might have been the case that they were going to see how Miramar went for them, and if they felt like they had a big enough lead, a big enough advantage on points, they might have committed, but not going to be the case. They're going to head over towards more familiar opposition in Na'Vi. They'll be taking the play over towards Harpo, the prison area. The Arena are going to get there first. Na'Vi do like to hold a bit of a split over the northern side of the bridge, but the full commitment from FaZe will force them away from that as an option. Wally Tai now touching down on the eastern coast, hoping they get a shift in their favor all the way on this side of the map. It's going to be difficult if they have to go all the way up to the North Island.
Oh, big long stretch for FaZe. Wow. It's going to take them a long time to get to the ground, and that is definitely not ideal when the zone is going to go about as hard south as it would like. Bleed dead center by School.
Chasing him down. That's interesting. It looks like a couple of VP boys are on their way over with guns in hand, but Ibby is going to just force them out of this position. Turn back, not overcommit. Hopefully Loisga doesn't have a gun as well, or he might be in trouble. Just a quick beep of the horn as they disappear. You said this zone's gone quite as far to the south as it would like. I've seen them go all the way.
Look, I'm sure there's more that it could do, but you know, this is still pretty cracked.
I'm saying the position of Tigger right now, if you've got the map stream open, all the way on the southwestern compound. There was a game in PEC that ended inside that compound. And funnily enough, it was VP that picked up the win on that game as well. So it's going to be a difficult one for a lot of teams to figure out a strategy to get into a circle like this. So make sure you're tuned into their team communications on PUBGesports.com to hear exactly how they're planning to make it work.
Yeah, Legacy do need to be a little bit careful floating around here because TSM pretty close by and they're having a bit of a look as well. So TSM want to rotate in early. They've left Purdy to do a bit of extra looting. Pick up a couple more pieces of utility perhaps here and there, but the other three are well on their way to trying to find a central zone. You'll recognize that as an opportunity that doesn't come every day of the week. And TSM not too shy of getting a zone pull or two. So if they can set themselves up early, that might be the name of the game. Shots being thrown out by VHC. It's going to turn them away.
In a zone like this, really got two options. It's move as early as possible and try and claim one of the very few compounds that inhabit this area. Otherwise, you're playing extremely late, and at a certain point or another, it's just going to be all about kills. You're going to have to say placement points are not going to happen this time around. There's just simply nowhere to play. We've just got to kill as many as we can. TSM have really been a team that favor the former of the two. They like to hold their positions. They like to be able to take fights on their own terms. That's what they're opting to do so as they make a push in towards the zone itself. An emergency parachute set up as well for the Falcons as they're going to look for a position of their own. Petrichor Road coming in late around the east, just behind TSM. A little bit ahead is Purdy Curdy.
Did sort of mention Legacy and TSM potentially running into one another, and while that hasn't necessarily happened, they have set up residence next to one another, that's for sure. Imagine that that's not really going to amount to a whole lot until a little bit later on, but looks like a good spot to be in. See how that zone is going to shift, but just keep in mind Legacy and TSM. Not that Legacy needs any more help today, actually. They've been doing very well for themselves, so could be a third game in a row that they get some success from.
Fair chunk of points already secured in a zone like this, giving them an opportunity to find a spot towards the middle. Bleed Esports in a very similar position. Not that you would drop in school and expect to get a 9-zone hard feed, but if you get a phase 1 like this and you don't have to make any crazy rotations, as a team like Bleed that likes so often to play super late, taking a big chunk of blue zone damage in a lot of their games. But TSM not satisfied with the position they were holding. They want more. They want a stronger, more defensible position, and they've identified that Legacy split, and they are not going to hesitate. They push forwards. Gizera did not have a vehicle set up on his side of the road, and he gets caught as he tries to push back to safety. No chance for him to get out of there. TSM claiming first blood.
Yeah, I might have spoken too soon when I said it wasn't going to kick off between these two teams. I thought they were both just going to coexist in their compounds, but in the end, that's not the case. And yeah, TSM draws first blood for this game, which is a much needed point. They find themselves from the top of the scoreboard in the group stages now to the bottom of the scoreboard here in the finals stage. Falcons have used that emergency parachute. Saw them setting that one up in Palace a little bit earlier on, and they've ended up really on the south coast.
All the way south, yep. They spotted a vehicle, though, that they might be able to get their hands on. They may have seen Wally Tai. It's Megvalos, who was not too far away down the road, but he has to back away now as 4 AM is starting to make a push through Song Am. Vehicle almost flipped over a little bit for GodV, but managed to recover it. The rest of the squad of Wally Tai is coming in to reinforce this position while holding the edge as best they can. And now already, 6.5 minutes into this game, it's just looking so congested all the way along the south. Those teams that are yet to really make a move, they're going to have to commit to playing the edge. There's not much else for them to use.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of what happens when 30-40% of the zone is unplayable, given that it's water, so hopefully that does get rectified with the next pull. Or maybe for us as viewers, hopefully it doesn't. It just keeps going.
Yes, the sadistic viewer base. We love to see the players suffer because it just means it gets that much more exciting. Gen G copying a bit of a nice juicy feed onto a compound that they held onto earlier on just to the south side of Hosan, and it gets even better with a multi-drop. Barpo will be more than happy to claim an MK14, bring it back for the boys.
Yeah, it hasn't really been a super egregious zone pull here in PGS4 so far, so I think we're about due for one. FaZe will definitely be hoping it's going to go north. It's been a long road for them.
But even then, like, their side of the zone, if they do get a hard feed, it means we're playing in a swamp, and that's still not ideal. There's still very little for them to play in that position. It just means that, you know, there's less of a chance that they're going to have to fight quite so early on. They will have to make their way through a bit of a wide split of Na'Vi, as Hakatori has been taken down quite low by a combination of Cerberus Esports members just catching him out as he was trying to scout his position slightly further forward, but it's Faorist who might come under some pressure, now with a 4-man team of FaZe about 1 kilometer north of this position, pulling up alongside him. He's going to have to hop in the car and try and make it out of there, but FaZe hear the engine. They're going to start spraying him down.
Ooh, 1 good shot, 2 good shots. They need just 1 more, and they find it. That is a nice bit of shooting from Jeems and from the rest of FaZe. They'll claim themselves another point.
That's how it is when Na'Vi doesn't find the glider for Faorist.
Yeah.
Scout and patrol getting caught out from a team coming in much later than them on the blue zone. They definitely knew that there was another team that went over the northern side of the bridge, but maybe not expecting them to get so aggressive so soon. But Hakatori, while you expect him to hit headshots, even from that range, Fex almost getting flushed out as well.
Yeah, so said was pushing forward slightly, but doesn't want to overcommit to this one. It would be a little bit silly to go chasing that frag. Nice knock, but that's all it's really going to amount to. One team that is worth mentioning as well, coming in only into the zone just now, is New Happy. They're the last team to arrive, spending quite a bit more time looting than almost everybody else.
Fortunately for them, there's no one there to try and gatekeep them. No one's playing the edge on the western side of Hosan, so they can just push their way forwards nice and easy. Jacob had a very solid start to the day in game number 1. Let's hear what he has to say.
Jacob from Arena here. You had a great start in the finals. What are your expectations and goals for the upcoming matches?
ก็วันนี้ได้เปิดตัวไก่ตัวแรกในการแข่งขันรอบไฟนอลมีเป้าหมายอะไรบ้างสำหรับการแข่งขันต่อไปในรอบไฟนอลไหมคะ
ก็ได้ไก่ตัวแรกก็ดีใจมากๆครับผมส่วนเป้าหมายก็หวังแชมป์เลยครับ
I'm very happy that I got the first winner chicken dinner in the final stage, and in the next match, I hope we can get the champion.
Okay, so we look forward you guys can secure more chicken dinners today. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed. And that'll be something that I think most teams are probably going to echo. Have a look at that zone shift, though. We talked about going south again. Could be pretty fun, and we have sort of gone in that direction. Maybe not to the degree which we had been excited about, but
yeah.
Still.
I mean, it's not a hard feed for E-Arena, but you really can't expect it in that position. I do like what we're seeing, though, as a bit of a... Oh, what is this collision in the middle of the road? Tycon might just go down as well as Jeems just smashes into the vehicles, runs him over. What is this chaos, hectic play we're seeing on the south coast of Tago?
I feel like I'm watching a horror movie, man. It's just jump scare after jump scare. See that from Tycon's POV. He turns around and there's a car in his face. I think I've had a dream like that once or twice, and I jumped out of the bed and jinked my neck.
It's like Death Race. You just can't get enough, just smashing into one another. Diffix was the first to go down. 2 remaining Na'Vi duo players will make it all the way to the south coast. FaZe just go flying past Cerberus. It's a costly endeavor for all teams involved, but it's not the most beautiful of positions for Hakatori to find. It's very scenic, but doesn't give him that many options. E-Arena spotted them going into that position as well, so they know there's some players there that eventually they can get the drop on.
He's going to try and get mobile, maybe try to get ahead of that. If he can get the head off Lyrics, that'll build himself a little bit more of a safe space.
Meanwhile, Songam completely congested. 4 teams within the span of what is, all in all, a relatively small city. Howl trying to make an entrance to the northern side. Ahead of them is TSM, who have taken the position they stole away with the death of Gizera and committed to a very small 2-2 split back to their original position from where they originated that push, but it's enough to hold Howl out of the zone for the time being.
E-Arena backing away from the coast as well. Will leave Na'Vi to their own devices. That will be great news for Na'Vi because they really just want to keep their heads down for as long as possible. And if they can do that and the zone keeps shifting in their direction, they might be able to steal away a couple of placement points here and there. It's not going to be a big game from them, though, that's for sure.
Well, Songam, we got a bit of a glimpse there. 3 teams in the city itself. Twisted Minds slightly off to the east. Now School as well, looking a little bit congested. Simoy holding the northern side alongside Happy. Genji confined to the shacks to the northwest. The Mad trying to find an angle, an avenue to get his team into the zone. Longsker not too far away, playing the opposite side of the ridge, just keeping his head down, trying to avoid being spotted for now. And Maybe bait Howl into trying to commit into a breach on the compound so we could stab them in the back, but they're not going to opt to make that play. They're going to fall back and try and formulate a new plan.
Here comes Twisted Minds. Whoa!
Clean.
Well, they've managed to also make it into Song Am. Wasn't exactly the biggest of rotations from them, to be fair, and they've left Perfectix and Example just on the outskirts.
And this might be the point where it just turns into an all-out TDM. Depending on this Phase 3 shift, they've pushed themselves onto the outskirts of the city to give them options. They could back away and try and wrap around the coast on towards the position of Ibiza, or had this gone any further towards the west, it might have just been go for the urban brawl. This time, though, looks like the play will be to play a little bit safer, a little bit more conservatively. VP are going to start pushing forwards. There is a position that we saw a lot of chaos in this exact zone on the game in PEC Spring, and Howl was involved. They're heading there right now, and it's only the two-man of VP there to try and defend against it, but they're not even going to make it there in one piece. Mime takes Code Marco out before they can even get to the spot.
Yeah, that's a death run really from Howl. It's not going to be fun either way. There's a crossfire that you have to get through, and they just kept going. They just keep going, but they're going to end up right in front of Na'Vi, who might even have enough strength to finish them off. So said, close by, behind the rock, hasn't shown his hand just yet. Now starting to fire a couple of shots off. The Mad down. Kepa trying to help him out. So said's a little bit more busy with Ruin. Somehow, actually, the majority of Howl do make that cross into the beach. For all the good that's going to do them later, I wonder where they end up, but they won't be the first team that's going to have to do something like that. TSM, they're outside the zone as well. New Happy also trying to push down from the north.
It's a very temporary position for Howl to be able to maintain any presence for now, because Twisted Minds is making their wrap out of the southern side. They did lose Batulin somewhere in all the chaos, and there's another player knocked as well that they're not going to be able to retrieve. Thankfully, they haven't gone all the way down towards the coast, but it doesn't matter regardless. Sosed hits another headshot. Ruin goes down. Just so much pressure from the single man of Na'Vi, as Hakatori watching over the western side to make sure that E-Arena isn't on their way over to make any sort of moves against them. Example finds himself a shack where he can survive for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, you're just going to have to keep your heads down here as Twisted Minds. Ruin unable to do that. Cerberus are now making their move as well. Just a duo, Sololzi and Himas. Definitely has not been Cerberus's day.
This zone. Limited options as well. I mean, if you're not already in with a compound, there's just very little to play. You might have a rock and a ridge, but that's about it. Ketpa's gone down as well. So said just putting the pressure on, and now Nixie has flecked out of his position to secure the elimination. Howl down in 16th place. TSM now committing onto the push to dislodge Legacy once more.
I like this push from TSM though. They'd be aware that Legacy are down to 3. They're hedging their bets and saying we're going to have to try and, you know, take a fight to get into this zone. Let's do it against Legacy, a team that we know are wounded. Was the team that they wounded actually. Luke 12 getting those shots through earlier. And it is Luke that's kind of been left on the outskirts to provide a flanking angle and overwatch position. Chue also having a look in this fight, just from a different direction. The zone pool's actually gone up toward that fight between TSM and Legacy, and suddenly that becomes a much more tantalizing compound to take.
Walitai holding the line in Songam as well as 4AM try to make their escape. It looks as though, again, the compounds that do remain in the zone is going to be the focus of all the action for teams that are in a position to try and put any pressure towards it. For everyone else, it's going to be rough. LFP's trying to hold the angle, but Purdy gets the better of him. They're running low on utility to really dislodge them from this spot anymore, but RBN, his hands are tied. There's not really much he can do. He can try and get a grenade up onto the roof. Now TSM is committing to their push up the side with shots from Petrichor Road as well, putting pressure on TSM as they make this push.
Yeah, but TSM have found themselves in a position of relative safety now. It's going to be Gen G that are obviously rocking up from the backside. That'll even start to potentially cause problems for Legacy. Pero's looking in that direction as well. You'd almost prefer to see this actually slow down for TSM. If they just wait it out, try to weather the storm on that top floor, that might work out a little better for them, at least in the near term, though. I guess long term, they're going to have to try to clear these players out. Purdy, lucky to dodge those bullets, and it is VHC that'll fall to sparking. So TSM are doing a good job of clearing this compound out. Gen.G on the move, sensing that maybe the opportunity has passed. FaZe and New Happy have run into one another, and they've done it in a big way with a lot of grenades. There goes Legacy at the hands of TSM.
Game is well and truly on at this point. FaZe trying to fight their way through New Happy for a position that's not even in the zone. If they clear New Happy out of this position, really at best they can try and make a move, but they're going to be under the watchful eye of Falcons the entire time. And just to prove that point, Flood steals away the flush onto Longsker. That FaZe have tried so hard to get the flush, to get all these knocks out of this shack, but they're going to have to back away from this position. It's not worth their time to commit to that fight, to risk it. They have to go south directly into where E-Arena is holding the line.
Where do they go? I mean,
there's
this
nothing.
is hard. Yeah, there's nothing to play. E-Arena are getting their shots across. They're not really connecting too many of them. Zizzy with the MK12 actually allows FaZe the time to set up behind the rock. There's still some shots going back as well from FaZe. And Flood and Snakers doing a number onto December 12th.
Opposite side of the zone, Wally Tai held the line against 4 AM. Still out in the blue zone, Xiaopian remains, but now pressure came in from up on the hill. Pero was third-partying into the fight between TSM and Falcons. They simply turned around and third-partied another fight. Now TSM's pushing on towards them. Alo got caught, but Vex with a big grenade to push out on towards the arena. Jeems on the off angle. Lyrix got caught with a grenade in hand. He's taken himself out, but of course Jacob will find a response.
Flood interested, looking. He catches that knock onto Vex. Falcons, though, got to be careful here that they don't overcommit to it. We've seen time and time again, they get involved in these kinds of fights and they lose a member or two. But Flood doing great work with the nades. He got the kill onto Vex, the knock onto Corexi, and the finish as well. That's the end of FaZe. And Flood, alongside Rello, are falling back. It was Flood and Snakers, excuse me. But it's a good time for them to back off because E-Arena were pushing in that direction as well.
And from the north as well, Bleed was starting to make a move out of school. They've actually paused to take some shots towards Gen.G, but had Falcons committed their numbers onto trying to clear out EA on the southwest as well, then Bleed, no doubt, would have pushed into the position that Falcons themselves emergency parachuted into earlier on. And they've profited so much. Zizzy is very curious about this gas can outside the shack. And he just about gets inside. Flood
is farming this game.
Yeah, he's going to knock him out just seconds after he gets inside the shack.
Where's Sparking going?
The flush.
He wants to get the flush onto Ada. That's a risky cross on low HP.
That's all he can do. He's got to get the points where he can. Ada provides an opportunity, Luke 12 provides the cover, and it doesn't even matter, it gets stolen away. Happy gets the knock. The teams that don't have a position have nothing at all to fight for other than kill points.
Yeah, we'll get the kill point onto Tosi at least. Luke 12 has been knocked out of his vehicle, so he'll be done like a dinner. TSM relying on Sparking to keep their scoreboard ticking over, but at the very least they've gotten off of 16th place. So it is progress as far as the day is concerned. Maybe not the kind of progress that they were hoping for, but even still, anything is better than nothing.
Sure is. 7 kills, position in the zone, the only one that really gives hard cover and a little bit of high ground that the Falcons just emergency parachuted into so early on. It's worked out in their favor. Sparking has gone down. Happy will claim the point for Bleed. Esports now up to double digits as well. Not too shabby of a start to the day. But that mid-pack is extremely tight together. Now they're trying to make a move. Gen.G is still active. They're putting the pressure on. They're trying to force Bleed around into the line of sight of Petrichor Road.
Yeah, it could be a big game here for Bleed. They've got 3 members still alive, but Simoy is in the middle of everything. Barbo got the kill and the knock, rather, onto Simoy and Happy, and it's just a complete mess. Gen.G get eliminated by Pero. Bleed have lost members in that meanwhile as well, and ultimately the big benefactors are going to be Pero, who are finally having a big game. It's been brewing, it's been coming for the last couple of matches, but here we are into match number 3. 9 kills already on the board for Pero. They're sweeping the northern side of the zone, and they are definitely taking heads.
The uncontested control of Buksansar. For the first time, they've been able to have this in a lobby up against FaZe Clan in a while. Orkarin's not going down without a fight, but there's nothing more he can do. Just too many targets for him to take out as a solo. Megvalos not getting active enough as a solo to really give either of those teams a chance. Pero just has control of the hilltop. Falcons now starting to make a move out of their compound to contend against it. but everyone else, apart from those two teams, is just under the iron fist of those who hold the high ground.
Yeah, the beauty of it for Falcons is that they don't even have to move, or they don't have to move all of their members. Yeah, Mime's going to go forward, try and take a bit of space, but you've still got good coverage from the rest of the lads up on top of that cliff. And the high ground will persist, at least for now, for Falcons. They do have to be careful of Pero coming across from their northern position. Summer's pushing his way forward quite close to Mime. They've also got to be careful of what's happening behind them, Pero, with Megvalos. They're very well aware of at least someone being there.
I think the question they have is, are they aware of just how close their position is to Mime? It's Mime that pushed over on foot. Snakers and Rello putting some shots in from long range in an exchange with Ming, maybe just trying to sell the story that they're still within that compound, and Mime playing the point man, giving Falcons a chance to try and steal this position away. Pero are going to be very grouped together when this zone closes eventually. If he has grenades in the back pocket, he could do so much damage to them in this spot. And there's so many solos around that could do exactly that as well. So said, P90 in hand, takes down Nixie as Virtus Pro's hold inches too wide, but it's stolen by Jacob.
Yeah, it's a very wide hold from Virtus Pro, isn't it? Jacob now turning his sights onto Sosed. And Na'Vi don't really get away with much more than that, though they will go up into 11th. A couple of placement points going their way from that game. Walitai out in 6th. It's starting to be put together. Perfectix has a freebie onto Ibiza. He thinks he's been spotted. He has indeed. The nade is being cooked, and Perfectix might have cooked it there in the end. Held on too long.
I don't know how he spotted him, but he did. And it's a good thing he did as well. Virtus Pro could not afford to lose the second player to sneaky, snaky solos on the outside. Mime now has given his position away. He's started to toss out the grenades. Petrichor Road well aware. The smoke's on the move. He needs the support of the rest of the Falcons as they're wrapping around the side. Summer has made his way out into the blue zone as the rest try to push into the smokes, but he's getting peppered from the hilltop range.
He's just going to try and dump as many smokes as he can to give as much cover as possible, but it doesn't really look like the rest of the Falcons players have a great angle onto any of these Pero guys. Mime down. And Summer now has to move from his position as the zone pushes his way in, but they've got that big advantage onto Falcons already. Mime down, he's done. There's no way he gets back. The rest of Falcons have to do it as a trio. It was a nice push from Pero. They recognized that they had to go. They had to clear Mime out, and they didn't have a lot of time, so Summer sent it to the rock, found that extra angle, and that was enough to get the job done.
Oh, Jacob. Double headshot through the bushes on towards Ibiza. We didn't really get to see how Pero found the information that Mime was lurking up close, but the second that they had it, there was just nothing at all that the Falcons could do. They had to try and find angles to provide cover, but just could not land the shots when needed. Ibi down once again. It provides E-Arena a little bit of reprieve, a chance to get out of their position, pushing forwards, grenades flying on in, but now with Falcons turning their attention down south, Jacob gets caught. Proning won't help him. Snaker still lands the headshot.
Yeah, a little bit of a saving grace for Virtus Pro. Relieves a bit of pressure on them. I'm a bit worried for Falcons, though, because they're getting wrapped upon by Pero, and they don't really seem to be doing anything about it. They really gave ground. Granted, you know, you're being run out 4-on-3. It's not really too easy to deal with that, especially against a team that's the quality of Pero, but they gave up way too much space, and they're stuck between a rock and a hard place now as a result of that. It all fell apart when Mime went down. Falcons went from being in a winning position to kind of just fodder.
Well, Jacob in the interview said it was part of their plan to pick up the championship, the chicken dinners for the rest of the day. Unlikely to happen this time around, but it's still going to be another 10-point Taego game for them. And maybe more if Zizzy can try and find one or two more tags. Rello gets taken down as X left gets up close up against the rock, and Chewy now feeling the pressure of Virtus Pro as they make a move to the north.
Yeah, Bisa, angle onto Chewy. Lucarux as well involved in that fight. If they could get the knock onto him, it would be big for VP in their chances of winning this game. Chewy knows he's under pressure. He needs help. He's calling for it. Ibiza, Quizzy, they've both lined up one or two.
Split their focus. They're taking on too many fights on too many angles at once. They didn't mean to. This was never part of the plan, but Virtus Pro have read the situation perfectly.
Summer trying to hold the line. He had a nade, tossed it out, didn't do anything with it. Pero, it's fallen apart for them. Flood somehow got revived. I'm not sure how long that's going to last, but apparently long enough, because again, Flood is hitting everything this game. That's his 5th kill, and E-Arena is eliminated. Falcons into the top 3. Don't imagine they're going to be able to win it from here, but with the shenanigans happening on the other side of the map, maybe I've spoken too soon. Pero eliminated. In 3rd place, it's VP versus Falcons, and for Flood and for Snakers, there was a chance in there in the 2-on-2, but the revive now happening, and they're miles away.
They've got to disappear. They've got to reposition, find angles that Virtus.pro is not going to expect. They vaguely heard the shots as they were able to take out Zizzy somewhere to the southwest. Quizzy still watching the angle. He's found an angle on towards Snakers, but he does not know the position of Flood. They can know approximately, they can take an educated guess, but Flood still has an opportunity to try and catch someone off guard.
Well, both Falcons and Virtus.pro now into the 20 points club as they join E-Arena. Twisted Minds, New Happy, who were there already going into this game. None of them will catch E-Arena just yet, but some good points definitely on offer. And Virtus.pro, well, they're a little concerned about pushing their way down off of the hill. There's definitely some good sightlines here for Falcons, and
that might have been it.
Yeah, exactly. If Flood can hit 1 or 2 there, but has enabled the opportunity for Snakers to creep up without being spotted. They've got no information on that, and his position could be key if they drive into an awkward spot. Going to wrap in the direction of Flood. Lucarex and Ibiza having a bit of a look for Snakers. I don't think they see him.
No, slight ridge, and the cover that's provided by the airdrop might just about be all it takes. Did manage to find an extra grenade. So a little bit of utility to expend, but barely anything realistically. But it's now a wider spread from VP. Flood, he's got a couple of rocks to work with, but once the zone shifts away, it's going to start moving pretty rapidly.
Well, they need to get a good knock onto Quizzy, and that would actually change the game pretty substantially. He's going to have to push his way down. Does he have a vehicle up there, or did they only have 1? I think they might have only had 1, so he would have to start walking down at some point, and that'll be when Snakers or even Flood has a great angle onto that too, could come into play.
Oh, wrong read from Ibi. It's got the impression that someone might have snuck their way forwards and got alongside the crates, might have even heard a shot or 2 exchanged from somewhere in that direction, but the Molotov isn't going to find its target.
Flood's trying to draw as much of the attention as possible, even just shooting at kind of nothing, hoping to keep Virtus.pro looking in his direction. Sooner or later, Flood's going to have to move as well. Wall of smoke's going out here from Quizzy as he recognizes he's got to move his way down.
Snakers, the position is known, the information is given. Quizzy up above has 3 grenades. Blue zone grenades as well will force him off this spot. He has to. He can't stay where he was. Lucarux is holding the angle. Ooh. They know he's on the tree, but the exchange of headshots is enough. But Quizzy up on the high ground gets him down, and Flood has to try and take it into his own hands. He can't. Quizzy gets the better of him, and Virtus.pro will pick up a much-needed win on game number 3's Tago.
Yeah, it was hanging in the balance for a while Snakers' position was not known, but as soon as they found out where he was, the balance shifts in the favor of Virtus.pro. They already had the 3-on-2. It was almost always going to be their game to win. Well, assuming they didn't mess it up.
Yeah, that was if Petrichor Road didn't get there first. It looked so much like their game to win, but just such smart play from Virtus.pro to take the opportunity to disengage from everything on the south, wrap up alongside behind Petrichor Road as they committed to their push onto the Falcons and claim that high ground spot that proved so vital for Quizzy in the end game.
Yeah, pretty nice to see from VP. Bit of a slow start to the day, but with that win, I think we can say that Virtus.pro are going to be back in a big way. They were super consistent in the group stage, and they've still got 3 more games to play today.
who missed out on the PGS3 final came into this game with a chip on their shoulder and led in the chamber. But ultimately it was the Bears, Virtus Pro, who comes out with a well-earned win, Matcham.
I love how Virtus played all of the ending of that. From the push on to Petrichor Road to the 2-1
like
split.
A masterclass.
But also, let's take a second to discuss the Quizzy and Flood, how they were playing those anchor positions and how hard it is to do that. Because you're having to do enough of a peak to try to gather information while put down some type of suppressing fire. That's how Snakers managed to creep forward. And then the other two members for VP moved forward based off of Quizzy's move. That is so hard to be feeding that information over while not taking too much damage to avoid being able to peek.
It was two different kinds of anchors, though, because Quizzy was doing some peaks, whereas Flood felt like one of those street performers with like the drums and the cymbals on their knees and the rattles on their hands, like doing everything he could to be like, look at me, don't look at Snakers. And it almost worked out. He flipped on that ghillie, and that he just didn't quite get enough out of that first grenade.
Yeah, it was like, I would say, what, maybe 2-3 feet, just a bit too short. It caught a section of the rock. But I mean, all in all, it was still a 2v3, and VP made it a 2v3 because the fact of that jump onto Petrichor Road, realizing Petrichor Road was focused in on the multiple firefights around and exploiting that.
And that's what we're about to see right here. You saw E-Arena come in and try to get a little bit of damage on VP. We saw a massive rescue of Ibiza by Quizzy, the res, and then that charge up there. Pero got focused on removing the threat that was the Falcons. Understandably, they made the right place. They pushed Falcons out aggressively, but VP read, like you said, the situation perfectly. And it is just such a huge glow up. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Sophies. This is Matcham. From where they were a couple of weeks ago, I don't say it feels like a different team, but here on the international stage, it feels like their finger is on the pulse of the game.
Well, we were talking about going into this game, right? VP feels like they've got a lot more synergy.
Oh my gosh, yes.
To be able to perform the move that they just did, it requires a lot of... requires a lot more than just words, right? You can't execute that just based off of that. There's a lot of trust and a lot of expectations for what each member inside of that unit is going to be doing. And so you have to have that developed. And it feels like VP has got that in spades right now. They're moving as a pack, but not always together. They just all know who's going to be on the flanks and who's going to be holding what angles.
They're really like bears, right? They respect each other's space. They work independently of Virtus Pro, I think.
We'll just call it that.
It's a Virtus Pro. But they are playing that well. I mean, this is also the third time in this event that they have gotten a chicken dinner on the first day. Like, they show up, they have put up, and whatever they did during that break between 3 and 4 has been working very, very, very well for them. Now, another team, final two, Falcons. I don't think they caught the circles as much this time. In fact, they had a really rough go once mine went down, but somehow survived and have had, seems like their comms are in a totally different place.
Well, they also had that high ground over pretty much a pretty open circle with just some trees, and they really exploited that. You can see getting a much higher damage show than what we were seeing in the early rounds, and getting some pretty decent kills out of it. The standout to me is Petrichor Road as well. 12 kills, really shooting up the leaderboard based off of that, and yet again, E-Arena in 4th. 6 kills, not the highest kill counts, but they are so freaking consistent.
These guys are monsters. I wanted to say Petrichor used 22 grenades in that game. Let's take the WWC team stats here. Quizzy comes out with 5 kills, Ibiza with 3 too, and then Luka Rux still helping out lots of damage, and also playing that little bit of a tank role for the team when it was needed most. I like that team play, the way that they've been doing it, but that's partly because this was a very hard circle, right? When that shifted south right away, there was technically like 50% playable, but you can't play those south ridges, or you can't play the south coastline. So really, what, 30-40% right out of the gate?
There's the whole unplayable section that was still encircled, the water, everything else like that. I mean, you could potentially move up and put your backs up against the water itself and use that as a way to move in. But then the following circles immediately eliminated the option to do any of those things. So it was a lot of chasing circles, and pretty much 2 games now back-to-back where it's been a very hefty circle 5-4 firefight.
Absolutely. Speaking of 5s, 5 kills, 5 knockouts, 581 damage. Your man of the match, Virtus Pro Quizzy. This team seems to be working really, really well together. You're going to see it in the numbers over and over again. I think they're going to probably climb up here towards our top 6 off the back of this game. We'll see. 20 points, though. Very nice for them. Petrichor at 17. Falcons again showing up. And for me, it is all about E-Arena. The consistency this team has shown has been phenomenal.
Also a good follow-up from FaZe, picking up another 6 points inside of their aggression. No placement points for them, which is kind of uncommon for FaZe, but good to see the fact that a lot of their firefighting is coming out is, you're just pointing it out over here to me, Cerberus.
What? What's going on? Look at Cerberus down in 13th, but I won't write him out. Unlucky number. Maybe that's the time to turn it around. E-Arena in first place with 32 points. And I said top 5. I was wrong. Virtus Pro climbs all the way to number 2 off of the back of that one.
I mean, big game for them, but again, E-Arena, dude. E-Arena,
Right?
I love the way that they're playing this one. It just feels like, we've been talking about synergy, play styles, everything else like that. Jacob has been hitting some absolutely nutty shots, but also from some places that he shouldn't have been able to do. Like we were watching him inside that last game, make a running firefight across in between fence posts and still getting tags on people.
Absolutely. And I think it's the attitude they come with. In fact, when I got here today, there was a funny moment where you saw E-Arena. I think Tigger was up there. He had him sitting on his lap, and they were joking about something while the Legacy guys were over there giving him a hard time. And I've never heard so many different languages joking together and having fun. And I think that was the attitude I like that they came in with, is like, we're here, we love that we're part of this community, we're having a good time.
That's a pretty big banter squad, probably.
Right?
I mean,
I think they made the translators get involved. It was a lot.
And also, if you really want 3 teams that are, I would say, very, very positive, that would probably be your big 3. Those guys are involved in everything. They're always like going around, smiles on their faces, interacting with every single player they can encounter. I mean, just hearts of gold.
Yep, and now here's a couple of guys who usually are in pretty good mood. Not so much when I saw them walk out after the last game. Cerberus, I think they expect to be number 1 right now. They're not going to be happy with their first 3 games.
I mean, what do whenever you have Hymas die earlier, and then you can't have Tycon res him, and then you have Tycon die earlier, and he can't be resing Hymas, so your whole process is just done.
I like that idea. Tycon goes out, like, what can you possibly do to survive? We'll find out, because we're headed to the snowy slopes of Vikendi for match number 4. Let's over to the casting duo of Elfish Guy and Saga.
Here we go again. Latter half of the day now as we head down toward the end of day 1. I'm keeping my eyes on the 4 teams that are still on single digits after the first 3 games. That is Cerberus, TSM, 4AM, and Howl. The day hasn't really been coming together very nicely for them, and when you've got teams like E-Arena at 30 plus, the gap is definitely starting to form that would be difficult to overcome.
First place at PGS3, first place at PGS4 group stages, both yet to hit double digits after 3 games of the final stage at PGS4. It's a slow start, but we know that these teams are capable of turning things around and coming out on top of the adversity, but they've already given themselves a little bit of a handicap when it comes to taking that first place spot. Teams like E-Arena, teams like Twisted Minds, who have had good results already. I'm not going to say it's getting out of hand too far, but a 20-point gap at this stage. They've got to start picking it up and turn that around fast.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, 20 points, I don't know about you, but that's kind of the position where if it was that going into day 3, you'd still sort of give them a bit of an argument, but if it was that going into, say, the final 3 games of day 3, you're starting to get a little bit concerned at that point. I think 20, 30 points to pull that back in one day is where it starts to get difficult. So, you know, you definitely have to be sort of thinking about the long term, about the marathon rather than the sprint. And
well.
Here we go again.
Yep, South Coast can't get enough of it. We've already seen this zone before. Cerberus were all the way down there in a pretty similar position to where Na'Vi was in the early phases of, I think this was in PGS3 that we saw this exact zone, went even further south than where it currently is. Could just happen again.
Could indeed. Falcons, you know, keeping that zone magnet ability in check.
Yeah, someone just turned that on towards day number 3 of the group
Cranked it on.
stages.
Yep.
Turn on those team streams as well. They're very worth watching. You get a lot of information, particularly, you know, we have teams like FaZe Clan who they've found themselves with a difficult decision to make in the previous game. They were taking the fight against New Happy. They had to make the call to back away. Find out all the establishing factors of calls like that from the IGLs by watching those team streams. Not sure whether you'll hear too much about smashing into rocks like that.
Yeah, indeed. We'll hear from Rello now on an interview.
We made some adjustments according to our gameplay in PGS3. We wanted to hold a lot more space and be a lot more aggressive with our just controlling of the game. And we got a lot of good zones, especially day 2 of group stage here today, and we capitalized on those games, and that's what got us in the finals. I don't think the lobby will play any differently than it has, to be honest. It's a international lobby and a global final, so I think it's going to be as expected. I think we have a lot to improve on as a team, so we're keeping the goal realistic. I would say top 8 is expected. Top 5 or podium would be ideal.
Well, top 8 is definitely in play at the moment. Top 5 also, just by the skin of their teeth.
Right.
And even first, I mean, they're not too far away from that, particularly with a good game here, which, I mean, like, all signs are pointing towards another potential opportunity for Falcons.
And without going too deep into the maths, because we simply don't have the stats and the numbers on how it works, but for Falcons in particular, it's very important that they come out with a good finish in the Grand Finals, because as we move on beyond this event towards the Esports World Cup, not too far in the future, you've got to be thinking about those direct invite slots as well, based on the team's power rankings. They're a team that's sort of hovering around the cutoff, and several of the teams ahead of them did not qualify for the Grand Final, so they need to make sure that they're getting enough of those points in this lobby as it currently stands to secure their spot there in future. We'll deal with that when we get to it, but first, you got to take it game by game. You got to take it slow. They have a fantastic opportunity in a zone like this to really come out with a big profit.
Yeah, huge chances on offer for Falcons, and I know there's been like a lot of conversation around this team, and certainly there's a weight of expectation which comes with the org territory. It comes with having players of the caliber that they've got. I still have some belief, right? Like I saw some good moments from them during the group stages. They're putting something decent together here in the final stage as well. Yeah, people will write them off, but at the end of the day, this is still a very good team. They're in the top 16 teams in the world easily, at least based on how things are going today. So we'll just have to wait and see. I think anybody's day is on offer if the opportunity presents itself, and it is at the moment for them.
You're not going to win a regional championship if you don't have the potential to go all the way.
Right.
I think it's fair to put it in those kind of terms, and yeah, Falcons definitely has the potential to perform. Batulins, well, to be fair, he is used to mostly driving vehicles with 2 tires, whether that's a mountain bike or a motorbike on the way up the side of the mountain. Calling an example to give him a little nudge, a little bonk. And there we go. Yeah. Problem solved.
It is going to cost them a little bit of time on that rotate, but just from what I can see on the map stream, it shouldn't be too big of a deal. Perfectix and Lou seem to be pretty well set up, and there's no one really in a position to challenge for those spots just yet.
Now the desk, they've really been loving talking about E-Arena, the way they play the game. It's very slow. They come in very late towards the heavy edge, and they are still yet to leave their drop spot all the way as far north as they could possibly be in Cosmodrome. So it's going to be a very E-Arena style game for them. Extremely slow, extremely hard on towards the edge, and especially if we're expecting this zone to continue shifting south as it tends to do when Phase 1 is in these kind of positions, it's going to be a very rough game for them to try and find any sort of positions, but they just keep coming out ahead.
Yeah, well, what other kind of option do you really have if you're E-Arena? You drop hard north and the zone goes hard south. You may as well spend a bit of extra time looting, because you know that you're not going to be getting one of the premium positions to rotate into.
And you avoid stuff like this. Early rotations straight into another team contending the same kind of path that they're pushing into. Gen G come face to face with Cerberus. They thought they were able to dodge some of the threat, dodge some of the pressure by turning away, but Haisaki was positioned perfectly to capitalize and take out Ada.
It's a stroke of luck that Cerberus definitely need, because they are really struggling today. And need some help to get off the lower end of the scoreboard, but they are at least one away from the double digits. Gen G in the middle of the pack at the moment. It's not the biggest of blows to them, though it does obviously hamper their chances now on Vikendi of walking away with the dub. Touching in with E-Arena again quickly, they have actually started to move, finally.
Wally Tai as well, taking a very similar approach all the way on the far opposite side, all the way west, just about making their way around Dino Land. Some shots exchanged as 4AM tried to commit to ascend straight down the center of Na'Vi and New Happy on the side of the hill. Bobo under pressure for now, but it was HSM who almost got taken out. Vehicle extremely low HP, and they continue to keep the convoy rolling. They do manage to just about find themselves some form of hard cover. It's not really the most defensible of positions. It's definitely not going to be one that gets them a massive kill game, but at least they make it there in one piece.
Everyone get into the whale's mouth. Little planktons. Everybody's safe. It's all good. The belly's looking quite comfy there.
They need a secret key to get the Krabby Patty formula, right?
Mm-hmm. LFP.
I don't think that's how that's supposed to have gone.
Maybe not as clean as it could have been, but yeah, it's fine.
Rough landing.
Perhaps just been doing a bit of scouting. There's not too much actually going on down there for Legacy, so they'll be pretty happy happy with things at the moment.
That's exactly where you need the glider, though, when there's really not much going on and you need to scout further ahead of you where things are happening. That's where having that extra aerial scouting ability comes into play, and in particular if a team is making a wrap around the coastline behind you, like Genji is trying to make happen, but Hakatori will get the knock out of the vehicle before it can occur. Happy gets caught out, almost getting the drop on Haisaki, but this time it's him who will be traded out for a teammate.
Yeah, really weird setup from Bleed. Big split, and Happy just caught out in no man's land against multiple members. Cerberus, not sure about their fortune this game. Luke 12 looking for Perfectix. You might get him. The Molotov just not able to do it. Alo's also dropped, but nade in through the door. That'll do it. Or it won't.
What?
How? I don't know, but either way, Luke 12 is going to get the job done with the AUG instead.
Wow. Really came equipped with a flak jacket. 73 damage. That was pretty crazy. In the meantime, though, as they committed to this push, Alo was holding the back line. TSM does tend to have one player sit back and anchor. Often it's Luke 12. This time it's Alo. But it might just be a trade because Batulin's got the knock onto Alo as they committed to the push into the compound. And now he's gone over to say, look, if you're going to take my teammate down, I'm going to make sure as hell that I take yours down in response.
You could see Purdy in the car. He was like getting ready to go over to maybe try and res Alo, but they spotted Batulin's beelining it in that direction.
Has he done this? Has he flown one of these before? Does it come with a manual, an instruction guide? He's taking it very slow, but maybe that's what is required as Genji. It's going at the perfect angle to spot out the smokes, look for the position. Players.
Oh, that's a feat too.
Tagged up. Yeah, further down to the south than maybe anticipated, but Howler going to be loving it. Genji, perhaps not so much, though, with this new angle of LFP to worry about out in the middle of the open ocean. A push collapsing in from the rest of Legacy as Falcons make their move as well.
Yeah, you're stuck without many options here as Genji. It's really starting to feel like a matter of time before Legacy clean that one up. TSM are on the move. They are still having a bit of a back and forth with Twisted Minds, these couple of trios. Saw New Happy on the minimap there lurking quite close by as well, so they'll need to be worried about that one. Batulin's checking for the emergency parachute.
If you've got one, it's definitely a pretty prosperous zone to make use of that. Wally Tai as well will prosper coming down the western coast. E-Arena certainly not so much. They really got done dirty on this hard shift. They're going to have to wrap all the way back around the far north now. LFP with the crash landing on the glider, now under pressure in the exact same position that Gen G were under pressure. He's going to have to hop in the water and make a move out of there as Cerberus putting the pressure on from long range. And now New Happy making an entrance into the south side of Winery. Twisted Minds sandwiched between them and TSM just to their north as Pero and 4am both wrap around into the opposite side. But Example get a knock onto Purdy Curdy with a headshot.
Yeah. Seems like this is a fight that just isn't going to stop until one of those two teams are dead. Pero are looking to put together another good game. Doing pretty well for themselves here, keeping all four quite healthy so far. And making a pretty nice early rotation into the center of the zone. Same can't be said for TSM. As you can see, Birdie is down, and so is everybody else. Wow. That was a blink and you miss it type moment.
Well, Twisted Minds found an opening. They got one knock with the headshot from Example, and they just push forwards a double blue zone grenade. You can't heal through that. Swiftly cleaning up TSM and claiming the northeastern part of Winery for themselves. The southeastern side fully in the hands of New Happy, but the entire western area of Winery is free and open. With the exception of the warehouses claimed by 4am, there's still space for more teams to enter this chaotic fray should the zone allow for it.
Can see on the standings board as well, our two teams that like to rotate late, E-Arena and FaZe, are doing just that. Both out in the blue still. Taking their time to rotate in, and Bleed are doing very much the same. They have to more or less go through Virtus Pro or Na'Vi or potentially both. I don't really fancy their chances in that respect, and it seems as though they have a bit of an idea that that may be the case, because they are scouting the hill in front of them.
They've got a look out for their south as well, because now Cerberus is making a late move along the coastline towards Na'Vi, where Virtus.pro is holding the hilltop into the cable car station. You can just see in the distance as Sololzi tries to find some sort of avenue forwards. It's a massive wall of EU teams setting up a gatekeep for every single APAC entrance from the east. And VP might just be the ones to kick this off. If they can land some long-range shots, it would certainly open the door for Na'Vi as well, or even Cerberus to just commit, get aggressive. But this blue zone shift could be the deciding factor. It will center up to the southeastern side of Winery. Bleed, Cerberus, they're going to have to try and find a way through VP and Na'Vi, and it's not going to be easy.
Am I sensing another Falcons back-to-back second place into a first place run at the moment? Sort of feels like it. That's another good zone pull for them. FaZe and Pero going to get stuck into one another.
Summer holding the close angle.
Hearing it.
Might not feel like Summer on a map like this, but
no.
FaZe might get an unexpected visit from Summer if that's going to be the case. There's the replay of the double blue zone grenade. Rip.
I mean, what else can you say?
Wow.
What else can you say at that point? It's been one of those days for TSM. Still stuck on the single digits. You know what? It could have been worse.
And that is why you watch the team comm streams.
Yep.
Well, he can say it, I suppose.
Here goes Cerberus for their rotation in. Just going to pull up here, maybe. Sololzi's out the vehicle at least.
Yeah, they managed to get through. Bleed still yet to even make their attempt at getting through the 8-man wall of EU gamers, ready to try and hold out towards the east, but now they also have to start worrying about making their own way into the zone. Now that Cerberus have filtered their way through the hold, it's difficult. And he's already in a position for Tycon to get a knock on towards Tosi, who was trying to play slowly up against Falcons. Barpo had an opportunity. Another headshot goes through. It's still not enough. Rello just tanks the entire thing. The Molotov won't find its target. He still has 4 frag grenades to try and work with, but there's so much pressure in this compound now. Gen.G down to just a solo.
Yeah, this has got to be one that Falcons just ensure they don't lose a player on, though, because it's a potential chance for them to win the game from a spot like this. But they've only got 3 as it stands, and going down to 2 really significantly drops those percentages. That's not really even interested in taking the fight. He's more interested in watching from the roof. See if he can spot anybody else out.
Bit of a team kill there from Lucarux as Virtus.pro takes down a bear in the kill feed. But now they're looking to try and hold the line. It's Na'Vi who was one of those setting up a gatekeeper up against Cerberus. They're under pressure. Opposite side of the zone, FaZe is making their entrance. They bypass Summer. It's Chewy who goes down first.
Yeah, Ike's left as well gets dropped. It's all starting to pop off here. Gustav straight out the vehicle and straight back to the grey screen. It is FaZe eliminated in 15th. Another early exit for them. Very quickly, Gen.G will fall as well. Arena are sending it in the direction of Pero. They slept in the ambulance on the way down.
They heard the shots, they saw the kill feed, they knew that Pero was weakened, they saw an opportunity, they pounced on it. That is the proactive play that we love to see from a team like Arena, and they are heavily rewarded with a zone shift right back up towards the northwest. Winery fully in play. Every single one of those teams in that vicinity will be loving it. The northeast is an absolute death trap now. So said, trying to get long-range tags with the G36. He told me himself he hates this weapon, but it's all he has. And it's nothing that he can do as Nixie around the side gets the drop, but he trades it back.
Yeah, lots of frags going out down the map. Sololzi from Cerberus putting another one on the board. They are at least above the double digits now, and Na'Vi trying to help Soset out, see if they can get him out of the blue, because it's an awkward spot to be in taking this fight with that tick damage in play. Quizzy catches Defex, instantly traded back in by Hakatori from the sidelines. Himas is getting involved here as well. This is definitely going to be an impossible spot to get out of for Virtus.pro. There's just too much to ask.
That range, and he's using the 3x. And then he switches over to the red dot and sits down a second. VP cleaned up immediately, and they wished that they were able to successfully hold Cerberus outside, because bad day or not, they're just as dangerous as ever.
Sololzi in the mix, certainly still, but Legacy, they want to start fighting, and they might have bitten off more than they can chew. Himas has found himself 2 on the spray. And he's looking for more. Hakatori was spotted out there, so said in the backline as well. Cerberus are well aware that Na'Vi is on the other side of this engagement, and they know that they're weak. They went and hunted that fight. This is the game that Cerberus have been looking for. Tycon strikes for another. And Hakatori, the last man standing, will be found out by Himas. Another headshot for him. They're back. Cerberus are rocketing up the standings.
Not going to hold them down for long. Set up an 8-man wall on top of a mountain to gatekeep them. They find their way through. Now E-Arena looking to finish the job that FaZe started, but Aexleft is having none of it.
Well, Jacob very nearly got Aexleft down there. This should be an easy cleanup for Zizzy if he pushes up and over the top.
250. I swear it feels like yesterday it popped up with 150 for Himas. That is ridiculous. But the fight's still going. Tigger up over the top. A Molotov down to try and force Summer off the angle. They will force him to fall back. It's not quick enough to keep Jacob alive, but Tigger gets a long-range knock onto Aexleft with the Dragunov as well.
Yeah, E-Arena are still continuing to put in work. That nade looks like a slam dunk. It's going to land right on top of Summer, and Pero are out in 10th. E-Arena are holding on to that first place position.
Eric's knew. He just knew. He threw that grenade. He already turned around and was walking away. He's like,
Cool guys.
That guy ain't surviving.
Don't look at explosions.
It's over. It's just done. They've lost Jacob. They've held the hilltop, though. Maybe it's a worthwhile trade, but that is a big player to lose. And with Twisted Mind still alive in position in Winery, that may yet yield a few more points depending on this zone shift. Might not be enough to hold on to first place for the remainder of the Vikendi matches before our next break after game number 4. Falcons, though, said they might have had the position to get a hard feed. First, they've got to fight through Cerberus.
Yeah, Flood's in a real spot of bother right here. He's trying to keep himself alive, somehow surviving until that nade gets slid on through. I thought the shots would be enough, but apparently not. Looks like Flood was kind of the sacrificial lamb on that rotate. Falcons perhaps not going to be able to get too much further anyway, because Cerberus standing in their way. Doesn't seem like they're going to be a team that you're going to get past in the form they're in right now.
Sololzy was down to such low HP, but Flood didn't have the blue zone grenade. The Molotov didn't quite reach to flush him out of that position entirely. Rello will at least be able to grab the revive on towards Snakers. No one on an angle to force him off from that, and they're getting a bit of assistance, but it does not matter when Tycon pushes forward, perfectly lands a grenade to get the re-knock on towards Snakers. Almost took Rello down as well, but he just about got out of there in time.
New Happy. Hearing the dinner bell ringing. Rello burning alive. Will be okay. Snakers might not be. Tycon will eventually see that bleed out happen, and another point on the board for Cerberus, who are putting together a fantastic game, although it is pretty prudent, I think, at this point to mention it's going to be a tough one for them to win. Yeah. Still out on the edge of the map. They're really at the moment trying to pick up as many kills as possible. Sololzy's been pounced upon by Orkarin, and that is going to make the job even more difficult for Cerberus if they were even still thinking about the win. Another shot comes through. It's from Code Marco. So there's players all over the place that are chiming into every single one of these fights. Yep. None of them really feel like a 4-on-4 or a bona fide 1v1 between any respective teams. It's just third parties all over the map right now.
Feels like Himas and Tycon standing side by side, spraying, fighting as hard as they can against a seemingly endless horde of enemies like Legolas and Gimli, counting their Ws, counting their frags. Orkarin, though, will take down a teammate of theirs from a position that they really couldn't have expected him to be in, but they've got themselves just about alongside the road. Ming Ming will steal away the flush. The long-range knock that was secured by Howl initially. Cerberus' job is not done yet, but they've got a single placement point out of it. 13 points, a massive improvement on their first half of the day.
Plenty more where that came from as well, I'm sure. Action slows down for a moment as the zone pushes its way in. There's no getting out of this one for Cerberus, really. Smokes are there, portable cover is there, but eventually, once those smokes fade, it's pretty much donezo.
Yep.
Hanging on by a thread at the moment. But now that we get to see the next zone shift, that'll be where things pick up once again. I've been keeping my eye on New Happy this game. They haven't really exploded just yet. Only the one kill so far, but with 4 players alive, I'm still expecting to see big things from them. E-Arena could continue to build upon their lead. Push is going to go in their direction. They have high ground as well. They'll be able to pick up some frags on the way through.
And crucially, Twisted Minds are going to have to fight their way through not only 4 AM in the compounds just outside of Winery, but Wally Tai making a push in the same direction, no doubt, as well, when the zone starts to force them out of the cover that they currently maintain. Longsker lands yet another knock on towards Tycon. This time it will be confirmed, but it's Code Marco who will get the point secured.
Hemat's not long for this world. Honestly, in this situation, it might even be prudent to give the point up to the blue, but of course, a little bit too early to be doing that, so he's going to see what he can manage. He's got New Happy to the north, Howl to the south. To be fair, no one really to his west, but there is no west to speak to when he's not going to even get across that road. He's not going to get anywhere. Let's be real, let's face it.
And it will be down to the blue zone. The only one that can take him out in the end. Howl just have full control over the entire southwestern side. They've had it for such a long time after their early wrap into that position initially, but not quite the angles to get any bullets to dip down over the side of that ridge. New Happy now well aware that there's space to their south that's been vacated. Megvalos holding an angle. Example wasn't quite ready for it. I mean, he really didn't suspect that there was anyone in here at all, but jiggling back and forth, survives. Explodes into realms of chaos immediately.
Example, he had an opportunity for a moment there as Megvalos was trying to jump out of the window. He got some shots in, but not enough to find the knock. There's going to be some util tossed on through from Wally Tai. And in the meanwhile, New Happy just get absolutely booked by Howl. Not sure how that one has happened, off screen of course, but Example fighting hard right now for Twisted Minds and trying to keep them in the game. I don't know that it's going to be a particularly easy task for him, but give it a crack. Here we go, taking the time, round the corner, has a bit of a look. There's more shots coming in from Howl. Howl are assisting Twisted Minds with these shots. And suddenly the door opens for a couple of kills, for Example. Thank you very much, he says. 2 more on the board for Twisted Minds, and the gap actually closing with E-Arena to 1.
They knew that taking the fight up against 4 AM was probably certain death because Wally Tai would push in behind and third party, so they've taken that opportunity away from them, just took the fight straight into the team that could have potentially threatened them had they gone the opposite direction. 4 AM are not going to leave that compound. They knew that their spot was at least safe, but Wally Tai disengaged. They pushed in towards south, but Code Marco over the top. Not going to allow that at all.
Does E-Arena get another one? Not quite, but still, could be worse. Cat Park doing a good job of locking down the southern side of the zone, and there's another kill and another knock for Example. He's getting a lot of work done for Twisted Minds. This is everything that you could hope for from a duo.
Got the 2 free kills that he stole away from Howl and then picked up a solo, got another knock as well. This is a man that time and time again we say Example, previous world champion right at PGC 2022 with Na'Vi. The reason and everyone was so hyped about this pickup for Twisted Minds that thought maybe this was the final missing piece of the puzzle that would eventually get them over the line to secure a global championship of their own. E-Arena giving them a run for their money as it currently stands, but their position in the zone much more beneficial than that of Twisted Minds. But it's not over yet. There's still work to be done. 4 angry men ahead of them in twin compounds, but they're turning their attention towards Howl, and so is Example again. Another headshot on towards Ruin, and maybe, just maybe, they might have found themselves a chance to make a move.
Can Example get up to any more shenanigans? He's going to crawl his way forward. I don't know how they're still alive, to be quite honest with you. Twisted Minds are pulling off a bit of a magic trick right now.
4 AM are really committing to a hold, expecting the south to be where the angle of approach will come from. Lu makes some noise with the footsteps. Oh, he heard Example as well. Godby on this position, out through the window. Example was shuffling over, maybe looking for a little bit of loot. They had nothing really to work with, just a couple of smoke grenades. Maybe was hoping for a blue zone grenade or something that he could use, but Godby heard the audio cues and cleaned it up. The end of the run for Twisted Minds, and that gives a placement point to E-Arena. They will remain in first place for Vikendi.
They're holding on to it quite nicely. Is there an angle here for E-Arena where they can maybe even find a way to win this game? It's a bit of a difficult one, you'd have to say. Some good lines for Howl, definitely. And 4 AM are backed, headed in their direction as well. Yes, I think maybe a little bit too much to ask from E-Arena.
Quite possibly. Howl
are chasing 4AM though, aren't they? Look at that.
I mean, they've got 13 grenades. They want to put them to use. If you've got that many grenades, you don't have that many bullets, surely. So they've got to get up close eventually, but 4AM being corralled out of their compound, allowed no quarter, no hold on the east whatsoever, forced them to go up the hill in towards where E-Arena is lurking, and Zizzy might just be the first point of contact holding. As Tigger just looks for something that they can maybe use to buy a little bit of space against that wide hold of Howl. So oppressive.
Slow and steady wins the race. All teams holding position for the moment. Happy with where they found themselves. Cheeky from Howl. Now it's almost 4AM that are kind of stuck in between the two teams rather than E-Arena.
Right.
Such has been the rotation of both 4AM and Howl. This does look pretty rough for 4AM.
Code Marco has 3 grenades, and there's 3 angry men so close together. And if he could get that distance a little bit closer, he could just bombard them out of the game, but he just can't. E-Arena is putting in too much pressure towards them from across the way, and 4 angry men turn back around. They have grenades of their own, but it's not going to reach Zizzy from up above. They only had 1 grenade, and it was in the hands of Zizzy, and he uses it well to get the opening knock.
E-Arena going to want to capitalize on this engagement. Howl have lost a player now as well. Tigger with some spam in. This is the time to strike. Let's see if they can do it again. Can they find another dub? 2 in the day would be huge for E-Arena. They've got the knock onto Xiaopian with that Molotov. Tigger with the spam onto Ruin. Not quite going to land. It would have been a big moment if they did. Some good nade again in onto 4AM. 4AM are absolutely cooked. They've got nowhere to go. They're stuck. They're done. They're out. In
That's
third.
huge. Zizzy just sprayed them down milliseconds before the grenade exploded. That would have given those points over to Howl, but Zizzy secured them for his squad. That expands their lead so much more than it might have otherwise. It's still a 3 versus 3. Tigger's under a lot of pressure as Ruin's spraying through the smokes.
Howl got
just
the res.
about behind the tree. A little bit of cover.
Yeah, it gets pretty difficult from here now as E-Arena. Howl have got the zone positioning. They've got the numbers. And E-Arena in much the same position as maybe Falcons were in the last game on Tego. Kind of just have to hit a big shot, knock 1 or 2 players. That's your only way out of this one. Maybe Howl makes a mistake somewhere. But everything's pointing towards a Howl victory. Code Marco pushing forward. He'll go down to Tigger. Hang on. Maybe there's a chance. Around the smoke, the Mad looking for the trade. He will get it. And so the crisis is averted for E-Arena for the moment. Zizzy going to get the 3 points rather than looking for the trade. The Mad is low. Ruin with the nade. The spam's good into the smoke, but not enough for the knock.
Howl are running out of utility. They've only got lethals left. They've got no smokes. They've got a single flashbang.
Is Tigger resable? That's the question I have right now. It doesn't look like it. He's pushing forward, looking for information. Eventually going to be finished off on that one.
That's a perfect nade! Zizzy standing on it like he's laid an egg, but it's an explosive one that takes him out. All they had was lethals. It's all they needed. Howl making use of the space they bought for themselves with an early wide wrap, holding the eastern side of the zone, corralling 4AM into E-Arena and denying them that chicken dinner that they've been chasing once again.
It's a big game at a perfect time for Howl. They came into that one with 5 points only for the day, and they were desperately searching for something to get them back into the conversation. Big win for them, obviously getting those placement points, but a lot of kills in there as well, and they looked very comfortable throughout the majority of that game. So people might have been starting to write Howl off. That can no longer be the case.
No, it's so impossible to write off any of these teams.
Wolves hunt as packs and their favorite food, well, it's rabbits. And instead of fangs, these guys hunt with explosive coordinates. It was a beautiful end game by Hal. You heard the casters say it. They want to use these grenades, and boy, did they.
Hey, these rabbits, though, they're feasting. They've been getting a ton of points.
fat
While in
rabbit.
second place, man, they are sitting well on the leaderboard.
Ain't that the truth? The Rabbits have had their own version of chicken. We get a little look at some of our teams we moved through here. TSM, not going to be happy with how they've been performing so far, but there's plenty of time to get back into this. This game was another hard South Circle. Both Tego and Vikendi were hard for a lot of these teams.
Also, Himas,
yes.
you exist.
He's back, baby.
I was wondering where you are. So big performance is now coming out from Hal, though, as this was another very interesting, I guess, vertical style, or we were seeing a lot of counter positionings coming into play. And that seems to be the theme of our late games, is trying to navigate with a solo off to the side to hold off so the other members can find flank angles.
Makes sense. We saw, Navi had their head in their hands there for a second. I don't think they deserve to do that. They've been playing very, very well. We're continuing to see the highlights here. NH continuing to put up numbers, but Hal, very aggressive. They needed to get some points up here in game number 4, and they do so. And I really like the way that they played that. They really hounded 4AM around the top of that circle, refusing to let them get an advantage.
I was hoping we were going to see what happened to New Happy, because it seemed like they were in a good position, and then suddenly they were just gone.
They do be like that sometimes.
Yeah, especially on some of these circles. 4AM, though, I like the fact that we're finally seeing getting late games, but they just got pounced upon. Hal on one side, E-Arena on the other, and there was just nowhere.
Yeah, there was a moment where I thought E-Arena might pull this out. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Stoppies. This is Match'em, because they were just so calm, cool, and collected in that spot. And Hal did take the aggressive stance. They found middle of circle. They split up in a 2-2. And I thought there was a moment where I thought they might be able to get a 3-2 and then a second 3-2. But Hal's grenade was just undeniable.
And they managed to get to that stage without Jacob, who's been kind of a key component for so much of their performance so far. So he went out much earlier than that. So this was just a 3v4 through a good section of the late game.
I think it shows you just how powerful E-Arena actually is. And like I said, we're confident in our game, and they deserve to be. They got a chicken dinner to start the day, and after that have been nothing but present in almost every single match we've seen as they come up with 8 kills. But for me, you got to give the love to Howl, 12, and someone's back. It's the 3-headed dogs.
12 kills. Oh, that's no surprise. Is the warm-up finally happening? Is that what they just needed? Just kind of like crank the engine, turn it over a few times?
A little bit. They saw their friends from the region doing so well. Also, Twisted Minds up here with 7, yet again showing up in that top 4. So teams that deserve to get points really showing up. Howl, they are the WWC team stats. Not too shabby, splitting those kills across everyone and just doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, Code Marco with a stellar performance on the damage numbers there. While kills are pretty evenly dispersed between him and Rern, we can see that the Mad and Quetpa were doing pretty good on the outskirts of a lot of these firefights. I'm kind of interested in Rern and the amount of damage they managed to take. 491.
Put out a ton of damage, took a ton of damage, 5 knocks. Yes, the man of the match will be Code Marco, but I think everyone can agree Ruin also had a massive impact on this game.
I don't think that I've ever seen damage numbers that close. It was like a 10 points damage differential between damage taken and damage dealt.
Well, he's a bit of a tank. That man just goes out there, stands in front. You got to have that alpha in the pack.
How many armors did he go through helmets?
I don't know. Well, there were so many boxes on the ground that there was always a replacement. That is kind of the crazy part of a candy, right? Is in that late game, if there's a dump in the middle, we saw a couple of players be able to sort of roll through there, repack those sort of 3s, and move on. In fact, we saw Twisted Minds try to get cheeky on the low ground against 4AM. Let's look at the match leaderboard. 22 points for Howl. Going to be pretty happy with that, but I think for me, Twisted Minds and E-Arena continuing to find points is going to start to really take that leaderboard up a notch.
Also, yes, Cerberus, 13 points.
Let's go.
Let's get that one kicked off and see if it's going to continue. I also want to point out Bleed still maintaining this 5 points per game. It's not spicy. It's not all over the place, but we are entering what is going to be game number 5, and they're still holding a pretty decent points per average.
Bleed more of a drip, really, little by little.
Slow bleed.
Let's take a look. East, wow, E-Arena up to 46. Twisted Minds on their tail at 39, and then a bit of a drop-off down to VP, Howl, NH, sort of the rest of the mid-pack in those 20s. So I think that's going to be something a lot of these teams are going to start to focus on, is how do we catch these two, because the runaway of E-Arena and Twisted Minds is starting to look a little rough.
I mean, how consistent can we see E-Arena be? Are they just going to continue out the day just always making it into the top 4? In which case, moving into tomorrow, it seems like it's going to be about reacting to what E-Arena is going to be doing. I don't think anybody was expecting that.
Well, traditionally, E-Arena was in that middle pack because I don't think they were able to sort of close out, like you said. They weren't pulling in those massive wins. They were just being consistent with their 6 to 8 points per game. With a lead like this, they can be consistent with those numbers for the rest of this event and still be in contention on the final day. So E-Arena, I think, has to be stoked, and they were already in a good mood to start today.
Well, I mean, usually when you're going with one of those consistency strategies, right? The downside is at one point you're going to have a game where you don't have the consistency, and whenever you're not racking up high kill counts where we're seeing like 12s and 15s, Arena doesn't really focus in that area. They're just going for like 7 or 8 kills and then making sure to always make it in the top 4.
We're going to see who makes it into the top 4 when we head to our last 2 matches of today in the grassy patches of Erangel right after this. We'll see you soon.
Really never ends well when you see so many players in the same vehicle, and that is exactly why it is so clean, the shots that came through. Has to make something of it. There's no way Varus was expecting him from behind. He needs to do more, and Flood doubling down, finishing both off as well.
They go a little bit close to them, but they backed away. Ooh. And now the push has come through. Zipian activates the off angle, and it's
trying to use the shotgun. Heaven finds one. It's now to a 1 versus 1. Heaven has no HP, no ammo. Had to roll out the VSS.
In that mini 14, so he's going to make good use of them. A lot of headshots coming through there, as well as now the grenades onto Twisted Minds are perfect. The artillery that's getting thrown in, Molotovs, nades, everything you can possibly ask for. And Purdy, of course, will be the one to push his way forward and finish it off.
Dead. Unfortunately, he had to run back in on a single hit point. Wasn't enough. Rex with a FAMAS will get 1, will get 2. Don't. Falcons, please do not do it again. No. Rex, what is happening?
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan-favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Erangel Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Erangel Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
Just go mid. Double kill.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go, baby!
One on yellow, Purdy?
Yeah, I gotta heal.
Two left, you on yellow. Here.
Just slow down, they don't know, just slow down. It's valid tie in AG, I'm pretty sure.
不过了，他2个人，
我正面有一个，
他走了2个，
他出去了，
他手里有一个，屁股后面丢子弹，给我丢那，马不赢，这个战术有一个，围枪这点，好了，哎，我两发没枪了，没枪了，别抓，还是在马，没枪我脸上，来了，倒了，你没枪倒了，还有一个，特群子弹给我，好，还有，9点给经理，给经理，喂。
your money, just give me respect. Told you before this, you know I'm a threat. I ain't letting up, I got my foot on their neck. Yeah. In other words, you know that we about to kill it. I ain't for the talking, I said it, you know I did it. Putting on the show, the world is about to feel it. I know they're getting scared when I tell them that. We outside. Yeah, we outside. Yeah, we out. Looking at the view from the top. Get into the bed, don't stop. Get into the bed, don't stop. Better catch up, cause we outside.
Well, it's time for the last couple of games of the day, and that little bout of heroics, let's say, from Howl is enough to get them from 16th place into 4th. So it just goes to show what you can do with one good game, at least on day one of the competition. Obviously, it's not day one overall for PGS4, but it is day one of the final stage. So scoreboard, you know, it still hasn't blown out all that much, but teams like E-Arena definitely building quite a substantial lead. 46 points for them, only 8 for TSM at the moment. So TSM have been the one team that has failed to get off of single digits so far, Saga, and I'm afraid that it's going to have to happen here on Erangel. Otherwise, going into tomorrow, they might have an unassailable lead to come back to.
We have just seen visual proof of just how quickly your fortunes can turn around, though.
Sure.
Now TSM takes that last place spot in the lobby, but Howl was there just moments ago, and right now they're pushing up alongside VP, playing catch-up still for E-Arena and Twisted Minds, who have by far had the most consistent and best performance of the team so far today, but that can all change as we head into Erangel for our final 2 matches.
Yes, indeed. Erangel back to the greener pastures. Comfort territory for a lot of teams, of course. Still sort of waiting to see, I guess, how things are going to shape up over the course of the next couple of days, right? When we do get into day 3, that's where we're really going to start having those serious discussions about who's in, who's out. But we're not quite at that stage just yet. Even for today, 2 matches, it's still enough to come back into the discussion, even for a team like TSM.
Still a long way to go. We're most of the way through day number 1 of the final stage, but there are 2 more to come once this is over and done with. And still, every opportunity for any team who really hasn't had the best of time today, which realistically, the list is quite short. I mean, outside of TSM, who's currently down on 8 points, we don't have to go very far before it gets very, very tight. Just ahead of them on 14 is 4am. Not so far away, Cerberus had a pretty terrible day altogether so far, but then the final game turned them around and now they're up in 8, but it's only on 21 points. Only 7 points ahead of where 4am are, all the way down in 15th with 14. So you can climb very, very quickly. And as we touched on when we mentioned Falcons earlier on, every single one of these positions that you can climb may just have big implications once this event is over and done with, as well as the price.
Yeah, I guess the beauty of today so far is that it hasn't really been dominated by like 1 or 2 teams, right? It has been a pretty across-the-board performance. It's been points that are kind of getting shared. Everyone's just completely run away with things. E-Arena, you know, obviously they're at the top. There has to be a team in first, but they're not leagues ahead of the teams that are chasing them. Do have a bit of a split of Yasnaya and Polyana going on right now between VP and 4am, but it seems to be with pretty good intentions on both sides.
Funnily enough, that town is big enough for the 2 of us, especially with Lookarooks pushing out towards the yellows in the field just to the south. Bleed Esports will be happy to see this zone shift once again, or perhaps they won't, because as a team that plays the style that they do so often so late out towards the blue zone, and that style so far has proven to be extremely profitable. E-Arena is proving that so dang well, but Bleed Esports being towards the center may just work against them a little bit. Once again, head over to PUBG Esports and make sure you're watching those team POVs with communications. It's something we've been asking for years, and we finally have it, so don't let it go to waste.
Yeah, indeed. But here's the scoreboard that we're talking about on the left of your screen there. You're pretty right in what you're saying there, Saga, that it does feel like most teams have been able to have at least, you know, a day that they won't be super disappointed with. I'd say probably maybe Na'Vi, Genji onwards. It's kind of a bit like, well, that wasn't really quite ideal so far. Have a look at that, though. That is an astronomical difference between first and second.
I've run out of words. We've praised him so much over the past few weeks. And it was only at PGS3 where he hit 150 total kills. 100 additional kills over the span of this event and that. And this one ain't even finished yet.
Nope.
Unreal.
Well, he is him. That's why he's got him in the name. But we want to hear from Quizzy instead from Virtus Pro.
Crazy from Virtus Pro here. Your performance has been consistently strong and stable from the group stage until now. What mindset has contributed to this success?
I feel like we just started to play our game. We built the confidence in the group stage, and we're just enjoying the game right now. So everyone laughing, everyone just enjoys to play so aggressive, and that's what keeps us up all the time.
So enjoy it, boys. Very important, right?
Yeah, of course. Like, enjoyment in the team is the key.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a valid point, right? Like, if you're not enjoying the game, then your performance definitely gets affected by that.
For sure. It's very understandable that PGS3, their results were not up to par, not up to expectation when you've got players coming in who they're making their return to LAN for the first time in a couple of years, or it's their first time at LAN in the case of Nixie. Yes, the pressure points and the nerves, they're going to be flaring up the entire time, but that release of game number 6 for Virtus Pro, the final day of group stages at PGS3, was like a turning point in their head where they said, look, if we just go in, we just vibe, we enjoy ourselves, oh yeah, we can hang with the best of them. 19 kills was absolutely unreal. And since that point, that's been the confidence. That's been what they've been missing the entire time. And it's so good to see that they can finally put all the pieces together now for the final stage here at PGS4. Wally Tai as well, a team that, I mean, again, very consistent across both events so far. Still down in 11th, but not a million miles to go before they can start climbing up the leaderboards. But again, a team that qualified through the APAC qualifiers, 6th place out of the Thai series. Man, it's still been a very solid set of results for them.
Yeah, all eyes on TSM for this game. Quite a number of people going to be wondering if they're going to get off the ground at all today, or if it might have to be a day 2 and 3 sort of reverse sweep type style from TSM. Still got quite a ways to go, coming in from Georgopol at the moment. So big rotation to be made. You can see them stopping for a moment to scout. But I would love to see TSM getting a decent game under their belt here.
Got a glimpse of FaZe Clan all the way down in Primorsk for a second there. With one major exception, James was miles away. He was in South George for some reason, so a big split between the squad, but that has been a bit of a downfall for FaZe in recent times, is losing their IGL, their team captain, early on, so he's going to head his way back and regroup, even if it means heading away from the safety of the zone for now. Petrichor Road getting themselves set up on a hilltop where they can scout forwards and look across the field where Howl have set themselves up a wide area of control. No Armory Gaming, no Weibo in the lobby this time around to contend the shelter and mansion area.
Cerberus on the way northward. Gotta be careful they don't run into Howl. Not taking things too quickly at that rotation by the looks of things. And TSM still going to be going quite hard north as well, so maybe even thinking about coming in by Stalber Hill. It's a pretty quiet area of the map at the moment, only Gen G up there. Everyone else is sort of Yasnaya or south. So not a terrible rotation from TSM, and honestly, they kind of need a little bit of luck, you know? Maybe a northern pull off of this zone, something like that.
Would pay off massively for them if they were able to get it. There is quite a few teams that are taking their sweet, sweet time to get into this position, maybe knowing that on a zone like this, pretty much all of the compounds are going to be occupied early on, but it's likely that they're all going to be held in wide splits. For example, VP with a 2-1-1, Na'Vi holding a split out towards the northeastern side, and New Happy making an entrance now towards the far southern side of the zone with free space ahead of them to find and try to control the area in case of a phase 2 split that they can try and utilize. So no major rush for a few teams to make their way into the zone, TSM included, as they now wrap to the northern side of Stalber, but Falcons are one of the few already within the confines of the zone. They're going to pull up on the yellows just to the south of Yasnaya. claim that spot for themselves, give them a nice avenue in towards the center of phase number 1.
Yeah, and in a very Falcons fashion, they've done it in a 2-2 split as well, so they've got their options open to them. Here's E-Arena as well, about to make their way past Severny. It's
miles out.
Yeah, I mean, very true to form for E-Arena and for FaZe. Again, we highlighted that on the Vikendi game, that they were the last 2 teams to rotate in. Again, they're going to be the last 2 teams to rotate in, more or less. You've got some big rotators in the case of, obviously, TSM, who we've highlighted already, as well as Legacy. So those are the 4 teams right now that are outside of the zone at the moment and still making their way in. None of them in the blue as of yet, though that may well still come.
Now, we've said time and time again today that we've had pretty slow early games and things have really ramped up and kicked off around the 13 to 14 minute mark, but this game may actually be, if things continue as they are, the first where we still have 64 players alive by the time that Phase 2 pops. There's always been something that happens in the early phases of the game where we lose at least 1 player, but this time everyone's been pretty amicable. Apart from maybe a bit of a tangle that could have happened between 4AM and VP, hasn't really been too much of a threat on any of the players in this lobby, which means everyone gets to make the most of the opportunity they have. Again, VP making big use of that with a wide split. FaZe, there was potential that Legacy might have tried something a little silly just to the north of Ferry Pier. They looked almost as though they were setting up a bridge camp, but they managed to back their way out of there just in time, and it will come to nothing. No blows between either team, just heading into the zone. Now a bit of separation between them, waiting 30 seconds or so to see what their next step will be forced to be.
Yeah, I don't really get the sense that a whole lot is going to be happening in this game until the next zone pull.
Yep.
It's going to be a little bit of a slower one to start things off, which often provides the best games towards the back end.
Yeah, and everyone playing Fantasy is safe from a -3.
Love that.
That's nice.
For at least 15 seconds. It's
an Erangel game.
It's an Erangel game. Yeah.
That's how it goes. It's a non-military Erangel game, which means everyone just wants to actually play. Lookaruk's still holding a PP Bison, but he's got an AWM. That's just how early they had to move. And the zone favoring their position somewhat. Mansion is now the dead center. VP will regroup their split up on towards Prison, and some of those late rotating teams who came in late towards the north, late towards the west, they're going to have to try and make even more of a wide rotation to get over towards the eastern coast now on this new shift.
Yeah, Prison going to be a bit of a hotspot, isn't it? E-Arena coming down off of Starbar Hill have the furthest to travel.
Whoop.
And we're good. Don't worry about it. PUBG physics.
How does he flip there? Coming over the ridge or something?
Anything can happen in this game. Xleft going to hop in the Uber and head on his way. FaZe are going to be thinking about their options as well as one of the later rotators. The zone is kind of running away from them in a sense. So just as they get into a position, they have to hop back in and get a move on. Cerberus setting up outside of Prison. As mentioned, it will be a bit of a hot spot. There'll be teams on the ridges all around.
So the balloon on top of a thread. Someone has laid down an emergency parachute not too far away. It looks like it's going to be Lou of Twisted Minds who takes that, but only a short distance to scout ahead. New Happy didn't have the luxury of having information. They just simply had to send it, found themselves a position that was free, and now they're going to have to expend some utility to ensure that there's no one sneakily lurking around. It looks like a bit of a waste, but is much better than losing a player to someone who's just sat in the bathroom with a shotgun.
Tie rotating their way through the southern side of the zone. Could potentially run into Legacy. Falcons about as close to center as you can get. Sitting in the trenches. Can be an awkward spot sometimes. But at least for now, looks pretty comfortable. 12 minutes in and still no kills yet having happened. Surely soon. Maybe when E-Arena comes into play.
Yeah. 1 or 2 more teams still yet to find a solid position once this new zone has shifted. Walitai wrapping around down towards the south. They've got eyes on towards Legacy and the vehicles they brought with them, but behind them now, Petrichor Road, you're seeing Summer just about creep his way across the northwestern side of the minimap. So should they opt to take some shots, give their position away, Might just be up for a bit of a rude awakening once they try to fall back to vehicles and make a move any further in towards the zone. Some are on a bike scouting a little further ahead from the rest of Petrichor Road as they sit and lie in wait for Walitai to make a misstep.
Yeah, Summer's in a forward position, doing some scouting. Not really seeing too much. Maybe he spots LFP? Oh, definitely does. Holding his shots for the moment. Zone 20 seconds away. And this will be where the shenanigans begin. It has been perhaps the quietest start to any game so far at PGS4. There's a P90 on offer for Bleed if they want it.
They've been fed a couple of zones. They got a flare drop as well. They can reap the rewards to go with it. Will they be fed a third? Now shots exchanged as PhD does make a move past. The rest of Petrichor Road are now breaching this position. Phase 3 shift has gone away from here. Petrichor Road smell the blood. They want action. LFP now turns around, well aware of what's lurking behind. Ming hops off the bike, gets behind the tree. Still no one knocked.
Yeah, flashes forward though. LFP under pressure. Ming wants to try and make something happen here. He's really pushing for that fight. Crosses to the rock. Has been spotted out. Now some shots coming back from Legacy. They've dropped Aches left and Chewy. And Ming needs this kill now. He'll get it. But I don't know if that's going to be enough to save his teammates. BHC from downtown trying to provide some covering fire. This looks like one of those mutually assured destruction type situations, especially with New Happy breathing down your necks. Look at them starting to come across.
Petrichor wanted this, and it has not gone the way they had hoped. They will manage to secure perhaps one, but it's looking like that might just be all as Ming Ming over the top gets the better of Ming with one single M. Oh dear. Petrichor Road once again. Aggression at a slightly unusual time just before the zone shifts, putting themselves in a tough position. 4 AM just full sending into the compound. VP have to defend as just a two-man. It's the Bison of Lukarux. The AWM ain't going to provide much in this position, but the PP Bison drops God V anyway.
It's getting the work done. Xiaopian dropping a nade out the window. Doesn't look like that one's going to connect with too much damage at all. Lukarux has the job to do on the bottom floor. Big spray again. The Bison is putting in work. It's the second knock he's been able to find. This one converted into a kill as well. Bit of spam through onto God V would get the job done, but all he's got to play with is a flash in the end. He'll send Nixie forward. Lukarux charging his way in again. More Bison action, but this time doesn't have the stopping power to get past Bobo. It's Bobo and God V that are holding the fort down behind the cash register. But Quizzy from the side, only good for one. Somehow Bobo just won't die, and 4 AM survive. Virtus Pro have made a meal of it.
Well, the PP Bison's good, but up against level 3 armor, it's just not enough. Bobo gets the drop. They open the door for Twisted Minds to backfill their position, and they immediately get breached by TSM.
Purdy Curdy looking for it. Good shot straight onto Example, and the finish, not quite there. So Twisted Minds will try to pick the pace up here, see if they can get Example out to safety. Nade in through the window will do some real damage. Purdy taking a back step. Now the smokes are down. Example might still have a chance of surviving this one. No one from TSM looking for the flush just yet. Lou on the top floor. Could he find an angle? Allows a couple past. Someone spotted him. Luke 12 having a bit of a look in that direction, but not heading out onto the balcony. And instead, it'll be a grenade that gives it away. Sparking with a bit of damage there.
Claim the high ground.
Instantly knocked again.
They got to read the res, but not quite enough. Lou wasn't able to buy enough time to do enough damage to prevent the grenade spam being thrown through. The bait smokes just slightly off to the side. Alo now spots the new fresh smoke and realizes he's been rumbled. But the zone keeping all of this position well within play. Batulins has committed himself over to the north. Maybe holding should 4 AM commit a push, but they spotted him, and Sparking has spotted Lou. Hops into the window out from the side. Dips back in though because the pressure from Fex from way down south is too much.
This could be a game-winning position for whichever team actually ends up walking away from this fight, assuming they have 4 players alive. That might be wishful thinking, though, considering E-Arena is kind of lurking. You can see Zizzy just on the mini-map there, having a bit of a listen, seeing what's happening. 4 AM rolling into the fight now as well. Batulans is going to go down to those couple of players. So there's now 3 players occupying Sky Garden.
How did Batulans even get in that building? They hop in through the north windows, perhaps while the fight went down between VP and 4AM, but as soon as they got back up to full strength, it's very difficult for him to fall back from that position. Now E-Arena have committed into Heaven once again. It's just an all-out brawl. There's already been 1 team eliminated here. There's now 4 more vying for this position. Elsewhere on the map, Na'Vi coming to blows with Gen G. They're fully regrouping their split to the forest to the northern side of Mansion to try and hold Barpo back. Tosi looking for a revive, but Hakatori trying to line up a grenade.
Yeah, he's going to get the time to find the revive. Ada's gone down in the meanwhile, so Gen G are just not going to be at full strength for this engagement at all. Hakatori on the roof, clearing out the alleyway. And now thinking about pushing his way forward. Might actually get a cheeky angle here on the Tosi. Was he spotted out? I think he might have been. Flash is going to go in. Another one available. That might land right on top of the head of Tosi. There's going to need to be some more assistance coming through from the Na'Vi members. In fact, in the end, it's Barpo to catch Diffex, and Hakatori becomes somewhat irrelevant on this roof.
It was that smoke. He crept his way through it. Hakatori.
Oh no!
Oh no! He switched weapons! Oh, a disaster for Hakatori. He had him dead to rights. Barpo with the final bullet got the knock. It's traded for Fairist. Oh, but it should not have come down to this. A 1 versus 1 in the compound, and Legacy nearby, hearing the shots. They know what's up. They're going to come and hold down whoever survives.
It's a 1v2 now. The res has come through. Ada back to full HP, or as close to it as he's going to get for this engagement. Big spray from Fairist, but it was going absolutely nowhere. He painted a picture around Ada, and that is Na'Vi out in 13th. Zone shift. Where does it go? Over the top of Mansion. And so in the end, Sky Garden doesn't become the god spot for this game. There's still a bunch of teams fighting for position there.
That's got to be a bit of a tilter for Hakatori, just accidentally switching the weapons. Ming Ming drives directly on top of a grenade, and as quick as they arrive, they're sent packing. Legacy defend their spot in the forest with the quickness.
Yeah, Legacy having a very good day today. Orcarin, though, has maybe some other ideas about that statement. He does get the knock onto one of the Legacy members. Another team I'll draw your attention to, E-Arena, are getting close to jumping into the placement points once again, and they're still keeping themselves quite squarely sitting in rank 1. Cross shots from Luke 12 onto Cerberus, just south of Mansion, have resulted in a knock. Not sure that one will be finishable.
How have Twisted Minds slithered away from the position on Heaven? They must have kept vehicles out towards the west and just sent it into the western side of Mansion, where Bleed had a slight weakness in their hold of that area. They've committed more of their number towards the southeastern side, the high ground Mansion, and Twisted Minds will absolutely punish that kind of play.
Here comes Cerberus for yet another send, and yet another send from Cerberus has just gone horribly wrong. Today has not really been their day. That is all doom and gloom for Cerberus. Falcons and Hal on the receiving end of a couple of points. 23-point day for Cerberus so far. It's not terrible, but it's definitely a far cry from the big numbers that they were putting up earlier. So something not really come together for them.
Nope.
FaZe on the southern side of the zone. Bit of work to do to try and push their way forward. It seems pretty doom and gloom for them as well. They're out of vehicles. They do have a couple of smokes available here on Vex. Not sure how many James is holding on to. But a long way to go over some pretty open terrain. It's not going to be fun.
Not at all. Vex was watching the sideline. Did get a bit of a glimpse into Xiaopian, but not quickly enough to prevent him from taking down Corexi. And Snaker's still having an angle despite the attempt at smoking it off. Nowhere for Vex to go. FaZe eliminated just outside of the placement points, and 4AM are starting to lose players to the blue zone as well. Simply impossible for them to make a move out of this position now. TSM even starting to fall as well as they try to fall down on the eastern side towards Mansion, getting tagged down from E-Arena. We've got to give a lot of credit to the IGL of Lyrics, disengaging from fights at the perfect time. They don't want to go down like Xiaopian just has done. Luke 12 looking up on the roof. But E-Arena wrapping their way out in towards the forest. They get to hold whatever remains to try and make an exit from the high ground. And TSM, while they do manage to temporarily revive up to 4, you can't imagine it will last too much longer.
Yeah, this push is going to be the big one for TSM in deciding whether or not they get to play any more part in this game. They are just cowering behind a tree and a couple of cars. Zone's going to pull away from them once again. It's going to be a tough rotation. They might just have to crash in onto maybe the northern side of Mansion. I don't know. We'll see what their choice ends up being. Falcons, haven't really seen much from them this game. Couple of kills on the board for Flood and Snakers, respectively. But sweeping the southern side of the zone, looking under very little pressure right now. Not sure what the car situation is looking like. And here's the legacy wipe of New Happy, which was so clean.
Seconds. That's all it took. The moment that New Happy arrived, they were greeted with a welcome doormat that blew up underneath them. And Legacy cleaned up the rest.
Falcons have got some vehicles, so they've got options open to them. Gonna have to get on the move in a second, though. See where they end up.
Hopefully not going to meet the same fate as New Happy did. If they wrap around the eastern side, they are going to go for a more direct approach.
It's pretty good.
Almost losing Snakers. A couple of tags down. One more of anything, and he would easily have been dropped. But
here goes TSM.
Opts in. They've got to make a play. Oh, Sparking showing us one of his sweet kick flips, but that's not the time for that. Oh, no. Flipping over, but Jacobs ran out of bullets. They should not have been allowed to survive that, but they will. But no, Code Marco somehow finds an angle from all the way down south. And now Falcons are going to make their play in towards the forest when Legacy were looking elsewhere. RBN has been taken down for it.
Mine with P90 in hand. Not really going to be able to put that one to good use as he's instantly dropped. Legacy, though, are just a duo. There's numbers available for Falcons. They're caught with nades in hand. It doesn't seem to matter, though. The frags don't come through. Falcons still 3 strong. VHC is trying his best. Try as he might, though. He will not get past Legacy. Or rather, won't get past Falcons as Legacy are eliminated in 8th. They still get a placement point out of that one. Still not a bad game. 6 kills in it for them. E-Arena under the pump at the hands of Gen G, who are still somehow limping along. Twisted Minds doing the same as a duo. A lot of duos.
Yep. You'd have to suspect E-Arena thought that Legacy would be able to hold Gen G's push out of this compound, so they committed themselves to making the hold on towards TSM, but Legacy were elsewhere getting demolished as Falcons took the push into the forest, and that gave the opportunity for Gen G to push up behind them. So now E-Arena, while they might have control of the west, with TSM being eliminated, there's not as much that they can do with it until they get rid of Tosi. Zizzy can't land the spray to make that come true. And Ada, just lurking around the side, yet to be spotted, will take a tag. But they've got to get rid of them. They've got to take them out now.
Falcons starting to look like the superpowers of this late game. Zone shift isn't too bad for them either. They've got an angle onto Gen G. Tosi will fall at the hands of Snakers. And this might finally be the end of Gen G. They've been limping their way through this game as a duo for quite a while now. But they have certainly been spotted in the back. And if not from the back, then E-Arena from the front is going to get the job done. Gen G out in 6th. Puts them at 21 points with 1 game yet to play here in the final stage. Day 1 of PGS4. Zone going to shove in.
This region of the forest, it's almost like a bowl. You've got ridges around the outside, but everything towards the middle just dips down towards that little pool. It's not a hot tub. You don't want to be chilling in there right now. It certainly will be a hot area once all these teams start to make their way out of Mansion. Twisted Minds has sent Example back in towards the main body of Mansion itself to try and hold the line, but there's 2 teams may just push in from either angle. Trick was looking for him, but he wasn't ready for Code Marco to land the shots. Thankfully, not a second headshot connected onto the level 3 helmet that he has under the ghillie suit with P90 in hand, but Perfectix just feeding the information over. If he gets a chance, if he sees ahead, this could be disastrous for Howl. Uh-oh. So could this.
Yeah, Example is cooking. What is he cooking? Is it going to be a nice, delicious meal?
Just going to wait. He's going to wait for the zone to start forcing them out into these smoke grenades. The one that he throws out initially is not going to reach its target. This is his second and last.
Good damage.
Goes a little bit too far in. It actually bounced off the Mad's head. Just nudged it further in. to his own benefit, in fact. Example did just drop a gas can as well, so we'll keep our eyes on that. Hal will not have the information that that's the case until they jump through the window. Code Marco up. Last second, spots it out just before he steps into the flames.
Few taps here from Perfectix. Very, very tight angle on that window. Not going to get any work done with that one. Falcons lose a player. Snakers knocked. Might still be Resable. Looks to be. Seymour going to get on the roof. This could end up being a powerful position. E-Arena are still causing problems for Falcons from the northern side of the map. The main focus of attention, though, of course, is going to be into Mansion. Example, not going to do what he can, but has to drop off. Needs some backup from his teammates.
He's got another gas can.
The gas can is still potentially in play. Ooh.
This could work, too.
Double barrel. And just giving ground, ceding territory.
But he slipped away. He got away with murder there. He almost got the knock as the Howl pushed around the side. Didn't quite make it happen. But he just drops out of the hold of the window under the watchful eye of his teammate Imperfectix. And they can't commit to this push. Bleed Esports have pushed forwards. Happy DBS in hand. Catches the Mad mid-heal. Nothing at all he can do. Trick now taking damage. Oh, he gets the heal off in time.
By the skin of his teeth, he survived. But for how long? Hal are out for blood. But then so are Twisted Minds. It seems that there's no angle that you can run around in this building without being shot by one of the Twisted Minds members. Hal are definitely worse for wear. I mean, in the meanwhile, there's another big fight happening between Falcons and E-Arena, which really feels like it might actually be the fight that will decide how the game plays out. That nade, not a bad one. Onto Mime, it's pushed him out of the smoke and he's just gone down for free. This is not good. Falcons might be losing members. Howl are losing their lives. And Bleed finally take control of what's left of Mansion. They will still have to get past Twisted Minds. And Mime is alive for now, but Falcons a little bit worse for wear after this little rotation they've made.
It's not looking like Mime's going to get back up. Snakers is standing right there, but he just can't get enough time, can't alleviate the pressure long enough, and Jacob will get the knock on towards him as well. E-Arena, they've still got Zizzy once again, solo holding, playing that Sololzy role like we saw when Cerberus were dominating the lobbies, freeing up the space for the fraggers on the squad to do their work. It's forcing Falcons back in towards Mansion, in towards Bleed Esports, and they have come fully prepared for close range engagements, P90s and DBSs in hand, but they're not aware of Falcons' reposition. They're focused on Twisted Minds, and it's going to cost Happy his life.
Yeah, Rello looking for that angle for a little while. It will be covered off by Seymour. That is a very dead Happy. He's not getting back up. The nade sliding through, but the last tick will go the way of Falcons. So one more point on the board. And they're into third overall for the day. What a resurgence this has been from the embattled squad. Rello perhaps not going to get out of this one alive, but he'll take as many bodies with him as he possibly can. Seymour down to the blue as well. And now it's surely E-Arena to walk away with a comfortable victory. That was almost gifted to them by the exchanges that were happening in Mansion. It was just not a position anyone was going to win from. Everyone was desperately trying to claw away at 1 or 2 extra kill or placement points, and E-Arena waltzed through the door and said, "Thank you very much, what's up, it's our party now."
And with that being said, it's not like they're catching a 9-zone feed. That probably one of the longest distance traveled in this game. They're rotating left, right, and center, but they just find the space so consistently. They're scouting on point, IGLing, calling to back away from that fight on Heaven and move into the forest on point. And Zizzy, you've got to say, this man really living up to expectations, holding back the other teams from putting the pressure on so they can claim the entirety of the forest. And the winner chicken dinner in game number 5.
Five games played, 2 chicken dinners, both go the way of E-Arena. Maybe it's the pants, but it's definitely the teamwork. These guys have been phenomenal to watch.
Dude, party at Mansion right now, and they just sat on the outskirts, played around the puddle outside of that one, watched it, got control, pushed really Falcons back into this, and forced a lot of these secondary skirmishes. But the firefighting in Mansion just kept drawing my attention, dude. It was so clean. The way Twisted Minds were navigating all of those counter movements, the way we had all those gas can plays.
Yeah.
Oh, more of it.
You say party at the mansion, it felt like a bad 90s horror film. The way everybody was sort of running from room to room, and the second you left the room, the bad guy was in that one, and the chase was on. I mean, the fact there were 4 teams jumping through windows, the DBSs, the P90s, the gas explosions, it was wild.
See, the horror to me would have been not inside of Mansion and having to push through the forest and everything that was around the outside of it. Man, it just felt like you were getting picked apart everywhere on that rotation. But look at the firing lines from Mansion on the minimap down there at the bottom. You can see the fact that Twisted Minds lined over there. They've got lead in position as well. It was just near on impossible to reach this area.
It really was, but the mansion was chaotic. Here you get to see team after team going in, digging out. Bleed did some work, then Bleed goes down. Falcons, I think, had a chance there until they got caught by E-Arena. You saw Mime and Snakers isolated and knocked down, and from that point on, it was Arena's game to play. My name's Toppies, this is Matchroom, and that was yet another Masters class coming from E-Arena on how to finish this out. You talked about this endgame clean fights that they have been doing time and time again. Now, I may remind everybody, we see a first place, a fourth place, a second place, and now another fourth. There was a 12 in there. We won't talk about that one because the consistency is incredible.
And, you know, we were talking about, like, sooner or later, whenever you play a consistent style, you have to have a bad game. It's just they're managing to put up so many points. They're keeping distance even whenever something bad happens to them. Falcons also doing a good job, not quite as consistent, but regularly making the later stages, picking up a couple of kills. And Bleed, I'm continually being more and more impressed with Bleed making it a later stage of the game, getting more comfortable now, picking up 6 kills. They were kind of struggling to find kills, specifically during the group stages. That's starting to get solved.
Yeah, but I also want to give shout out to Twisted Minds. The way that they played that mansion and survived as long as they did was actually
with just
pretty
a duo
impressive,
for so long, too.
I was very impressed with that. Let's take a look at the WSCD team stats. Jacob going to give 4 at 3 for Zizzy, Lyrics at 1, and I mean, the team is working consistently well together, but the one mainstay, Matt, that we see over and over and over again when it comes to E-Arena is that the man of the match continues to be this young gunner, Jacob.
He's just, he knows how to be in the right place every single time. And you don't accidentally walk into that. That is just a good meta knowledge on realizing, okay, people are going to be moving over here, and so I need to line up and prepare for this firefight. And it is just time and time again, he knows how to position himself in the right spot so that way he can pick up the kills and the damage.
It's absolutely been magic watching them, and honestly, this is one of those teams we talked about that is going to continue to get better. I think that the way that they have played this, the confidence, I mean, they have been here for more than 25 days at this point, and they seem like it's day one. They're just as happy, they're just as comfortable, and they're just as ready to play.
I think it was Saga that was talking about in-game how we're starting to see E-Arena play what we're used to seeing Cerberus play. A bit more of a separated firing lines that are coming out in the later stages. While we're not seeing as explosive a firepower coming out from Jacob as we would see from, like, I don't know, like Hemas or anything else, it's still good enough to constantly get them in those later stages, or at least force teams away from them, like with what happened with Falcon.
Absolutely, and that was a tough circle getting into Mansion. Legacy 4AM, they knew they weren't going to get very far, so 6 kills apiece is going to be nice for them to put some points on the board. Let's take a look at the overall leader. Wow, E-Arena beginning to run. They've got the bit in their mouth, and they don't seem to be slowing down with 64. Twisted Minds at 47. Falcons from the bottom to the top. I mean, this is a team that I'm going to call a spade here. We thought they were done and done for when it came to the last day of group stages, and then they caught a bunch of circles. Let's be honest, they caught a bunch of circles. The circles got them into the grand final, and now is it circles that are doing this?
No, I mean, they are getting some circle favor a bit here and there, but I wouldn't ever say that what we're seeing today is a circle favor. They're having to navigate a lot of these firefights. I do wish that Falcons had a bit cleaner, like their firefighting. They keep putting themselves in the right spots to win, but then just don't hit the shot that they need to secure the opening knock on it.
I mean, still third going into the last game of the day. They're going to be very happy with that. 18 matches till a champ. When we crown a champion, we are 5 into those. So it is not over for teams that haven't made their move yet, but this is that point where you, if you are a team on the bottom, would really like to have a big game here so that when you go home and get to plan tonight, you kind of have a better work point, right? Somebody in the bottom right now, say TSM, who's had a bad go of things so far, is going to have a really tough evening if they don't end with a big one right now.
Yeah, because your VOD review just gets so much more complicated, right? It's like, at least having one thing to end the day on, so that way you're like, look at all the good things that we did here after looking at 5 bad games.
You want that coach to be like, okay, guys, let's talk to the fun one, right?
Yeah, you got to save the best for last, so that way you can at least go to bed feeling good.
Absolutely, and this is a team that we're looking at right now that will have plenty to save for the good stuff. Na'Vi has been incredibly strong, and Legacy has really stepped up here in the late stages of this event.
The hold that they had on New Happy in that last game was so clean. It happened so fast, but there was just no opportunity for New Happy to do anything to counter.
And another team that we've watched, Cerberus, the whole time. Is it time for them to turn on? Last game of the day is usually the order for them. Let's see. Last match, Orangle, Elfish Guy, Saga. Let's do this.
Let us find out. Let us find out. All we have to do is sit here and watch. Final game of the day, indeed. It's been a pretty fun day, though.
Sure has.
We've had some surprises. I'd say more surprises than not, to be quite honest. If I would have said E-Arena's going to be at the top of the scoreboard going into Game 5 of the day, you would have called me a moron.
Well, I gotta say, E-Arena is the one team that, in between the games, when all the players start flooding out of their seats, they hop into their team room, they grab a snack, they might go to the toilet, whatever it is. They're the only team of every single team here where every game, all 4 of them remain in their seats. Locked in completely, focused entirely. Any sort of outside distractions is not affecting them whatsoever. And hey, whether or not that's the mentality coming into it, it's certainly paying off.
It's a good observation, definitely. But how about this plane path for E-Arena? It's not looking too kind to them. Going to have to be dropping onto the military island. A couple of teams there inside Walitai. Na'Vi will go out to Milton Power, so no problems with them at least. But definitely for those teams far out to the west, it's going to be a bit of a stretch. TSM look like they still want to go to Georgia Pole, so they're going to stretch. They're going to look for some cars on the way. They found some. E-Arena highlighted, of course, on the mini-map there. Down in Novo. And that's not a bad shout for them.
Well, that'll do. I mean, if you're going to get chicken dinners by playing the edge, playing slow, why not? Why not copper hard feed? Eastern side of Military Island, a distinct possibility on a zone like this as well. So getting up on top of that observatory tower, they're going to be more than happy just to sit back and absorb all of the information. Expecting an early cross over the bridge from FaZe Clan. Whenever we see a zone like this, they will often hear the call. Just give up on loot, just start making the move. If you want to hear whether or not that's the case, head over to PUBGesports.com, listen in with the FaZe POV.
Tell you who won't be happy about that, though, is TSM. Maybe you can listen into their comms as well, because
see what their plan is.
It's been a rough day for TSM. There's no doubt about that. Still sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard. Just seems like nothing's coming together for them. Then they get, let's be real, a pretty horrific plane path. It's taken them only until now are they just starting to get into Georgia Pole. They're probably only just now, 2.5 minutes into the game, starting to loot, whereas teams like, as you say, FaZe are probably thinking about making their rotation. And so they've taken all that time to get to Georgia Pole. Now they're going to have to loot, and then they're going to have to cross over to the military island as well. This is going to be a very difficult game to get any kind of points out of for TSM. So the tough got going, I think, is perhaps where I'd like to go with that one for TSM today.
You could always just have the entirety of both North and South George. You could just sit there and say, boys, we're just going to stay here until we find an emergency parachute and hold on to it until sort of phase 2, 3. Make sure you get like 15 first aids each, and we're just going to tank the blue zone until it's time to make our move. Could just be as simple as that for the TSM, but they're a team that's generally pretty happy to play slow, to play late. But on a zone like this, I don't know, those bridges both just barely having the northern tip of them within the zone. Bridge camping is a distinct possibility. FaZe is still yet to make a move. Howl is already creeping up on their position, scouting their way forwards. And Gustav should have the information. Not had the best of days so far today. Only 19 points from our first 5 matches. If they sense an opportunity to gain some here at the expense of Howl, no doubt they'll try and jump on it, especially with Ruin in a buggy.
Yeah, this timing could be pretty awkward for Howl. Looks like they're just going to pull up for the moment and give FaZe a bit of space. More than happy to let FaZe across first and then follow suit. Bit of a gentleman's agreement. Gustav needs to be a little careful. In fact, actually FaZe have pulled up. FaZe have decided to pull up. and fire a few shots in the direction of Hal. This is actually now very bad news for Hal, because if you're watching the map stream, you're going to see VP starting to fill their way in as well. Good catch by the observers here. So we now have 3 teams in the vicinity of the Milta Bridge. FaZe being the bottleneck, are actually starting to make their way over the bridge as we speak. So that might start to open the door up for Hal to rotate as well. It'll be Virtus Pro's turn, and we may actually still yet get through this without any bloodshed.
Seems to me as though FaZe are more than happy to try and set up and steal away a point, but the second they get an inkling that there might be a third party, they know it's just best just to dip on out of there. Maybe potentially targeting Na'Vi. There's so many times that these two teams in particular go back and forth when Na'Vi make their drop spot over towards Novo. There's always some kind of shenanigans between the two, so perhaps even just as simple as they spotted a boat coming over from Milta Power. They said, okay, well, whoever this is, it's not the target we're looking for, so they made their move. VP, though, creeping their way along the bridges, scouting out those dips where Ketpa is holding a forward position as Na'Vi breach the shoreline to the south of Novo.
Looks like a pretty chill shoreline to go in from. Which will be good news for Na'Vi. In fact, pretty much the entire side of the island there is mostly unpopulated. We're going to check in with the bridge over toward the west. The western bridge. Pero, the only ones there at the moment. Do have Lou keeping an eye on things. Falcons are also hanging around in the vicinity of Ferry Pier.
New Happy looted around the spot where Pero is currently, but they made a move quite early on. They're all the way down to the south side of Sosnovka Island at the opposite end of the ferry pier. Falcons have made the move all the way over as far as Primorsk, where Mime is there looking for a boat. Lou getting information on just about everything, spotting Petrichor Road, making their push over the bridge. As it currently stands, while awaiting the rest of Twisted Minds, he's taking extra caution and extra care to count the number of vehicles to make 100% sure they haven't left anyone sneakily lurking behind in the glass building on the northern side of the West Bridge, so they know that they're safe to make the cross to follow up.
Yeah, TSM, if you're watching the map stream, doing exactly what you said. Waiting for that emergency parachute. And they'll be on their way shortly. Everybody else taking the bridges. Except for Falcons and Bleed, who are in boats currently.
Yeah, Simoy's holding a little bit of a forward position. Southeastern tip of the Milta Island Peninsula. He's going to have to wait for his pickup as the rest of Bleed had to go a little bit north to find a boat out from Lipovka. Might be difficult if they wrap their way all the way south, come in alongside where Na'Vi pulled up, as Hakatori is still lurking in that position. But if they go any further, then New Happy is there lying in wait. Falcons with 2 boats secured, moving side by side. Scout any information on this southern coastline as best they can. New Happy doesn't have any presence within the actual pier itself, so it might be a relatively safe place to pull up, but they're yet to find out whether or not that's actually the case.
The only team that hasn't moved yet is Gen G, who are still up at Severny.
Probably also looking for an emergency parachute.
Yeah, I hope they found one at this point. They have.
Nice.
Just in time.
Just had to wait for the cooldown, I guess. That eastern bridge is looking a little bit sketchy, as is this eastern hilltop. Jacob just expanding a little bit too far out of the range of control of E-Arena. Wasn't ready for Na'Vi to come creeping up the sidelines after having boated their way over towards Novo. A big, big loss for E-Arena, not just in terms of the player it is, but in terms of their positional hold as well. Now they've still got 2 players up on top of the observatory, but losing ground to the south side.
Yeah, kicking themselves for that one for sure. This could have been a huge day from them. Could still be, but with 3 players, a little bit less chance of that happening. HSM goes down to Virtus Pro. You can see TSM were also landing in the military base. Oh, they've actually landed all over the place. That's a very big split from TSM. We'll probably get to touch on that in a bit when we see them on the main feed, because we've got to focus in on what's happening here between 4AM and VP. VP picking up that kill earlier on. And sending 4AM packing over the bridge Interesting that VP was kind of the third team to get to the Milta Bridge, but they're actually going to be one of the last to cross.
Yep.
Wonder if they're aware of Legacy hanging around too.
Well, Nixie's not been particularly subtle about his position. He's been taking shots at range really with impunity for a while. Legacy are well aware. They've heard it. Pulled up alongside, but now they've definitely been spotted. Quizzy tries to get the better of RBN, but can't get the shots he requires. Peeks around the side of the barrels. It's a quick drop. Can't quite secure the flush just yet, but will fall back to a safe position before he tries again.
Yeah, Bees are going to come charging in there to try to help Quizzy out. The nade, ooh, it should get him. And it'll be LFP in the end that does. So Legacy find their target. Falcons have made their rotation in from Ferry Pier in to much the same vicinity as New Happy. You can see there actually it's a 2-2 split coming through from them. This could be pretty bad news for New Happy if Falcons maybe find a knock somewhere. Especially now with this zone shift coming through, that's going to be quite a premium compound, and actually Falcons spotting the info that that has been given up. Might be on their way in.
And New Happy had the vehicles ready. Crucial that they were able to do so, because if they took any longer, then Falcons may just have made an entrance into their compound. VHC trying to disappear out. I think they know that there should still be one player lurking behind. They haven't seen any more leaving. Ibi gets taken down, though, as Gizera catch him out along the cliffs. Luca Rooks has to get a quick reload. LFP's shots from decent range as well, back on towards Nixie. Let's try and buy a little bit of space for RBN to make a move. They might just get the flush as well.
It's going to be a fight that neither of these teams really want to be involved in at the moment, but at least Legacy are the ones getting some points out of it. Lucarux spotted. RBN, he's got the advantage of being able to jiggle around this wall, but overcommits to the fight, and Lucarux does actually win it, which now is a spanner in the works for Legacy. Luckily, LFP is there to help on out, and Gen G are landing on top of New Happy. Mingming gets one, but he's traded back straight away. Tosi behind the tree, dueling against Longsker, out of there as well to cause a bit of a ruckus. This has gone horribly wrong for New Happy in the final game of the day. They shifted away from Falcon's position and they've run into Gen G. Gen G definitely causing a ruckus now.
They had the vehicle set up. They avoided a potential engagement with Falcons down on the south coast, but there's really nothing that they could do to avoid this. Gen G just dropped directly on top of them. You don't really want to play the forest to the north of here without having vehicles, so it's an understandable decision from their perspective. Longsker, though, will at least try and make them pay a little price with Tosi being taken down by the spray. Has to pop a heal quickly, though, as grenades are being lined up. Barpo on the roof hasn't had a chance to heal himself. One tag would have been all it took to take him down, but Longsker doesn't have that information. Has to fall back. Blue zone grenade to try and secure whatever he can before he will inevitably be taken down unless he can do the unthinkable.
Very scary window to peek around. Nade pull has been heard by Rex. Pushing forward, Tosi looking for an angle as well. Longsker wants to be the hero. FaZe in the meanwhile have taken Cerberus out. That marks a very poor day for Cerberus. Maybe their worst at the event so far. Even if you include PGS3. 23 points only. It's not good. It's not good, but it's not the worst. Could be off. It could be definitely worse. It is a staging platform for tomorrow, but they would have been hoping for better. Gen G is still trying to dig Longsker out.
Yeah, he's giving his best example impression. Playing with active mobility, dipping all around the corners, as is Simoy down below. Trick contributing. 4 AM just getting picked apart from everywhere. Lyrics from up on high on the observatory is contributing. Godv now last man standing in the picture-in-picture. As Longsker still doing damage to Gen G as well.
He wants the flush. They've crawled back inside. I think you've got to push the issue now here as Longsker. The longer you leave this, the more likelihood there's going to be a revive, and that's exactly what he knows. He's pushing his way forward. He's got to take these fights. If there's ever a chance of surviving, you have to do it in the 2-on-1. Which is essentially a 1v1 while that res is happening. Another knock from Longsker, but he's down to 21 HP, and he cannot get away.
He couldn't hop over the vehicle.
Finally chased down.
Almost had it. Almost, but Gen G...
Good effort.
Yeah, it's a bit messy, but they'll be able to keep all 4 alive. A successful breach with the emergency parachute eventually. But no one's playing the forest to the north to really punish this. No one's on the cliffs or anything. Legacy desperately trying to find some way to find an entrance. Howler there to gatekeep. They were really sat there watching the entire time. as Legacy and Virtus Pro on the northern side of the bridge still continue to battle back and forth with Lugarux and Gizera.
This is ridiculous at this point.
It's really all they can do. It's a military island like this. They're getting gate kept through multiple layers.
Rough way to end the night for both of these teams. Arena, as if they needed any more points, is going to steal one more away. This God V, the one who remains from 4 AM.
Uh-oh.
And he has just sent it off the cliff. He's going to have to just find a wall to try and prone behind.
This is like the one time where he goes flying off a cliff when his car doesn't start rolling. I feel like every other time we've seen a vehicle on the screen in a position like that, it's upside down immediately. Lugarux trying to make the run on foot. Gizera can hear him, trying to line up the perfect blind grenade.
Wasn't too bad of a throw, to be quite honest, but it's the headshot in the end that gets the job done, and Legacy will have the last laugh. VP ending in 5th, though. Maybe overtaken by Legacy or Bleed. Probably not by Legacy. And honestly, Bleed aren't looking too hot at the moment either, so perhaps we'll have to look at Pero as being the ones to do so.
Yeah, they're in a position where that is a distinct possibility. To the southern side of the military base. Strong position to try and hold. Zizzy with tags. Howl try and make their entrance out of the blue zone. Tigger is in the blue zone himself, looking for an angle as Ruin has pulled up in the dips below. Zizzy has tons of utility to expend, but Howl have angles. Trying to cover Ruin, make sure he can try and exfiltrate the situation, but Tigger might just find them unawares as he creeps from the blue zone behind Howl. They didn't think it was a possibility, but it was. We get a bit of a replay as Jeems just almost single-handedly takes apart Cerberus as they pulled up on the ridges.
Yeah, absolutely wrecked. This was a good effort from Longscore. Good effort, but not enough today from New Happy either. 27 points. I don't know that they'll be super pleased with that.
No.
And, you know, I keep seeing E-Arena in the kill feed for all the right reasons. They are really keeping that scoreboard ticking along. Even if they're not having that game-winning play. You know, they're getting like 5 or 6 kills a game, no matter what. And this will be the 5th, as the final frags, or 2 even, go the way of E-Arena. They're up to 70 points. It's a 70-point day.
It gets more difficult from here. I mean, they're an edge-heavy team, but this isn't the kind of position that they would like to have. They've had to switch it up a little bit. I mean, they got the opportunity to play the high ground. They farmed a few extra points from it. It's not too bad whatsoever, but you can't really play a super late edge-heavy style on a zone like this, so they will take what they can, but a little bit of a contribution from Bleed Esports and fellow Thailanders of Wally Thai now flexing out towards the north. They've got the drop onto Zizzy. Still yet might get a revive towards it. Ada, having used a second emergency parachute, this time just to scout forward, looking for information. The forest is still completely free. Start making a move forwards now. Spotting out the approach from Sosed. He gets taken down on the low ground. The rest of Na'Vi up above. Won't be able to respond in time to keep Sosed alive, but they might be able to find some sort of retribution.
Gen G have been patient today, haven't they? They haven't really had that big pop-off game. But that might be still yet to come. This has kind of been the game that they've been looking for. They've got 4 players alive late.
Oh, the jump peak.
Might have spoken too soon. Fairest is going to get that quick knock onto Rex. The nade. There's a bit of chip damage on the way through. Hakatori trying to push forward is going to be turned away by the shots.
Punish for the jump peak there. Multiple angles from Na'Vi. Taking him out quickly. Tigger just trying to make a push forwards. He's still getting more kills. E-Arena now on 7.
Yeah, it's nearly a 12-point average day, which is huge from E-Arena. And Na'Vi are really trying to push the issue. The nade again doing a little bit of chip damage onto Barpo. Rex is low, of course, after being rezzed. But Gen G keeping themselves as healthy as they can. And Na'Vi not too keen to keep going further forward. It is an awkward fight to be taking around these hills. One wrong step, one over push is the end of you.
Yeah. Get the wrong information, you peek the wrong tree, and it's just game over. At the very least, they managed to get the revives that were needed for Gen G. Somehow, E-Arena still has 2 players alive as well from their position, getting pinched between Bleed Esports and Wally Tai. Managed to get out of there. Gustav tries to hold the line. He will. Lyric's coming in for a second. A peek up over the top from Gustav, and E-Arena's reign of terror comes to a swift end. It's FaZe Clan who finally take them out. The arena ran out of space, ran out of opportunities, and ran out of time. Gustav puts the nail in the coffin for them. 7 kills now for FaZe as well. Ada watches as Tosi lands a spray from Diffex, holds his nerve. If they try and go for this revive, Ada gets a second free knock.
Yeah, Ferris might have a chance of spotting him in his peripherals, but doesn't seem to have. And now's the time to strike.
Oh, it didn't knock him.
Instant headshot, but he's on 1 HP. Maybe a little bit more than that now, but...
Oh, now Ada's in danger as well, as the Falcons are starting to make a move out of their compound. They found a vehicle. This position suddenly becomes unsustainable for Ada, with the threat of Falcons behind, but Barpo's pushing the issue regardless with another knock, and finalizes the job with a drop onto Fairist as well. Gen G using the emergency parachute to get into this position.
Yeah, they've done well.
Fighting tooth and nail to hold on to it.
They might be able to jump their way up into a top 4 position. I think maybe not quite top 3. Falcons being still alive is going to be pretty unassailable. But here's a story that we do need to touch on. TSM hiding inside the military base at the moment. They have 4 players alive, and they are in desperate need of some points. Alo will get the knock onto Latte. Problem is, Alo and Sparking have got FaZe right on top of them. Purdy and Luke are perhaps going to be pressured from behind by the last remaining member of Legacy, Guizera, who has made his way across the bridge. TSM are going to find it difficult to get out of this position alive with all 4.
It's not sounding very possible, especially when we turn around and look behind him. There's a bike in there, not much else. Jeems, though, just drops off the side. I don't know if that was intentional. Don't know what happened there, but Alo more than happy to claim that point.
Helps.
Gustav on the opposite side of the road. Can't really do much. They're peeking out from the northern side. And this gives an opportunity now. TSM, they've regrouped. They've forced FaZe off the high ground, off the bunker.
Big fight ahead here for TSM. They need a big final game. It's going to be tough whichever way you paint it, but they definitely need to get past FaZe, and already Fex Corexi putting some damage down. 2 players drop, Purdy and Alo on the floor. It's 2 for TSM alive, 2 for FaZe. They've got a problem though. Guizera at their backs, shots into Sparking, and now he's having a look at Corexi as well. It seems like maybe it is still doomed for TSM, unless Luke 12 can pull off some heroics. He's got at least a finishing blow on effects, and Guizera has gone down to the blue zone, which is going to relieve some of that pressure. Gets the knock onto Corexi. There's at least 1 more point, and now some reses available, unless Gen G have a look from the cliff side. TSM might get back with 3. Gustav is on his bike. TSM survive for now.
Ooh, that grenade, it bounced off the staircase, but it still gets the job done. Megvalos tried to hop out into some form of safety on the opposite side of the vehicle, but not quite enough. Kiss is keeping his head down inside the guard tower for now. Gustav has been spotted on the guard tower on the opposite side of the road, but Twisted Minds just can't quite peek far enough around. Cook got revived. Well, that's game over for Valley Tai. GG.
It's getting hot in here, so get out of the server. Falcons, though, have done anything but get out of the server. The last couple of days of play for them have been very good indeed, and today they may still yet find themselves in, actually maybe even second if they can have a good finish here. Twisted Minds still 4 alive, but they're on the outskirts. They're being pressured by Gustav.
How
on earth is he still getting in the mix? I don't know.
The only angle that he has, and somehow Twisted Minds, while 4 alive, Perfectix over peaks into Gustav and gives up the flush as well. A little bit of a miscommunication from Twisted Minds, but
I will say, I've never seen a more doomed team than TSM right now. How can these two possibly get out of this sticky situation? I don't know. Unless maybe Gen G stop looking in their direction, and then Pero stop looking in their direction, and then Twisted Minds stop looking in their direction, and then Falcon stop looking in their direction.
Yeah, it's pretty doomed for just about everyone, realistically, on the northern side.
It's a painful circle.
They're creeping their way forwards. Gustav steps outside. Ixlam doesn't land the spray with the P90. Luke,
he's got 1 more.
He just about saves his life, but not quickly enough as Batulins with the off angle. Some are trying to find Luke as they just make the push across the road. They just jog straight across. They get away with it.
Bapo, did he see them cross? He didn't see them cross.
No way.
He's still watching the fence.
Oh, he did now. Now he knows.
Luke needs to hit some 6 shots. That's not the way to do it. All right, well, we were right in the end. TSM were very doomed, but they did manage to make it into 5th place, so they have somewhat salvaged the day, and they're not going to finish on 16th. They're up to 21, which could be better, definitely, but it could certainly be a whole lot worse. Pero down to their last man standing, which is Summer. But the final 3 of Twisted Minds, Falcon, and Gen G are still relatively healthy, and here's again another opportunity for Falcons to find themselves a dub. To be honest, they've been putting themselves into good spots. They just haven't really been converting as much as they would like, but if you keep putting yourself in good positions, eventually you're going to be rewarded, whether it's through the 2nd or 3rd place points or through game wins. And it's going to help out that Gen G and Twisted Minds are having a bit of a go at one another. Example, nice double knock onto Gen G, pretty much ends their game.
Up close and personal, spraying the AUG with a 4x. Still enough. Down to 1 apiece now with Falcons in the back line, putting pressure into Example, forcing him to commit to this push. He will do so successfully, putting down Gen G. 12 kills they pick up in this game after dropping the emergency parachute directly on top of New Happy, who are kicking themselves. This could have been them. They needed it to be them, but it wasn't. And Gen G now fall out in 3rd place, leaving Example to fend for himself against a 4-man of Falcons, sweeping the entire zone. Snakers gets up close and gets the angle, and Falcons secure themselves a win. Match 6 of the final stage of PGS4.
Yeah, pretty quiet game from Falcons, it has to be said. They're not super pumped.
3 kills.
But
huge.
You get a dub. You take it. You'll take it. A very good day, though, it has to be said, for Falcons. Quite consistent across the board. Sure, they got a couple of circles, but everyone does. Gen G as well were able to put together a pretty decent final game for themselves, keep themselves in the middle of the pack. So a few big winners out of today, E-Arena being the biggest, and a couple of losers down toward the bottom end of the scoreboard. But with 2 days still yet to play, anybody's guess where we end.
Yeah, it's been a pretty intensive start to the Grand Finals. A lot of unexpected performances, a lot of big wins, a lot of big losses, but in the end, it's the Falcons who pick up our final win. Maybe this is what they needed to kickstart their real push when it comes down to day number 2.
You heard Elfish say this might kickstart their push to the finish, but I would argue they have their mime in the right place, as they have been focused on getting there. Sure, it was only 3 kills, Matt, but it's the dub that matters.
I love the fact that you even see Rello and Snakers both be like, they're holding up like 3 fingers, just kind of shaking their head. They know they wanted more. But it's hard to get like a ton of kills when you got Gen G just eating them all, right?
Yeah. 12!
Yeah,
Gen
massive game for them.
And that's what you want, though,
big
right?
Big kill game, too.
Exactly. That was a tough circle. There was not a lot of spaces to go, and Gen G on the high ground said, okay, we're just going to pull the Obi-Wan, we're going to stay up here, and we are going to do everything we can to rack up some kills.
And remember, this is how Gen G's game started.
Yeah, that's true.
With this whole long skirt knocking them 5,000 times.
They've been doing, like, aerial assaults on people. Like, Gen G is just out to get wild, and in that game, they definitely did it. E-Arena has a bad game-ish. They end up in 10th, but like, come on, these guys have been fire all day.
I wonder if there's something to be said for having to fight like 1v4 long skirt for, I don't know, about 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And then that like propelling you into all the firefights later on. You're like, all right, we're warmed up, let's just go ahead and kill everything.
All right, let's look at the end game here as Barpo and the Bully start to rack up kill after kill. It wouldn't be an end game without Na'Vi looking frustrated about their performance, which I find fascinating because they have been doing quite well. Snakers from Falcons, they did some work. They managed to hold their position. The fight here on top of the mountain with FaZe and TSM, it was nice to see TSM in a late game, I'll tell you that.
Dude, brutal circles. Now, we've had so many open in games where there's just like, you're on no cover for teams to navigate and get through. It's led to all of these like mid-game massive firefights. Because like, look, phase number 6, and we're sitting here at, what, 5 people alive? That's absolutely insane.
And honestly, when you talk about those 3 kills that Falcons walked away with, 2 of them were just like stealing flushes, basically, that Gen G had previously put down. So Falcons, though, you make the most of what you get. They finally managed to find themselves in a good position, and this is like a big pivot from where they were in the last final of PGS3. I mean, it's about as far as you can get from where they were in the final.
Even in the group stage, all the way up until the very last day. So,
but I think that they are a confidence momentum team, so having a chicken to go home with, it'll put them in a good state of mind and be very nice.
I just feel bad for everybody that was like, ha! Irina finally got taken down early and didn't manage to make it to the late game while still getting, I think, 7 kills.
Right, that's the thing about Irina. These guys have just turned into absolute monsters. But let's give the laurels to the
All right, how are we going to strategically break down these damage numbers and, like, man of the match toffees? This is going to be a bit difficult.
All right, so I can tell you right now, your man of the match is going to end up as Rello.
It's got to be.
Gen G, definitely.
Make it mine. Just make it mine for the meme, please.
It has to be from the winning team, obviously, and so we will give a lot of love to Rello and the rest of the boys. That is an IGL who gets to have the man of the match. Congratulations to him. Though I do think at home we'll all secretly know Barpo and Gen G were the true killers in this match.
How did Rello have 2 damage dealt to him? Did he, like, stub his toe as he was getting into a vehicle? Like, how does that happen?
I think he might have caught a little piece of shrapnel, and that was about the end of it. But, again, you play what you got. They've managed to put themselves, I think it was Batulins who said in a pregame interview today, that you win when you get the circles, and your job is to reduce the chances that you don't get the circles. The Falcons have been very strong about that today.
Okay, I've been memeing here, you know, like with the man of the match and their numbers and stuff like that. But they were also kind of playing to the south of military on the outskirts of what we were looking at, the proper military base. So there's not a lot of vision to really be had or kills to be gathered.
But that said, I mean, look at the overall stats from today in the final stage. Falcons is 3rd in kills. They're 3rd in damage. So they are in there putting in the work. E-Arena and Twisted Minds bringing up the other spot, and I think it looks like going into tomorrow we have our 1, 2, 3.
I mean, I'm totally not shocked that Irina is the overall leader and average survival time. These guys are just consistently in the end. But again, it's picking up those kills because Irina's positioning was always so good. Now that they're winning those mid-game fights so much more efficiently and carrying that momentum over to pick up even more every round is so great.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard. Gen G walked away with 18 points because they had 13 kills. Their overall count, I think, was 26 in that last frame. So they picked up like half of their kills in that match alone, which we talked about. You want to have a good game to go back for VOD review. Gen G could come in nice and strong tomorrow, coming off the back of that confidence. Twisted Minds Falcons, again, showing up. E-Arena, you're right. No placement points. Still 7, man.
That's what you want for a squad that's always playing off a positional, now being, what, 13 points ahead of Twisted Minds?
Shoo! 71.
Unexpected.
That is wild.
Who would have said that coming into today?
Not me. Not me, for sure. These guys came out, played their game. 71 points. The nearest contender is Twisted Minds at 58, Falcons at 51, and then another massive fall off down to 39. Tomorrow, it's going to be moving day for a lot of these teams because if they don't close that gap, this is going to be untenable for them.
Just good to see a Gen G finally picking up those big points, climbing the leaderboard. You can see overall we're going to be running through tomorrow's matches with Erangel to kick everything off, then McKinney Tago, and ending on Miramar.
Ending in the desert, you got to love it. So it's going to be a great day of matches, especially because the pressure that our top teams have put means that the onus of success is on everyone on the bottom half. And that, I think, is going to be a very tall order for them. But none of it could be possible. Welcome back to PGS4, obviously, co-hosted by Crafted and VSPO. And we want to give a lot of love to our sponsors who have made everything work here. We'd like to thank On to Seat, our official tournament gaming chair sponsor, for their amazing support of PGS4, and the Zowie 2546X gaming monitor, which is the choice of PUBG professionals when you need to see every single detail. And I assume that E-Arena is using them because they seem to see rotations before they happen. I'm glad we're on land because I wouldn't believe how good these guys are.
And this is 2 games now today where Jacob has died, I guess, around the mid-game, and they are leaning into a superstar. So this is a new squad that's performing very, very well, while also finding very massive success without having to lean into like one specific player to carry them.
And I love to see the sort of that progression. They like I said, I talked to them today. They're like, we love, like, Jacob is just so good. And the team is supporting him, but not the way that we see Cerberus sort of like throwing everything besides Himas. It's almost like Jacob is an integral part of the unit, and they work so well as a unit.
Yeah, it's the way that they're navigating a lot of these firefights. They're making sure to set up a lot of crossfire positionals and really, really exploiting.
Absolutely. Well, I've got great news for you. We can get some insight because in just a second, we're going to head to the stage with Lydia as she gets a chance to talk to our current leaders, E-Arena, and their kill leader, Jacob. Let's check it out.
Jacob from Arena here. In PGS3, you finished in 6th place and you ended the PGS4 group stage in 7th place. What change did you team make to evolve from an upper mid position to the top spot?
ก็ใน PGS 3 ทีมเราได้อันดับที่ 6 และก็ในกรุ๊ปสเตจของ PGS 4 เราก็ได้ที่ 7 คิดว่าทีมเราได้ปรับอะไรบ้างได้เตรียมอะไรบ้างซึ่งทำให้ผลงานวันนี้ได้อันดับที่ 1 ค่ะ
ก็เล่นเหมือนเดิมครับผมแต่ว่าที่วันนี้ได้ที่ 1 คงเป็นเพราะว่าวงเข้าด้วยครับ
We just use our former skills, former playings, but we are very lucky today.
Not just lucky and also have very good skill. Well, we saw you team in the final circle of every match today. Do you have any unique strategies or tactics?
ก็ทีมเราวันนี้ได้รอดถึงวงสุดท้ายครบทั้ง 6 เกมเลย เรามีวิธีการเล่นอะไรเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
หลักๆก็แค่สื่อสารให้เคลียร์ครับผม
We keep our communication and just play as a casual one.
That's cool. Well, in PGS3, Cerberus won the championship, and now you have a great chance to compete for the PGS4 title. It seems like the overall APAC region has become stronger this year. What do you think?
ก็ใน PGS 3 ทีมเซอร์เบอร์ได้แชมป์ซึ่งเป็นทีมที่มาจากภูมิภาค APAC และก็หลังจากผลงานวันนี้คิดว่าทีมเราก็มีโอกาสได้คว้าแชมป์ไปซึ่งทำให้ทุกคนคิดว่าภูมิภาค APAC ช่วงนี้ได้มีการพัฒนาอย่างมากแล้วก็น้องคิดยังไงคะ
ก็รู้สึกดีมากครับผมที่โซน APAC ก็ไม่ได้อ่อนไปกว่าโซนไหนๆเลย
I'm very happy and proud because our performance will let others see that APAC is also a strong area.
Thank you, Jeff, and best wish to your team, to Irina. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please take a rest. Now let's welcome Perfectix from Twist Minds. Welcome. Hello. Hi. Welcome. Well, although you didn't secure a chicken dinner today, you earned a lot of the points. It seems like you often manage to hold out until the final circles, even in reduced numbers. Do you have any scoring techniques to share with us?
You know, we don't have like a special secret. We just see opportunities. Our opponents like making mistakes. We see that opportunities. We kill them and take in best spots.
So all the decision just made suddenly.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, thank you. And your performance in the group stage didn't seem as strong, but you are showing improvement in the finals. What are your expectations for the next 2 days of the competition?
First place.
Wow, first place. Okay. Well, 5 teams from the EMEA region have made it to the finals. Does this indicate that the European region is currently the strongest PUBG region?
I think it will be depends of the position in the finals, how you teams will play. But yeah, your region is very strong, I think, right now.
Well, thank you for sharing, and look forward that tomorrow you guys can get more chicken dinners.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, that concludes day 1 of the final stage here at PGS4 held in Shanghai, China. We're just 2 days away from crowning the champion of PGS4. Join us again at the same time, 6 p.m. Chinese Standard Time for day 2. I'm Lydia, and from all of us here at PGS4, thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.